roads. Yeah, they are snow covered, but we're able to move on them. And I know crews are very busy, Ron.
Yeah, it's always interesting at this point because that salt also is a bleaching agent. So a lot of times early on in the morning hours, you just can't quite see if it's salt, if it's just bleached, or if it's some snow that's on the road. Hey, it is cold. We know that. You don't have to see it. Cold weather advisories through 11 o'clock again this morning. More on the forecast coming up.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 4 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Despite getting 27 of the 37 trucks back up and running and additional private contractors helping out, the snow removal effort in the city of Pittsburgh is still an uphill battle. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more on that.
The majority of nearly 1 foot of snow fell on Sunday. The Department of Public Works had 37 trucks break down while they were trying to stay ahead of the storm. There hasn't been much additional snow, but now we're dealing with dangerously cold temperatures. Mayor Corey O'Connor says right now all they can do is what they're doing.
Not only the historic fall that we had in one day, but then the very extreme cold temperatures that we're seeing, even all the way to Saturday night into Sunday, it's going to stay here.
If you were able to shovel out a spot for your car and you saved that spot with a chair, O'Connor asked that you respect the chair. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Acting Public Safety Department Head Sheldon Williams, both appeared before City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he had allegedly sent crude texts to an officer in his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
An investigation found no violations of criminal law. A new study suggests the driving habits of older adults can reveal early warning signs of dementia. More now from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
Researchers tracked the driving habits of hundreds of drivers ages 65 and older for several years. Those who started braking harder or getting in accidents were more likely to develop white matter damage in the back of the brain, an early warning sign of cognitive decline. Study co-author Cha-Ling Hua.
The way that older adults drive can quietly reflect what's happening in their brain long before any major memory problems appear.
The study also found drivers who were taking blood pressure medications were less likely to show unsafe driving behaviors. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Robert Morris beat IUPUI 74-58, and Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure 87-79. KDKA Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update's at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACVacations.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, it's Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Okay, you've survived the Yuletide. Now it's time for you time. Feeling better, moving better, looking better, fitting better in those clothes. What's stopping you? Only you are stopping you. Let me take you by the hand, support you, motivate you, and do this together with you as to how to lose weight and then keep it off for good. Just call me today at 1-800-900-THIN.
It's 5:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Good morning, David. Thanks. And good morning, everyone. We're looking out live over the area roads with the PennDOT cameras. Things are rolling well. Gives us a chance to head over to the construction file where it looks like that long-term closure of Commercial Street and Forward Avenue and also 9 Mile Run Trail in Swiss Elm Park and Frick Park in the city. It's going to be a closure for a bit longer. PennDOT has announced that due to the winter weather, that closure of Commercial Street, Forward Avenue between Whipple Street and Somerset Drive, along with the 9 Mile Trail in that vicinity, has been extended until February 13th. There is a posted detour for you. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of flurries, high 16. Some evening flurries, then partly cloudy and frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. Tomorrow, frigid with clouds and sun, high just 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And currently it's 3 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday. It is January 29th. I'm Larry Richard along with anchorman David Ballarado in for Paul Rasmussen. Paul scheduled to return on Monday. David, with his, are we allowed, is that a violation of the HIPAA laws if talk about his ankle?
Did he post something on social media?
No.
Did he? No?
I didn't see it.
Okay, then probably.
Well, don't say anything, but I said something about his ankle. He should be back in the game.
Between that and starting your car remotely, I think the police are keeping an eye on you.
AAA's Helen Gamble will keep us updated on traffic conditions, and they have varied greatly. And we have Joe Lundberg, our meteorologist, and the AccuWeather team, and Aaron Ferragonio is our producer.
From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
We are still under an extreme cold warning from the National Weather Service, and there is a list now. Some schools, believe it or not, have posted 2-hour delays. I'm not sure what that buys you. The temperatures aren't going to get that much warmer. What was your latest?
I just love that that's your thing lately. You're like, what good is that going to do?
You're calling me out for that. That is my thing.
I mean, it is true. I understand.
If you're a superintendent of a school district, call us. 866-391-1020. I'm just asking the question, what does a 2-hour delay buy you under these conditions?
It's 3 degrees. I think maybe when the sun starts to come out, that eliminates some of the cold. I mean, it helps to warm things up just a little bit. Maybe that's the thinking. I don't know.
I'm desperate to know. Aaron knows as she called me out on it. It has been my thing.
Because it's been this way for how long? The past 2 weeks, we have, it's been 2-hour delays because of the freezing cold. So we can assume it's because they're trying to start up the school buses, but we need to hear from someone to break it down.
Dr. Kevin Wong texted me, be careful, the hippo police may be out. I know it's HIPAA. I do. I joke, actually. You know where that comes from for me? My mom volunteered at the hospital near where we grew up for 20 years. Yeah. And one day she came home and she goes, oh, you'll never guess who was at the hospital today. And she went, oh, wait a minute, I can't tell you. I'm like, what do you mean you can't tell me? She goes, it's a violation of the HIPAA laws. I'm like, Mom, it's HIPAA. And she goes, I could be fined $25,000 and imprisoned. I'm like, okay. She never did tell me. Anyway, well, how was your commute from the city, David?
Well, you see Channel 2 has been driving around Shady Side. I could show them a couple
I just saw that.
to look at.
It's, some cars are still buried.
Yeah, and to tell you the truth, I think that's an even bigger problem than anything right now, because if a lot of people would just move their cars and help open up some more parking spaces for those of us who need to park along the street, that could make things a lot better. Like I said, I spent a couple of hours on Tuesday afternoon trying to at least start the job for some people to shovel out around them, so whenever they needed to leave, it wouldn't be as bad as it was before I got there. But it's still bad. It's still bad.
How was your commute in? Actually, Aaron couldn't even get out of her own driveway.
Yeah, it's just weird. We, on, the other side of the Square Hole tunnels, we got very, very light dusting of snow last night. And then there was some this morning. So my driveway pulling out didn't look that different. But when I was pulling out my car, and you can't floor it. So I had to kind of ease my car out. And it took a couple minutes. I was shocked.
Yeah. The starting of cars for many has been an issue too, because battery issues.
Right.
And I love, only in a city our size, and the mayor would announce that, as according to Paul Alexander's report, to please observe parking chair courtesy. If someone dug out a spot in front of their place and they put a chair there.
But what if you don't have a spare chair to put outside?
Respect the chair. I love
I did see that posted from someone, one of my friends. She said only Pittsburgh.
Right? Oh, man. It's true.
Yeah.
So if David, you said you spent several hours over the course of the last few days digging.
Yeah.
Now, that spot, even though it's a public street, you feel like it's yours.
No, I was doing other people's spots. I was trying to help them so whenever they went to get into their car, they wouldn't be surrounded by, 2 feet
You were
of drifted
doing that?
snow. Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah. I did that on Tuesday afternoon.
Did you put a chair out?
No.
You don't have to worry about that.
But I think what's going to happen is more and more people get ready to dig themselves out. They're, the spaces are going to start to open up. And I think the city needs to focus on some of the commercial spaces, though, like along Walnut Street. That's still pretty bad. So people who are trying to go to some of the stores out there may find that they're going to be testing their parking patience.
And I know people have been feeding Marty videos all over the city. I know on Tuesday afternoon when I was downtown near Robert Morris or Point Park University, there was not one parking space available along the street. Normally they have a whole bunch. The only cars that were there were cars that looked like they were snowed in, stuck, and there weren't that many of those either.
Yeah. No, I will say that Fifth Avenue this morning through Oakland seemed to be in very good shape. It'll be interesting to see what Forbes looks like on the way back, because that's still yesterday. I'll tell you, I must have counted at least 4 delivery drivers who were blocking the far right lane of traffic in Oakland. And that's just, they just rerouted those buses that used to go along the counter traffic line on Fifth Avenue down onto Forbes. So there's a heavier volume of traffic on Forbes Avenue. And the last thing that you need are these delivery drivers who are blocking a lane of traffic, and everyone has to try to squeeze into the 2 lanes that are remaining.
Right. I did notice we had a little snow overnight in the north.
Oh, really? Okay.
So we had a dusting. I mean, it coated the roads. So cold, though, that the salt isn't as effective as it normally would be.
No.
It takes time. So just take your time wherever you're going. And this extreme cold is not going away. By the time we get to Monday, the high for Groundhog Day will be 26. But over the weekend, Saturday's high 12, Sunday's high 16. I guess the bright spot is after today, we're not anticipating any more snow, at least for the weekend. I know people had asked about a nor'easter, and that is coming up the coast for the weekend. But so far, we're out of its path. Can you imagine getting hit again on top of this?
No. I really genuinely can't imagine.
That is what happened during the Snowmageddon storm, right? Because after that hit, then over Valentine's Day weekend, there was another snowstorm that came as well.
Remember, people got stuck on the turnpike that year on Valentine's Day and around there, and some people were stuck, and that's when we got this big push to have. And I remember John Shumway doing a story on TV and Marty talking about it. He had a Snuggie and all the stuff that you're supposed to be driving around with, bottled water.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where are we going? But if you're stuck, I mean, in those situations, those people were stuck for, I think, a full day because of the second wave of snow. So
yeah, it was rough.
Hopefully we're not dealing with that, but we are 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting in Bradenton, Florida for spring training.
I think the more pressing hope is that whenever Punxsutawney Phil jumps out of the hole on Tuesday, is it Monday or Tuesday?
Monday,
that he sees what he needs to see to give us some good news.
Will he see a shadow?
I always get confused whether he's supposed to see the shadow or not see the shadow.
He's the shadow I see. 6 more weeks of winter there'll be. That's my guess this year. You could take that to the bank. Of course, don't. That's. I wonder if people actually bet on what Phil's going to do.
Considering everything they're betting on these days, I'm quite sure that
Will
happens.
Phil be wearing a fur coat? 545 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And By the way, you can get the list of closings and delays. They have varied somewhat. There are some 2-hour delays at KDKA-Radio.com. Good morning, Ellen.
Good morning, Larry. And if folks are heading out the door, hopefully they're all bundled up in whatever kind of coat they have. And certainly we're seeing a lot more volume yesterday and today on the roads. So more and more folks are getting out and about. Now, we also are seeing, as we have the PennDOT cameras trained on the area roads, slowdowns as you approach the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Very heavy already, backing between the Banksville on-ramp and the runaway truck sand pile. And we keep seeing the caution lights getting turned on, those flashing yellow lights as you come down past the Banksville merge point there. So not sure if tunnel crews are dealing with some sort of icing situation or they're moving some equipment around, but obviously they are warning folks to take it easy and mind their speeds as they head inbound there. No problems on the outbound trek toward the airport in the western suburbs. That's a good ride for you. Parkway East inbound and outbound is a little bit slow on either side of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thank you, Ellen. And by the way, I want to thank my buddy Joe Lepik. He sent a picture. I asked him to send a post from Paul Rasmussen, who posted his foot in a boot, saying, tendon tear, stuck at home for at least a week. He'll be back Monday. And if he doesn't show up, we will go get him. Right, David? High today of 16. Still a couple of flurries in a few spots, but for the most part, we should be done with the snow and maybe see a little sunshine, and that will help. But right now we're at 3 degrees, feels like 5 below.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
It's 5:50 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at our 6 o'clock report with David Ballarado.
Larry, charges to be filed after an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins yesterday. We'll have the latest on this case coming up at 6 o'clock on News Radio KDKA.
Breeze Airways said it is launching nonstop seasonal service between Pittsburgh International Airport and Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. Flights will operate on Thursdays and Sundays from May 7th to September 13th. Round-trip tickets are available at an introductory rate of $39. German software giant SAP has plunged as much as 11% after reporting weaker than expected growth in its cloud contract backlog in the fourth quarter. It's the biggest daily fall since October of 2020, when its stock dropped 22%. Following disappointing third-quarter results. Bloomberg News reports that Chief Executive Officer Christian Klein has previously said SAP was targeting 26% growth. Dutch semiconductor equipment company ASML is the only company in the world that makes extreme ultraviolet lithography machines used to produce the most advanced semiconductors. The company saw its share price rise 36% in 2025, and it has continued to surge in 2026. I'm Nicole Murray on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time for the Big K Morning Show birthdays on this January 29th, and we start with Oprah Winfrey. But first, born in 1961, happy 65th, from MediConnect, Medicare Made Simple. Oprah is now 72. In 2009, she announced the end of her syndicated broadcast show.
I love this show. This show has been my life. And I love it enough to know when it's time to say goodbye.
I can't believe it's been that long, and she's still doing a lot of different work, shows up on TV frequently. And Aaron, we were just talking about her the other day.
We were. What year did it say that?
2009.
Yeah, that feels so long ago hearing that, but it also feels like it just happened. It's weird. But I love that she kind of is free now to do whatever because she's Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, and when she was at her peak on television, she didn't really have much competition.
She really didn't. It was Oprah Winfrey. And was Ellen DeGeneres, when did that come on the scene?
She was after.
That was
yeah,
after that.
exactly. So
But
it was.
I think her show sort of helped lead to the demise of Phil Donahue, because remember, that was the big talk show, but he was primarily on in the mornings. And after she became a competitor, he moved his show towards the end of its run towards to the afternoons as well.
Then there was Maury Povich and
Sally Jesse Raphael.
Raphael, man, I haven't heard her name in a while. She hasn't heard her name in a while. Adam Lambert was an American Idol runner-up, but he's still out there as the front man for Queen.
Adam Lambert, wow. He's someone I was shocked didn't do more.
He's got a great voice.
He is unbelievable.
How long ago was it that he was on American Idol? Because that seems like that was just yesterday as well, but that was probably at least 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
He's 44, and he did it, you're right, David, when he was in his mid or early 20s. Tom Selleck is now 81, while he's had a career of great successes in movies. Selleck may be best known as the star of Magnum PMI. David, I'm going to guess you watched that show on TV.
Not a lot, actually.
No?
The one episode I specifically made an effort to watch was the one where Frank Sinatra was a guest on, but I really didn't watch that. I preferred sitcoms more, so we watched Give Me a Break and The Cosby Show and the other things that were up against it.
He's been in shows like Blue Bloods. He's been around a long time. Do you know Tom Selleck at all, Aaron? If you saw his picture, I guarantee you'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, that guy.
Yep, I'm sure I would know his face.
Monica's boyfriend on Friends for a while.
Oh, so then I definitely know his face then.
Yeah.
Heather Graham of Boogie Nights and The Hangover. She's 56 today. Sarah Gilbert from Roseanne and the Connors is now 51. And let's see if there's any link. Oh, Greg Louganis is 66. Olympic gold medalist, a diver who won a bunch of gold medals.
Was that 84? The 84 Olympics?
Yeah, that's a long time ago. And also Charlie Wilson, R&B legend, former lead singer of the Gap Band. You Dropped a Bomb on Me is 73.
Wow.
You remember the Gap Band?
I do. Do you remember the other Charlie Wilson, who was the Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, that played by, who was it, Tom Hanks? No. Who played him in the movie? Remember they had Charlie's War?
Yeah.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. You remember that song? You dropped a bomb on me, Ellen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I'm over
That's
here.
how people feel when they listen to you.
Oh, righty then.
Just a little humor, very little.
Harassing the messenger, I think. That's all right.
Well, I can relate from those weather days. People are like,
oh my
they were
gosh,
mad at you. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I even had a priest yell at me once. I'm like, your boss is in charge, not me.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes. So we just try to get the information out there, and hopefully folks, use it for good, as we say. Getting reports, Larry, of an accident possibly on 51 northbound, just north of that Route 88 Library Road intersection. This just came into us, so we're going to work to get our PennDOT cameras on that and see what's going on. 51 yesterday, as we got more volumes of traffic back in the rush hour after the winter weather event. 51 was just a bit of a parking lot, so we don't want that to happen again here. Not too tough of a ride for you on the Parkway East inbound, just a tap on the brakes between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is bunching up right around that Banksville on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now we're at 3 degrees, feels like 5 below. And it was Tom Hanks, David, that played Charlie Wilson in the movie Charlie Wilson's War.
I never realized that was actually about the Secretary of Defense, or I probably would have watched it.
It's actually pretty entertaining and supposed to be fairly accurate.
It's President Eisenhower obviously depicted in it then?
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Julia Roberts is in it, the late Philip Seymour Hoffman. That's about it.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 3 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. Depending on where you live in the city, your snow situation varies. And for those who are still more or less snowed in, help is on the way. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more.
From broken down trucks to below zero temperatures, the Department of Public Works and several private contractors can't seem to get ahead of the demand. Mayor Corey O'Connor says tens of thousands of tons of snow have been removed, and they'll continue to work around the clock. If you've shoveled your own spot, O'Connor says you should be fine.
Obviously, Pittsburgh, there's a lot of chairs popping up on your streets, so please respect the chair law, whatever you want to call it, in the neighborhoods.
O'Connor says the challenge now is where to put the snow and how do you remove those huge piles of ice. Paul Alexander, News Radio KDKA.
Allegheny County Police investigating an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township Wednesday. KDKA TV's Jennifer Barrasso looked at the criminal complaint against the man who was shot.
And according to it, Khalil Collier got upset that a maintenance worker at his apartment complex entered that apartment of his when he wasn't home, and he confronted him, and basically things got physical. Argument broke out in a stairwell, and he demanded the worker go to his apartment. That worker refused. That's when police say he pulled the gun out.
Later on, after repeated commands by police to drop the gun, they say he refused, and there was an eventual exchange of gunfire. Collier is currently in critical condition at a local hospital and has been charged with a number of counts. State police are investigating after reports of shots fired in Aliquippa. This happened near Sheffield Towers just after 5:30 last night. Aliquippa police had responded to the call and then asked the state police to take over. No injuries or victims have been reported, but state police say this is an ongoing investigation. Details are sparse, but county police are also investigating the death of a 3-year-old child in Harrison Township. They were called to a home just after noon yesterday for a report of an unresponsive 3-year-old who was dead when medics arrived. Democratic senators in Congress should stop funding the Department of Homeland Security until immigration and customs enforcement is regulated and reformed. That's what they're saying. CBS News reporter Erica Brown has more.
The push to revamp immigration and customs enforcement come as a growing number of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are now calling for the ouster of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
She clearly doesn't know how to manage. She's never managed a large organization, and she's failing at every possible measure of the job.
Republican Senators Tom Tillis and Lisa Murkowski have joined congressional Democrats who are calling for Noem's ouster, even as President Trump continues to stand by her. Erica Brown, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will attend the premiere tonight for the documentary Melania. CBS's Linda Kenyon has that.
Here we go again. The film chronicles the First Lady in the run-up to President Trump's second inauguration. It includes Melania Trump's involvement in planning the inauguration events, as well as the transition to her husband's second term. Everyone wants to know. So here it is. The movie, which is being released in theaters, will be screened at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, which President Trump renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer, and by Coons Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh hometown grocer. Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure last night, 87-79. Robert Morris beat IUPUI 74-58. KDK Radio News Time 6:04. It's 3 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
6:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And the roads are rolling. Certainly a heavier volume than we've seen in recent days as folks have been hunkered down at home. But things are moving, and in some cases, they are getting a little bit slow go for you. We have a live look out over the Parkway East with the PennDOT cameras, and the volumes are definitely on the build as you approach the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Not yet backed, but you're definitely on and off the brakes between Edgewood, Swissvale, and that inbound tunnel portal. On Parkway West, also kind of slow go for you down the front side of Green Tree Hill. From time to time, they've been flipping stopping on the caution lights, those yellow flashing lights approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels, and that's caused traffic to bunch. Right now, you're slow right around that Banksville on-ramp. Looks like we've had an earlier accident or issue for you on 51 northbound right by the Library Road intersection, and we are seeing slow-go traffic at that intersection. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cold weather advisory in effect until 11 this morning, then again from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of snow flurries and a high of 16. A few evening flurries tonight, and then partly cloudy and bitterly cold overnight, though 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. It is 3 degrees and feels like 5 below.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. From the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And an extreme cold warning exists still from the National Weather Service due to the deep freeze. And we're looking at a high of just 16 today. And there could be a flurry. There were some snowfall areas around the region overnight and slickened up the roads even further. But that is still an issue as people continue to dig out the residual effects of the snow. And then lanes are compromised still in many areas. Sidewalks, parking areas along the streets, particularly in the city, but around the region. And we have an entire list at kdkradio.com of all the school closings. There are some delays. There are certainly remote learning and parents. I'm hearing, Aaron, I heard from one mom, quote, "This with the kids home will be the death of me yet."
Yeah. Do you recall any time, parenting over the years that the kids unexpectedly were all home at the same time? What do?
Try to keep them busy. And you can't really go out for very long because of the extreme temperatures either. So it's not like go out and play. Mm-hmm. So they're sealed up.
Well, that's when the creative juices really have to flow. There's two friends of mine that I go to church with. They posted on Instagram. Have you seen that video of the tortilla slap with the water in the mouth? So you have two people, you drink water and you keep it in your mouth. Okay. You're both holding a tortilla and you slap each other to see who will spit the water out first. And they have 3 little girls. They're all young, under 10. And they had them doing this. And I thought, that is amazing. And that's what we need. Like, just get creative. What can you do? Have them paint a wall. Have them do a home project.
I don't know about the spit in the water part.
Well, it was so funny. It was in the kitchen, so a place where you just clean it up, and it had them giggling. I loved it.
So suffice to say, we're going to be in this situation again tomorrow. Now, we will moderate somewhat, but the highs over the weekend, 16 Sunday and only 12 on Saturday, but we'll get above freezing maybe Wednesday, but it won't be as extreme. Monday's high forecast to be 26 degrees. So outside of the weather that has occupied most everybody most of the time, the other local news that got a lot of interest was the official announcement of Mike McCarthy becoming the new Steelers head coach. Bill Hillgrove's going to join us in our 8 o'clock hour to talk about that. Meanwhile, the big news of the day is the chance for a partial government shutdown, and that looms as of tomorrow at midnight. And we'll talk to former KDKA TV political expert, and that's John Delano. And the other big story is still what's going on in Minneapolis, and it's all tied together. Here's why. CBS's Michael George.
We start once again in Minneapolis, where tensions remain high, and the Department of Homeland Security is under a microscope over the latest shooting of an American citizen at the hands of federal agents. New videos emerged showing the shooting victim, Alex Preddy, in a different encounter with federal officers 11 days before he was shot and killed. CBS's Jared Hill joins us now with more on this.
We're just getting some of this video confirmed, and the identity of Preddy in this video confirmed as well by Preddy's family attorney. What we're learning in this video is Alex Preddy yelling at federal agents in Minneapolis. This is all 11 days before agents then shot and killed him. This video is from the group The News Movement. The footage confirmed by Preddy's family shows the 37-year-old with others as agents drive away. Preddy kicks out a taillight. The agents get out, tackle Preddy to the ground. They also fire some tear gas into the crowd. Eventually, Preddy is seen hurrying away. The agents leave. It's not clear what happened before cameras started rolling. Preddy's family attorney says that the nurse was injured, but that he did not seek medical attention. They also say that nothing here would justify his killing nearly 2 weeks later. Now, last night, nurses joined a growing vigil as well as a crowd to honor the man that they knew. A federal official tells CBS News the two agents who shot at Preddy on the day that he was killed have been placed on administrative leave. We're also learning, it sort of related in a way, Wednesday, that a judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration from detaining legal refugees who are in the process of obtaining green cards. Again, all of this as so much of what's happening in Minneapolis as well as with ICE and Border Patrol are raising a lot of questions with a lot of people.
What's happening in Minneapolis is tying into budget talks in Washington. A government shutdown is looming, and now we're hearing that there's a possible deal in the works between the White House and the Senate's top Democrat.
Yes, and so this is a little convoluted. Basically, at the core here, what we know is that Democrats on Capitol Hill, in particular in the Senate, are saying that they will not pass a bill that is being proposed by Republicans, something that's already passed the House, because they say they want key changes to, in particular, one of the bills related to the Department of Homeland Security. What they're looking for here are a requirement that federal agents wear body cameras as well as not wear masks while they're out in the field. In order to push this through, it would essentially have to delay things in a way that would spark a government shutdown. Now, what we're hearing potentially could be happening here is that the administration might be working with Democrats to try and figure out a way to have some sort of executive action on the back end so that there could be changes implemented, not necessarily written in the legislation. The moral of the story, though, is that it looks like there possibly could be at least a partial government shutdown starting midnight tomorrow.
That is Jared Hill from CBS, and we'll get more detail. What does a partial government shutdown look like after we had a complete government shutdown for 40 days?
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
6:15 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the early update with Ellen Gamble.
Now, the early update, Larry, is that it's obvious that so many more folks are now hitting the highways here, folks getting back to their regular routine after the winter weather event over the weekend. And so we're seeing that play out on the area roads. The good news is we are accident-free right now. Of course, you're still dealing with some interesting driving conditions as you are out and about. You obviously still could have slick spots given the cold temperatures, but the volumes are on the build. And so you should also watch and leave extra travel time especially if you're still trying to navigate side streets, secondaries in a lot of the neighborhoods. Crews are still working to clear snow in those areas. Parkway West is stop-and-go traffic most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound has brake lights coming off and on once you get to the Edgewood Swissvale interchange. 28 looks great. Parkway North I-279 is rolling well, but the HOV lanes still not open, not fully cleared of snow there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Extreme cold warning from the National Weather Service. 16 will be the high. We still have a few areas with some light flurries. We should not anticipate additional snowfall of any significance through the weekend. Well, that part's good, but it's not going to get warmer anytime real soon. Maybe Monday we'll get out of the teens for highs. And right now we're at 3 degrees. It feels like 5 below.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15, and selected varieties of Central Everyday potato chips, 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
6:18 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at our 6:30 report with David Valerato.
Well, there was quite a sight on the Allegheny River yesterday, and there's a new program to help kids save. We'll have more coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen for the Drive at 5 top stories driving the day's news. Weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh, Demand the Yellow Van. Well, the dig out continues all around the region, and a story from KDKA TV's Barry Pintar caught our attention. Anchorman, reporter Barry joins us at the Big K Morning Show. Good morning, partner.
Hey, good morning. How are you on this cold morning?
This reminds me, Barry, when I originally was doing the weather in the morning on KDKA TV, then the movie Groundhog Day came out, in which Bill Murray plays a Pittsburgh television weather guy who's sent to Punxsutawney. I was sent up there, and the first year I was there, it was 13 below zero, the actual temperature, and had to stand outside in front of that famous stump on Gobbler's Knob for 3.5 hours. And I remember losing contact with my extremities. So I have been colder, but it's very, very cold right now, as you know.
Yeah, you know, it's so difficult. When I see construction workers, anybody who has to work outside, we do too. It's an insane time to have to be outside and stay alive. Because, I mean, let's face it, not to switch back to the macabre, but these temperatures are deadly, and you do have to be careful. It just gets right through you.
Now, that said, I love the fact that you have discovered some young people doing a really cool thing.
Yeah, and you know, I got to tell you, since I've done that story and it's been posted online, I'm seeing so many other things like this. So what you're referring to, South Allegheny High School has this army of students that started with the football team that has now grown to the band and other students who literally go around their school district. They've actually created like a Google Sheet on Facebook that people who are elderly or disabled or just for whatever reason can't get out to clear their driveway, their mailbox or whatever, sign up. And then these kids just show up and do all the work. These are young, healthy, spry athletes, other students, freshmen through senior high, and they will just show up with no fanfare, not even a knock on the door, and you look out and your entire driveway, sidewalk area cleared. It's really interesting because I never got to this part in the story, so you'll be the only one really hearing this, but it was about 3 years ago, someone donated 5 snow shovels to the school. And I think it was the football coach said, let's do something good with this and go shovel people's driveways and walks. Every year it got bigger and bigger. And now it's this organized program that they have that includes days when these kids are off school. That's the amazing part. These kids have a day off school, but they will all band together, jump in their cars, and just fan out across the school district and dig people out. It's incredible. But Larry, you probably know too. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from these high schoolers that are doing this, but we are seeing story after story, because I, of course, sit in the news meetings every day, all across our region with people, construction companies for free, digging people out. It's just what we're made of. It's who we are. And to use a cliche, it just warms the heart in this cold weather that so many people are helping so many other people out.
To your point, in one of the neighborhoods in the city, a gentleman and one of his neighbors, the other side of the neighbor, on the street, they know he's a firefighter. And actually, they picked him up in a fire truck. So the neighbors got together, and while the fireman was Pittsburgh City fireman, they shoveled his driveway and walkways earlier in the week, knowing that he's out there and didn't have time to do it because he had to get to his shift. Those stories are around the region.
And speaking of getting out there and not having, because they don't have time to do it, my life has been crazy. I ended up working this weekend reporting on airport delays. I was back and forth to the airport. My neighbors across the street from me, Tim and Gail, I come home and my entire driveway and sidewalks are snow blown, cleared. It just blew me away. My mother called me yesterday and told me the guy across the street, who she doesn't even know, I was asking all these who is he? How old is he? How can I thank him? She woke up. My mother's 84, lives alone, Ingram, and everything's all cleared. So it's an incredible example of how we can help each other, because again, back to where we started, we're in danger zone here. Not only this snow, but these temperatures, and if people can't get out, or at least have the ability to get out, even if some emergency happens and the first responders have to get there, I think we're all recognizing that as a group, as a city, as Southwestern Pennsylvanians, and we're doing what we can to help. It's what makes us human. It's story after story, and it's just incredible. And again, back to these students here. We're talking kids. You and I have kids. We know kids at that age. And these teachers are modeling life choices, life skills, as the coach said to me in the interview. We're growing young men and women. And, if you saw my story, I ended it with, it's so easy to say social media, Xbox, games, what's happening to this generation. Well, guess what? That's not everyone. There are good ones out there. They just, if I could get on my soapbox for a moment, need us adults to be adults and call them to that higher place and train them up to be the young men and women who rule the world, and not just write them off or say, I don't want to have the time. Because again, they're kids, they're teenagers, regardless of the age. This is a good time to teach them to be excellent members of our society.
Won't you be my neighbor? I think you should go to Punxsutawney Sunday night into Monday.
Larry, no, thank
Boaz
you.
is going.
I hate the cold, brother. I think it's because I'm born in Pittsburgh, but I was born in August. I have this theory. If you were born in the summer, you hate the cold. I don't know if that's true, but I was born in August, and I loathe the cold. So I'll be happy to support you when you go there this year instead.
No, Boaz is going for Pittsburgh Today Live. His first time. He reached out to me, wanted the cheat codes to, get up and Gobbler's Knob, so we'll look forward to that. Well, we'll look forward to you on KDKA TV. Great story about those kids doing the right thing. We need to get more
brother.
stories like that out.
We certainly do. Always a pleasure talking to you, my friend.
All right, Barry Pintar, KDKA TV on the Big K Morning Show. And Aaron, you know what else is just around the corner? Valentine's Day. We mentioned there's a new trend for women to go out together and call it Galentine's Day.
Yes.
How about this? In this economy, Be Mine just won't cut it anymore. So the folks who make those sweethearts, the Valentine's candies that have little things on them, have changed it up with budget-friendly messages this year. Like
budget-friendly messages.
Yeah, you know, the little hearts that have the messages.
Yes.
Instead, you know, I love you, all that stuff.
Yeah.
No.
We're not doing that.
Here are some. This is real. Share login. Split rent. Carpool. Buy in bulk. Sweethearts did some research and found that 80% of hopeful lovebirds say they'll be making more affordable plans for Valentine's Day this year by cutting back. There you go. Nothing is more romantic than split rent. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, no. That does not up your hotness factor
in your
if you
case,
get me those.
Carpool.
Yeah, there we go. Public transit.
There you go.
Woo! There you go. That'll get the temperatures or the pulses racing, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, Larry, here we go. AAA traffic is looking out live with these PennDOT cameras and getting an eyeful of brake lights in a lot of places. Definitely more and more folks are coming out of their boroughs and hitting the highways, getting back into their regular routines. Parkway West on the inbound side is slow go most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill, backing right around that Banksville on-ramp there. And behind the Liberty tunnels, definitely heavy. 51 northbound is slow go between Edgebrook and Bousman. West Liberty Avenue still looks pretty good right around Pioneer. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 3 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. A dramatic scene on the Allegheny River yesterday when a man was allegedly trying to dodge police by walking along the frozen river. He was wanted for allegedly trespassing at the former VA site earlier in the day. He was tracked by police for miles before he was finally taken into custody along Freeport Road in Hummer around 4. The man injured in an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township Wednesday is in critical condition at a local hospital, charged with aggravated assault, assault on a law enforcement officer, and more. 31-year-old Khalil Collier allegedly became agitated when a maintenance worker had apparently entered his apartment when he wasn't there. Allegheny County Police Superintendent Christopher Kern says this eventually led to an armed standoff with officers from several different police departments.
Yes, they were there for approximately 15 minutes attempting to get him to drop the gun, comply, and take him to custody safely.
But several shots were fired and Collier was hit several times. The investigation into the incident continues. President Trump is celebrating what he calls one of the most transformative policies of all time, a new so-called Trump account for kids, with the U.S. government chipping in the first $1,000. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady reports.
President Trump touted his new Trump accounts, designed to grow a nest egg for young Americans.
We're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future.
When filing taxes, parents with an American child under 18 can opt in to opening a Trump account, a tax-deferred investment account.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Robert Morris beat IUPUI 74-58. Ryan Prather Jr. led the way for the Colonials with 20 points, and Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure 87-79. KDK Radio News Time 6:31. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 if you recently lost your health insurance or don't have insurance through your employer. Our next update's at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by LendSeek.
More than 31,000 children ages 5 to 9 go to the emergency room for dog bites each year. Tufts University has launched Bee Bite Smart to teach kids as young as 3 how to read canine body language and respond. It uses animated stories, games, and songs to teach how a dog communicates and interprets our behavior so that behavior can be altered, preventing bites before they happen. I'm Margie Schaefer.
As a small business owner, if a sudden need or opportunity comes up, are you ready to act fast with the capital you need? With LendSeek, you will be, with up to $5 million in as little as 24 hours. Whether it's a credit line, term loan, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek's AI-enabled marketplace can match you with the right funders. More than 1,000 business owners have used LendSeek to access over $300 million in funding. Start ready and stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
When I need to look my best, I trust Laramore's. They just customized my new suit, the fit, the style, the confidence. It's unmatched. Discover the difference of Laramore's men's clothing. 249 Fifth Avenue, downtown Pittsburgh. Thanks, Laramore's. 6:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. So, Ellen, I was in the studio here, and for those that don't know or never have seen our live stream, Aaron in the producer's booth is separated by heavy glass.
Right.
2 panes, acoustically sealed, and our news booth the same, and then the newsroom. These are all separate studios. So I took a yawn and Yeah, she thought there was some animal loose.
What is that?
Really? That's how you feel. You want to get out and do something.
Oh, yeah, getting a little hut happy, I'm sure, for a lot of people. And you know what? We're seeing more and more of them hit the highways yesterday and today. So folks are getting back into their regular routines after the winter blast from the weekend. 51 northbound Larry is backing almost to the intersection with Whited Street as you try to make your way on Sawmill Run toward the Liberty Tunnels. West Liberty Avenue stacks right around Pioneer Avenue. Parkway West is backing for you at the Parkway Center Mall overpass. Parkway East inbound is a little slow go between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. 28 southbound is heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway North is rolling well. We do have the PennDOT cameras out over the Bellevue-Westview interchange. It looks like southbound there's a disabled vehicle with some flares set up along the right side of the road, and folks are tapping the brakes as they head past there, so take it easy. A reminder, HOV lanes are not open to you because of the winter weather. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of flurries, high 16. Some evening flurries, then partly cloudy and frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. Tomorrow, frigid with clouds and sun, high just 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now we've dropped to 1 degree and feels like it's 5 below zero.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We are still under an extreme cold warning from the National Weather Service, and with these temperatures in the teens and below zero, I'm talking about the highs in the teens. This is going to continue into the weekend. It may moderate somewhat as we get into February, which starts on Sunday, into next week. Meanwhile, that said, I wanted to share, Colin Dunlap sent this. For those schools that are still on virtual learning, in many schools, we have the complete list at KDKARadio.com. They're dealing with buses having to navigate around snow mounds, which makes sense, and it makes it even more challenging. So one big factor is those huge snow mounds. Many school buses can't safely navigate in and around them and make turns and pick up the kids. So that certainly is understandable, because we had the big snow, but we followed up with the extreme cold, and it's been a challenge everywhere to remove it. They're making some progress, but a long way to go in many communities, especially in neighborhoods in the city of Pittsburgh. Some interesting news from Amazon, which, while we're focused on the weather, this kind of came and went quietly here. Amazon, UPS now lead a new wave of mass layoffs. 16,000 corporate and technology jobs in Amazon have been eliminated, on top of others prior to that. And UPS announced plans to eliminate 30,000 additional jobs. So the question is, what's going on? It may seem pretty obvious. We're joined by the CEO and co-founder of Smart Workforce AI, Mohammed Yusuf. Welcome to KDK, Mohammed.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So this is a disturbing trend. What's going on?
Yeah, it's very disturbing. As you can see, like, even though they said it was, wink, wink culture, but you can tell they have AI-enabled teams now that are doing far more and far faster, causing less staff requirements, right? And we're going to see this more and more often, because at the end of the day, if you look at these companies, they're accountable to their shareholders and their board, not to society, right? And if you look, a lot of the focus that you see today, you look at the big news, the government spending or the investments all around, it's always in AI infrastructure, it's in cloud, it's on, chips. No one's really looking at the bigger, much, much bigger problem, which is going to happen really soon, is what's going to happen when all these, let's say white-collar jobs for now, lose their jobs and they don't have the proper transitioning. And you have a period of time where you have all these people now who are, jobless, crime goes up, it's not a good look, and it can be avoided because we do know there's going to be a lot of new jobs. If you transition it properly, there's going to be a lot of jobs in the service industry, the shift-based. We work closely with shift-based companies, so there's a lot of opportunities coming, right? But the problem is no one is focusing on the human side of things. They're just looking at energy, infrastructure. So this is a really good wake-up call. People can't hide behind, corporate culture. People are not working as fast. No, it's because you have AI-enabled teams now. So that could be working, 30%, harder or faster. So yeah, so the economy will slow down unless people start, having these big discussions from a national level as soon as possible.
So from the publication of Business Insider, they did a survey, and they're calling it, this journalist named Jerry White says, the jobs massacre is accelerating. That's a pretty strong word, talking about additional layoffs this year. Google, Microsoft, Meta, Salesforce, IBM, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, and on, even Walmart and Target in retail, Disney, Paramount. And so the acceleration seems to be underway. I think a lot of people are wondering where this is going. How can you use artificial intelligence to help you, but you're suggesting it's actually hurting these people with job cuts?
There are ways, there's ethical ways to use, artificial intelligence. Where we work at Smart Workforce AI, we actually use it for shift-based scheduling, where it actually learns the patterns of the employees, how it can improve their schedules, allows them to swap without having managers. So there are ways to look at ethical AI. The problem is a lot of people now, a lot of CEOs are looking at it as a quick, cash grab. You know what, this is the perfect time. We can increase our revenues, and we're going to feel it. If you look at just last year, we had 1.2 million jobs shaved. That was the highest since the 2008 crash. Hiring was the lowest last year since 2010, and this year it's going to be even worse. So they need to start getting on top of it. The government needs to get involved. They need to create some, AI, artificial intelligence authority, or some sort of like research councils. The problem is you have the layoffs, right? But there's something that no one is paying attention to, which is the silent killer. A lot of companies are profiting, and they're actually, they should be hiring people at this point, but they're seeing that, okay, with our AI tools and our current manpower, there's no need to hire. So the silent killers also, there's no new job. A lot of jobs are not hiring as they should have. AI, which is what you see everywhere, is the layoffs. And if you think about it, right, at this point now, like right now in the morning, some college student is waking up to go to class for a degree that might not even be, needed in a couple of years from now. So there's a lot of ways that they need to start talking, right? The government needs to get involved. They need to get the research councils. They need to do a full educational reevaluation, because if certain jobs are not going to be here, what's the point of getting into debt, putting all this money into it? They need to do a full-on jobs analysis. And at the same time, I think that if a company is looking to profit from letting people go without retraining them, or looking at new jobs into their businesses, there should be some sort of artificial intelligence revenue share where they have to pay for the reskilling if they're in profits, right? But there has to be something, and the framework has to be worked on now. We should not be focusing on infrastructure or energy 5 years down the road.
Mohammed Yousaf, CEO and co-founder of Smart Workforce AI. Appreciate the time this morning. We'll see where it goes.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, if you're a young person considering options for future employment and you have any passion or penchant for the trades, as somebody pointed out to me, AI can't fix your plumbing yet.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
645 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Now, thanks, Larry. And the latest is it is very slow go in a lot of places. So many folks are back to their regular routines, and more volume of traffic on the highways means 51, for example, Sawmill Run Boulevard is backing very heavily, approaching the intersection with Bousman as you try to make your way up to the right-hand turn into the Liberty Tunnels. So you're actually getting in line approaching Bousman all the way back between Maytide and the intersection with Whited Street. So extra time, a great idea if that's your usual route. That's much heavier than we normally see. Parkway West inbound is backing at that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. You're getting slow-go traffic at Edgewood Swissvale ahead of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The lineup on 28 southbound is now between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Extreme cold warning still in place, and looks like it will be. High of just 16 today. Some flurries. We had some light snow overnight around the region. Not everybody got it, but some people got another coating to an inch. But we shouldn't see much in the way of precipitation through the weekend. We're just going to be dealing with the extreme cold temperatures. And right now it's 1 degree and feels like 5 below.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in. Team Huevos.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use
The next time you have an issue with your roof, whether it's a repair, maybe an insurance project, maybe a total roof replacement, JP Roofing and Siding with Joe Potocznik. He knows a little something about doing the best work. In Owens Corning, preferred contractor, upper 1% in America of what he does. And it starts with a free estimate. Phone call 412-829-7711, and Joe is going to give you $1,000 off any complete roof and siding installation project. If you call today, mention KDKA, and ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months. And not just your roof, downspouts, gutters, even siding. It's JP Roofing and Siding. Thank you, Joe.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballarano. The biggest story everyone is talking about is the cleanup as it goes on and on and on and on after the weekend snowstorm. The mayor says they're still getting a ton of 311 calls.
We're seeing where the gaps are. Now it's just trying to get our, DPW workers to those sites.
It's a big challenge, and the big issue now is just the temperatures. You're dealing with ice, a lot of that, and that makes the dig out so much more challenging.
President Trump and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer are reportedly close to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. Schumer wants to take a DHS funding bill out of the larger package of spending bills ahead of tomorrow's deadline. Now, as for the specifics,
they say they want key changes to, in particular, one of the bills related to the Department of Homeland Security. What they're looking for here are a requirement that federal agents wear body cameras as well as not wear masks while they're out in the field.
That's CBS's Jared Hill, by the way.
It'll be interesting to see how this is received, but the clock is ticking. That is the end of tomorrow night.
And the mayor's choices to head the police force and the public safety department. Speaking under oath before city council yesterday, Sheldon Williams is currently the acting public safety director.
There are three ways I think that we can engage with community, and especially how we roll out and we do things with community. We can do for the community, we can do to the community, but I want us to do things with the community.
Interesting, because this, as you reported yesterday, because of what happened with Larry Scarato and the refereeing in college basketball and all of that, they ramped up this part of the process. But this, in a way, also will help the new, both positions, kind of clear the air to hit the reset button going forward.
Sure.
All right, David, thank you.
With multiple Tri-State Neuropathy Centers treatment locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible and successful. Here's Sean Ritchie, founder and DC of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with one of his stories from helping over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life.
James from Youngwood suffered for 10 years. He had all the symptoms of neuropathy, the numbness, the pain, the burning, the stabbing, even had these jumpy legs at night. It was destroying his life, and he had to quit his job. After going through our non-invasive treatment program, we were able to get him pain-free, sleeping again. In fact, he told me he went hunting this year and was able to do it without any problem.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help James. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
If you have a chance, check out our live stream at KDKRadio.com. Also, make sure you download the free Odyssey app. AUDACY really provides you with a lot of options, but you can see many of our guests too, presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com, click on the Watch KDK Radio live stream and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Meanwhile, coming up, what does a partial government shutdown mean? We're going to check in with former KDKA TV political analyst John Delano and find out exactly right after the news at the top of the hour with David Ballarano. Coming to Rivers Casino, February 12th. Get ready to blast off. The Rocket Man show starring Russ Anderson is an Elton John tribute. And Aaron, we've got a pair of tickets to give away. You might as well do it right now, right before people jump in the car. They get it, they're rolling now. 412-922-1020. Caller number 7, 412-922-1020. And we'll give you a pair of tickets to see the Elton John tribute show again February 12th at Rivers Casino. 655 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. See how it's going or not. Here's Ellen.
It's going. In some places, it's going really slowly, especially if you're trying to make your way out of the South Hills or use the Parkway West. So we'll start with the South Hills trek. The 51 ride is quite heavy for you approaching the intersection with Whitehead Street and bumper to bumper from that point all the way down to and making that right-hand turn through the Liberty Tunnels. West Liberty Avenue, Route 19 by comparison, not too tough, just slow go at Pioneer. Parkway West, speaking of slow, it is heavy right around the Parkway Center Mall overpass for you. Outbound toward the airport looks good. Inbound on the Parkway East, very heavy for you between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the tunnels. And then again, as you come down around the bend, heading toward that Oakland-Glenwood exit. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. 16 will be the high today, and tonight mostly cloudy. Could break a record of 4 below zero. That was only set 7 years ago. But these extreme temperatures, I don't think people are exactly getting used to it. But you got to do what you got to do. So we'll continue to deal with it and bring you whatever transpires from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. And again, there have been some modifications and changes. You might want to check that out for your school district.
Stocks stayed mostly steady Wednesday after the Federal Reserve kept interest rates the same. The Dow added 12 points, the Nasdaq netted 40, S&P lost less than a point. Fed Chair Jerome Powell announced no change to the nation's benchmark interest rate, holding firm at 3.6% in the face of further pressure from President Trump. The latest decision comes after 3 straight rate cuts last year, with Powell noting the economy has improved since the board's last meeting as the labor market stabilizes some, and inflation remains above the Fed's desired target of 2%. Gerber is recalling some packages of arrowroot biscuits for teethers because they could contain pieces of paper or plastic. The company says the contamination is linked to its former flour supplier. The biscuits have best by dates between October and December of this year. No injuries or illnesses have been reported. And a new supersized condiment for the Super Bowl will surely step up your snack game ahead of the big game. Heinz has introduced a new keg full of ketchup. Head to the Heinz Instagram page for details on how to bring home your own keg-chup. That's your CBS Money Watch report for this Thursday morning. I'm Jesse Mitchell, CBS News, New York.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Most business owners are focused on running the business day to day. Invoices go out, expenses pile up, and reconciliation keeps getting pushed back. Then all of a sudden, it's tax day, and the books are not reconciled. ZP Accounting helps small businesses stay organized and informed with ongoing accounting support and regular financial review. So when deadlines arrive, your numbers are already accurate and ready. ZP Accounting is currently welcoming new founding clients with preferred pricing on monthly accounting support. Learn more at zpaccounting.com.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 3 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. Despite getting 27 of the 37 trucks back up and adding additional private contractors to the effort, the snow removal in the city of Pittsburgh has still been an uphill battle. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more.
The majority of nearly 1 foot of snow fell on Sunday. The Department of Public Works had 37 trucks break down while they were trying to stay ahead of the storm. There hasn't been much additional snow, but now we're dealing with dangerously cold temperatures. Mayor Corey O'Connor says right now all they can do is what they're doing.
Not only the historic fall that we had in one day, but then the very extreme cold temperatures that we're seeing, even all the way to Saturday night into Sunday, it's going to stay here.
If you were able to shovel out a spot for your car and you saved that spot with a chair, O'Connor asked that you respect the chair. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
Acting Pittsburgh Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando also addressed a series of reports that he allegedly sent crude texts to an officer in his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
President Trump and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer were reportedly close to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. Schumer wants to take Department of Homeland Security funding out of a larger package of spending bills ahead of tomorrow's deadline. CBS's Jared Hill says the proposals Democrats want could be addressed in an executive order.
The administration might be working with Democrats to try and figure out a way to have some sort of executive action on the back end so that there could be changes implemented, not necessarily written in the legislation.
It's back. Pittsburgh Public School Board members say they're ready to take up again the plan to look at closing and consolidating several schools due to dwindling enrollments. The Future Ready plan had initially failed to pass when the board voted on it late last year. The board voted unanimously last night to explore the issue again, though it's likely to be heavily revised due to concerns of the board members who voted against the plan the first time around. Pennsylvania gets an F, actually 3 of them, in its latest report card from the American Lung Association when it comes to its tobacco control efforts, specifically for its funding for tobacco prevention and control, for the sale of flavored tobacco products, and for its taxation. Elizabeth Hensel, Director of Advocacy for the ALA, says big changes need to happen for Pennsylvania to get better grades.
It's really unfortunate. You talk to some of the youth and they don't think that vaping is bad. They only know that smoking is bad. They don't understand that they can end up with a collapsed lung. They can end up with lung cancer. They can end up with all of the exact same things with vaping that they can for cigarettes.
KDKA Sports brought to you by Natsko Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer, and by Coons Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh hometown grocer. Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure last night, 87-79. Robert Morris, however, beat IUPUI 74-58. KDKA Radio News Time 7:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It's currently 3 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. Saturday will be cloudy and quite cold in Pittsburgh with a chance of some snow or flurries, high in the upper teens. Mostly cloudy Sunday, a little snow or flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
7:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, thanks, Larry. Keeping an eye on some slowdowns, minor, but slowdowns nonetheless, around a disabled vehicle. It looks like it's off in what isn't much of a shoulder. It's snow covered and very packed with snow. As you're coming southbound on I-279 at the Parkway North near Bellevue Westview, it has its flashers on. Earlier there was a flare pattern there too. Folks are tapping the brakes as they get past that. Otherwise, the Parkway North is rolling well. Now the HOV lanes, it certainly looks like they've been working to clear the HOV lanes themselves, but on and off ramps are not yet cleared for you, so not able to be using those. Parkway East inbound, a slow go for you at Edgewood Swissvale. You have some very heavy traffic as you come city side on the Parkway East 376 and round the bend past the Oakland Glenwood exit. Looks like very congested traffic for you as you use Bates Street to get up to the Boulevard of the Allies there. Parkway West inbound stacks at the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some sunshine today. A few flurries. It'll be frigid, the high 16. A few evening flurries, then partly cloudy and bitterly cold tonight, though 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Thank you, Joe. It's 1 above and feels like 4 below.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Extreme cold warning still in place from the National Weather Service, and there are a multitude of schools continue to be closed on remote learning. Some have transitioned to even 2-hour delays, and if you get more information, we can make that easy for you if you'd like that at kdkradio.com. Federal government shutdown, a partial shutdown looming. And it was just last year when a record 43 days of the government shutdown began on October 1st. And joining us, former KDKA TV reporter, political analyst, John Delano. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Larry. Great to be with you and all your listeners.
I'm sure while people are focused on dealing with the extreme cold and the dig out and all of that, hearing a partial government shutdown is possible, probably saying, didn't we just do this?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I can't tell you the number of people I run into who say, government shutdown? That again? So let me just review very briefly what happens. The government's fiscal year, that is the federal government's year, begins October 1st. That's kind of weird, but that's the way it works. And the Congress and the president have to fund the government by September 30th. And every year, whether it's a Republican Congress like now or a Democratic Congress like before, they fail to do that. And when they fail to do that, government shuts down unless they pass something called a continuing resolution. And what happened last fall was that they couldn't agree on continuing funding for the government through the current year, which began October 1st. So as you pointed out, there was a 43-day shutdown. Well, they passed a continuing resolution that expires at midnight Saturday morning. What does that mean? That means that at midnight Saturday morning, some of the government will no longer be funded. Part of the government is funded because they did pass bills funding them through September 30th. This is full of weeds, and I'm not going to go all there. But bottom line is we've got 8 government agencies, or departments, I should say, that will not be funded to the tune of $1.2 trillion starting on Saturday unless Congress passes another continuing resolution. So I think what most people care about is, well, what does it mean to me as an average person? Bottom line, what it means is that certain government services will not be available. For example, Treasury Department is one of those agencies funded. IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, just when we're filing our tax returns, is going to shut down. Now, the IRS is saying that if you file electronically with automatic deposit of refunds, that may not be affected. But if you need help with the IRS or with your tax return, you may have to wait. Air traffic controllers, they're not going to get paid. You remember all of that stuff, Larry?
Again.
Again. So they won't be paid. They'll have to work on basically sufferance. Some education programs, that's a department that's also affected along with transportation. Head Start programs may not be funded. And the big issue is the Department of Homeland Security. That's the rub that's causing the problem right now. And the irony is that even though they will not technically be funded through this year, they have so much money because the Republican Congress and President Trump pumped a lot of money into that agency last year, new money. They've got $178 billion. They're going to be able to continue to do whatever they do, regardless of what happens. But that's the stumbling block, the issue with Democrats, and I can go into that if you want.
Well, we're with John Delano on KDKA. That said, back up for a moment, because
Sure.
I think you caught people's ear when you said IRS. You're right.
Yeah.
Anybody that has their W-2 and wants to get, if they're eligible for a refund, they want to get that filed anyway as soon as they can to get their hands on that refund money.
That's right.
But of all agencies, you're right, it's prime time for the IRS. So
it is. And it's really important to understand that the IRS at the moment, at least during the later or earlier shutdowns, they were able to process returns that are all electronic, including electronic refunds that go to your bank account. If it involves any kind of paper, and by the way, and the math has to add up, their machines calculate this stuff. So if your tax return is perfect, no mistakes, and you file it electronically, you probably will still get your refund in a somewhat timely basis. At least that's what we're hearing at the moment. But if you have any issues at all or any problems at all or you need help at all, the government, if it shuts down on Saturday, there won't be the folks to help. So, yeah, it's a big issue for I think, for a lot of people. Let me just quickly add, Social Security is not affected. Medicare is not affected. Medicaid is not affected. SNAP, the food nutrition programs, are not affected by this particular partial shutdown.
Well, thanks for clarifying that. I'm sure that's comforting news for the folks who are directly affected by those agencies.
Right.
But let's now talk about the big sticking point. It's the funding of Homeland Security, a political hot potato because of what's transpiring. And it, based on the divisive nature of everything we've seen around that may not get done.
Well, what the Democrats in the Senate are insisting on are what they call common sense rules that brings the Department of Homeland Security back to basic American reality. Rules of conduct they want to see put in place. For example, we don't need masked agents snatching people off the street, American citizens off the street. They ought to carry ID so that everybody knows who's doing what, so that if officers do something wrong, they can be prosecuted. I mean, these are the kinds of things that the Democrats are calling for, and frankly, some Republicans are too. And so the issue is the Democrats in the Senate want to put this into law in this particular bill, and so far the Republican senators who run the Senate have resisted this. But there's some side talks going on now between the Democratic leader and President Trump on a theory that maybe there's a way to do this without affecting the government funding bill. The biggest sticking point is that nobody on the Democratic side trusts President Trump, and that even if he issues an executive order putting in place rules of conduct affecting DHS, the next day he could, retract it.
Well, my question would be, aren't there already rules of conduct? Apparently there are not, and I don't know what the required training level is, but I think the optics alone, if you could, and it's almost impossible to do so, take politics out of it, the optics of masked
terrible,
people
terrible
in the streets of the city. And I think any reasonable person would say, look, illegal immigrants, criminals in particular, that has to be addressed. But it was being addressed. It just became more obvious when quotas were put out there. And so, but when you have mass people snatching people, it's the optics are horrible.
Yeah, they're horrible, and particularly when it results in death of two very legitimate American citizens who are out there protesting, and they all have a right. Everybody has a right to protest. That the killing of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, and then you couple that with that young 5-year-old being snatched off the street with his father. This is not America. And I think most Americans, regardless of party, know this is not the way we do things in the United States of America. And I think the president's come to that realization, too. At least one hopes that he has. So the question is whether they can cut a deal in time to avert the government shutdown, because, as you point out, the optics of what's happening in Minnesota are just awful.
John, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, always good to be with you. Stay warm, everybody.
You got it. John Delano, formerly with KDKA-TV, who's now in private practice, we'll put it that way. He retired officially, but still appreciate his insight. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update from Ellen Gamble.
Oh, thank you, Larry. And the update is a lot of folks are getting back to their regular routines, finally. Certainly not an easy ride because of that, because we have greater volume on the highways. 51 northbound continues to be more stop than go for you. Sorry to say, it's backing into Overbrook well before the intersection with Whited Street as you make your way up toward the Liberty tunnels. No accidents there, just lots of heavy traffic. And of course, in many places, you're finding your travel lanes are narrowed because there's still so much snow on the ground in or near the travel lanes. And you definitely are seeing slow go traffic as well on the Parkway West inbound. That's backing for you right after you crest the top of Green Tree Hill. We're getting reports of an accident in the 7500 block of McKnight Road in Ross Township. This would put it near the entrance to Ross Park Mall Drive, so watch for crews headed to the scene there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says a high of just 16 today. Extreme cold warning in place from the National Weather Service. Few flurries, not anticipating any accumulating snow, and we could drop below zero again tonight. And we'll be monitoring that with a high on Friday of only 14. Coming up next, are you smarter than an anchor man? We could use your help. A lifeline for me, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. My lifeline partner will receive $25 gift certificate from Coons Quality Foods.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
5 hospitals: Butler Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland. At Independence Health System, your care begins with a personal relationship between you and your primary care physician, joined by our specialists and advanced practice providers serving their own communities when you need it most. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
7:19 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at our 7:30 report with David Ballarado.
Larry, people should be seeing more cleared off streets around Pittsburgh today. We'll have more coming up at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for Are You Smarter Than an Anchorman? 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And every Thursday at this time, now our normally steadfast anchorman, Paul Rasmussen. He will be returning after a tendon issue. He should be back Monday. So, David Ballarado, you've got to do this again.
Yeah.
You've mentally prepared?
I was hoping for more radio obscure history like we had last week. I got all the questions right. But
yeah, I catered that specifically to, I tried to give him a little nudge.
So here's how this works. Erin Farragoni, our producer, asks the question. She picks the categories. Steelers history trivia today. I'm hoping I can do well, and we have a lifeline contestant, George. Where are you from, George?
Hey, good morning, Larry. Over in Robinson Township.
All right. Is your last name actually Armstrong?
It sure is.
George Armstrong. That's a famous name, isn't it?
Well, I guess if I was Louis or Neil, yeah.
All right. Well, hang in there. I might need your help. Aaron, where do we start?
Do I get to use the lifeline because I'm going up?
No, it's only for Larry.
I'm going
David.
up against the Acrisure Stadium Steelers.
Hey, you're in the anchor booth. I'm so sorry. You're in the anchor booth. It is what it is. All right, Larry, you're going first. Ready?
Go ahead.
Steelers head coach. Who was the only Steelers head coach to lose a home game on Monday Night Football?
Chuck Noll.
Okay, what year? 1991, 1993, or 1989? That's just bonus, because that is correct. Oh, sorry,
Oops.
David.
Oh.
Okay, wait, David, let's see if you can guess the year.
I want to say it was 1991 because I think that led to his eventual dismissal or his encourage to dismiss himself.
Okay. Dave, that's correct. Wait, that is right, but the way that you delivered
all right.
that. All right, moving on.
So it's 1-1.
It's 1-1. Two former Steelers head coaches were inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as players before they were inducted as coaches. Do we know who?
Dick LeBeau. Who was
I think I know who the other one is. Is it Mean Joe Green?
No, you both are wrong.
What?
Yeah.
How can I? Hey, George, jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
Aaron?
That's a good question. I would have to. So you said Dick LeBeau, one of them, correct?
But it's wrong.
That's wrong? Okay.
Yeah, we were both wrong.
Okay. Whew. Man, I want to say Jimmy Haslett, but I think I'm wrong on that one, too.
There's so many. I didn't realize there were, I'm thinking about the previous coaches that we know.
Thanks, Aaron, for making me look bad.
I'll tell you guys who after so that we can get on to our next.
Wait, no.
You want to know?
Yeah, tell us
Okay,
now.
all right. Johnny Blood McNally. Do you guys know
Yes.
him? And then
Him and I used to go to Jack's on the South Side. Go ahead.
and then Walt Chrisling.
Who?
Walt Chrisling.
Kiesling.
Yeah, Kiesling. Thank you. I knew I was saying that wrong.
That was too hard a question.
Well, you know what? I had to get you guys. You
Come
guys got
on,
the first
Aaron.
one. Okay. Which former last one, which former Steelers head coach went on to become co-founder of the Philadelphia Eagles and then served as NFL commissioner for a brief time? Burt Bell, Jim Leonard, or Jock Sutherland?
I know it.
I don't, so
Well, David, just take a guess.
I'll guess Jock Sutherland.
Okay, Larry?
George, do you know it?
Burt Bell.
Burt Bell.
Ding, ding. Okay, 2-1. David, you got it last week. Larry gets it today.
There you go. Are you smarter than an anchor man? In this case, George and I are. Thank you, George, for participating.
All right, thank you.
We're going to hit you up with a Coons Quality Foods $25 gift certificate. Use it wisely. Get toilet paper and milk. All right, that was George. And right now, we're going to transition to Jared Bacher, who is the CEO and executive director of Visit Pittsburgh. And he's actually been a wise contestant with us on this in the past. Jared, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm just really thankful that I didn't get all of the legacy Steelers questions in our round. That was impressive.
Well, in full disclosure, I saw you on the big board at Acrisure during the Steeler games. That was pretty cool.
That was very cool. It was obviously continuing with our partnership with the Steelers to promote the NFL draft coming up. But it was kind of fun to certainly do that and see myself on that size of a screen. It was really, really a lot of fun.
I got to announce you at the stadium, and now here you are. So our chat brought to you by Visit Pittsburgh. If you haven't visited visitpittsburgh.com, you need to. There's a lot of great things and resources there for you. But Pittsburgh brand, what is that all about?
Yeah, so as we're 84 days out from the draft that'll kick off on April 23rd, as we all know, we're making sure that a lot of the details are starting to fall into place in a pretty rapid fashion. And obviously when we look at the NFL and everything that they're doing for the draft site itself, and as we all know, all of these major organizations like the NFL, FIFA, and many others certainly do a lot to protect their IP and the branding and so forth. So everything that's NFL draft related is really tied back to the site itself on the North Shore and Point State Park. But what we're seeing is a ton of events that are popping up all over the region. And so we wanted to give them an umbrella brand, if you will, to really make sure that we're able to capture all of those in one context. So we're creating a calendar of events and some other things, but we leaned into the famous saying that comes with the NFL draft, the pick is in. We layered that on top of Pittsburgh as a city, and so we came up with a brand of the pick is in Pittsburgh as the umbrella brand for all of the events that are going on all across the region.
I think that's a great idea, and it fits right in with the kind of the motif of our region.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the there's so many things from concerts and neighborhood events going on that's starting to bubble up onto the calendar of events. One of the things that we're really excited about is working with our partners over at P3R and kicking off a 5K, which registration is now open for, which will be on that Saturday morning. So it'll be really exciting to see the several thousand runners that P3R typically turns out to finish their 5K run at the NFL draft site.
I love that visitpittsburgh.com will be a clearinghouse, too, for information all about the draft, which is, as you pointed out, just around the corner, and it can't come soon enough as long as it's warmer in April.
Looking out onto the ice on the Allegheny River this morning, we're certainly looking forward to warmer days.
Jared, always appreciate your time. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Larry. Stay warm.
Brought to you by Visit Pittsburgh. Jared Bacher, CEO and Executive Director. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks much, Larry. And boy, the brake lights are out. Folks are getting back into their routines, and it shows on the area roads. Parkway West on the inbound ride is heavy before the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound is slow go as well in that area as you pass the Green Tree exit and overpass. 51 northbound stacking well before Whited Street as you make your way toward the backside of the Liberty tunnels, trying to get into town that way. And West Liberty Avenue is now stacking almost to Brookside as it approaches that same intersection. If folks are trying to use the West End as an alternative, you're getting heavier traffic now on South Main Street. Parkway North rolls well. No HOV lanes for you, but 28, lots of stop and go for you all the way from the Route 8 exit on and off the brakes down toward the 31st. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The weather is frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market.
Pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Blackberries or raspberries, 6-ounce packages, 2 for $6. Essential everyday potato chips, 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4. Come see us at Coons.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Larry Richard here for Larimores. My made-to-measure suit from Larimores is the perfect blend of old-fashioned tailoring and contemporary style. I'll be wearing it at the next Pittsburgh Speaker Series, or check it out on my social media. Thanks, Larimores.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 2 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. Depending on where you live in the city, your snow situation varies. And for those who are still more or less snowed in, help is on the way. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more on that.
From broken down trucks to below zero temperatures, the Department of Public Works and several private contractors can't seem to get ahead of the demand. Mayor Corey O'Connor says tens of thousands of tons of snow have been removed, and they'll continue to work around the clock. If you've shoveled your own spot, O'Connor says you should be fine.
Obviously, Pittsburgh, there's a lot of chairs popping up on your street, so please respect the chair law, whatever you want to call it, in the neighborhoods.
O'Connor says the challenge now is where to put the snow and how do you remove those huge piles of ice. Paul Alexander, News Radio KDKA.
Allegheny County Police are investigating an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township Wednesday. KDKA TV's Jennifer Barrasso looked at the criminal complaint against the man who was shot.
And according to it, Khalil Collier got upset that a maintenance worker at his apartment complex entered that apartment of his when he wasn't home, and he confronted him, and basically things got physical. Argument broke out in a stairwell, and he demanded the worker go to his apartment. That worker refused. That's when police say he pulled the gun out.
After repeated commands by police to drop the gun, they say Collier refused, and there was an eventual exchange of gunfire. Collier is currently in critical condition at a local hospital and has been charged with a number of crimes. State police are also now investigating after reports of a shots-fired incident in Aliquippa. This happened near the Sheffield Towers just after 5:30 last night. Police there had responded to a call and then asked the state police to take over the investigation. No injuries or victims have been reported, but state police say this is an ongoing case. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Robert Morris beat IUPUI 74-58, and Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure 87-79. KDKA Radio News Time 7:32. Our next update's at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel fuel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late-model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
So, the best food in this area is in Oakmont right now. The Lot at Edgewater, the Pub at 333, Hofstadt's, Michael A's, Vinny's Tavern, and the place that started it all, Carnivores. I'm telling you, folks, I've eaten at all of them, and my man JK, the Oakmont Restaurant King, delivers nothing but the best. Oakmont, the best food, the best community. Check it out.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We have this window, and it needs replaced. And I'm sitting here because I've been talking to the folks at Windows Direct, and they've got this deal right now. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. And check this out. You get $1,000 off your entire project and 0% interest for 60 months. You can spread out the payments. 60 months interest free, $1,000 off. And all you got to say is, I love my windows. 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble, and that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200 or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
7:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And while coming down the Parkway North, I-279 just has a little bit of a bunching for you approaching Bellevue, Westview, and Perrysville. Once you get down to the lower portion of the East Street Valley and try to cross the Veterans Bridge, we're finding very slow-go traffic there and sluggish traffic on 579, the Crosstown Expressway, getting past the exits for 6th and 7th Avenue. We had reports of an earlier accident in that area, so just heads up as you travel there. Easy to see the brake lights for you coming from the eastern suburbs. You're backing up on the Parkway East 376 right at the Wilkinsburg interchange. And 28 southbound is heavy at Millvale approaching the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West inbound is solid for you in both directions at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cold weather advisory in effect until 11 this morning, then again from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of snow flurries and a high of 16. A few evening flurries tonight, and then partly cloudy and bitterly cold overnight, though 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. It is 1 degree. Feels like 5 below.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
With the extreme cold, many schools are on either remote, flexible learning or closed still. Some have changed and transitioned to delays, and we have the entire list at KDKRadio.com anytime, and I have a feeling we'll be doing the same thing tomorrow, too, since the cold snap is in place. That said, every Thursday at this time, we check in with the good Dr. Mike Hutchinson, Animal General, LaSalle Plaza in Cranberry. And Doc, good morning. I thought of you because of this extreme cold, and do you know why?
No, I don't.
By the way, you can see Dr. Mike on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. No fire in the fireplace? What's going on up there in the far?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
So I thought of you for this reason. The extreme cold has one benefit that I know of.
Yes.
Now you know what I'm talking about.
Now we're going to see some ticks die.
It could help tamp down the tick explosion in southwestern Pennsylvania. But as I understand, Doc, all kidding aside, this area has one of the highest tick populations anywhere, and the extreme cold will help.
It will help. I wish there wasn't snow on it to insulate them, because that helps protect them. They get under the leaves, number one, and then the snow goes on top. And believe it or not, even we have drifts out here, where I'm at, we got 22 inches up here. And then the drifts were the worst part. When you go out, when it's 32 degrees out or above, they're going to be coming out through that snow looking for a blood meal. And we see it every single month. Even this month, we see ticks that are engorged on dogs. People bring them in thinking that there's a tumor on the dog. And it's an engorged tick, because you see how big they can get. They can get the size of a grape when they get engorged. I brought some in so you could never forget that.
Yes, John Shumway and I have never been right since, that was many moons ago, Doc. You brought in a whole litany of parasites, and that I can't unsee them, put it that way.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, but it will help at least a little bit with some of the tick population. So
it definitely will help.
That said, and we'll get to the question about dealing with extreme cold with your pets. But first, Megan in Elwood City wants to know, our dog seems to drink a lot of water on some days and less on others. How do we know what's a normal amount versus is there something wrong? He weighs about 35 pounds.
Megan, that's a fantastic question, because one of the signs of disease in dogs and cats is that they'll start drinking excessively and then urinating excessively. We call it PUPD, polyuria, urinating a lot, and polydipsia, drinking a lot. And probably a good average is about an ounce per pound per day. So a 35-pound dog, you'd figure a quart and maybe a half a cup more. It would be normal amount for the day. Now, if it's drinking a lot more than that, and then it would probably be peeing a lot more, I would say get that dog into your veterinarian. They usually start getting lethargic around that time. Not always, but that would be excessive. If it seems to be about that amount, fluctuations day to day, depending on their activity, that's okay. So figure about an ounce per pound per day, 35 ounces, a quart's 32 ounces. So about a quart of water a day.
All right, we move on to Allison and Jeanette, and I need your help with one of the words in her question. It says, Jackson, our lab mix, gets the zoomies every evening. Is that just normal pent-up energy, or should we adjust his exercise routine? What is a zoomie?
You said that perfect. Did you ever see the dogs where they just take off and they're darting all over the place and they just get bursts of energy? And we used to see it a lot. Yes, that is pent up energy. And if you exercise them more during the day, remember, a tired dog is a good dog. You'll see less zoomies. But it's that is pent up energy. Good question. I always say more mental stimulation during the day, more exercise if you can. In this weather, it's an excuse. You can't keep them out too long in this weather.
And let's be honest, there are some breeds that are more zoomy than others, and certainly labs are very active.
100% was what I was going to say, Labradors.
All right, dear Dr. Mike, Tom in Mount Lebanon wants to know, would like to start giving our dog joint and skin supplements. How do we know which products are truly useful versus just marketing ploys?
Another good question. Years ago, I think it was 2020, did a special on, joint supplements for people. And they found like over 90% of them were like taking a rock, that it wasn't absorbed. It'd go through your body unchanged. So absorption is key, and very good question. So the veterinary products that we know about, those are the only ones I can really recommend because I know that they're absorbed in the animals. Things like Dasaquin, you've heard of Cosequin, Glycoflex is another one. And then the fatty acid supplements, there's several, but Well-Actin would be a great brand out there that we know there's some research behind. I mean, none of these have fantastic research, but we see them given to animals for years and those animals benefiting. So even the veterinarians highly recommend a lot of these products. But that's a great question. I wouldn't just give one that, lists a bunch of ingredients on the bottle. I would look for one that we know works.
Yeah, and let's be honest, there are a bunch of human over-the-counter products, too, that are supposed to do this and that. You really have to do your homework. All right, before you go, Doc, this extreme weather can have extreme circumstances for pets outdoors.
Yeah, I always tell people in this kind of weather, it's best that they're indoors. We take them out for their potty breaks. Maybe they just want to go to the bathroom, turn around and come in. And I know I'm a big fan of exercise, but in this weather, we have to watch our dogs very carefully. Remember, they get frostbite just like we do, and it might not show up for a few days. So you don't want to leave them outside saying they're okay. Frostbite on their ears, on their tails, even on their feet. And that's very painful in them too. So, just watch your dogs carefully. Even the long-haired undercoats, like my long-haired shepherd and some huskies, if they're indoors most of the year, they are not geared up for this weather. Sure, they do better a little bit longer than most dogs because they have that extra fur, but, get them back inside. If it's uncomfortable for you, it's uncomfortable for your pets.
And how many dogs are you up to now?
Well, I just have 2, but if you count grand dogs, we have 5.
That's unbelievable. Just remember, you're the alpha dog.
Yeah, exactly. Woof, woof.
All right, Doc. Always good to catch up. We'll see you next Thursday right here on the Big K Morning Show. Give my best to Beth.
I will do. Same to Cindy, and stay warm, everyone.
All right, go to animalgeneral.net. We have a link at KDKA-radio.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters, doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
745 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks much, Larry. Reports of an accident in Harrison Township on Freeport Road near Idaho Avenue. Do watch for that. If you're coming southbound out of the Allegheny Valley, Route 28 is heavy around the Shaler Waterworks, and then again from Millvale down to the 31st Street Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And let's check on the weather with meteorologist Joe Lundberg from AccuWeather. Joe, good morning.
Hello there. Good morning, Larry.
So we have this extreme cold locked in through the weekend. When are we going to get above freezing?
Not till probably the end of next week, and even then, barely. I mean, we're in an impressive stretch of extraordinary cold. I think that our current projections would take us to next Thursday before the chances that we get above freezing barely. That would be like a run of almost 14 consecutive days.
Yeah, that's one of the great challenges. We had the heavy snowfall over the weekend, and then that was followed by this extreme cold, and not much is melting out there. A lot of people still digging out.
Yeah, and even though we're not going to see much in the way of snowfall going forward, the big storm this weekend is going to be really for parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and then up into southeastern New England. It'll completely miss us. It's still going to keep us very, very cold. Now, I do think that the cold backs down a little bit the first part of next week, but we still don't make it to freezing until maybe Thursday. And it looks like another front will try to come through and more cold air is locked in. And really the pattern for the entire month of February, Larry, is below normal. I think temperatures are probably going to average 2 to 4 degrees below normal during the month of February. That's from our long-range team.
So I'm guessing you're predicting that Phil on Groundhog Day Monday is going to see his shadow in 6 more weeks of winter.
That would be my prediction based on what I'm seeing, in terms of our climate going forward. This is a real winter. I mean, this is something like we've not seen an awful lot of in the last several years.
And again, reiterate, this nor'easter that's developing is not anticipated to affect us directly here.
No, not at all. In fact, we at best, I think, may see some snow showers for a time Saturday night into early Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be much. Most of that's going to be to our south and east. Really, the places to watch are going to be parts of upstate South Carolina, North Carolina. My son near the Asheville area, he's going to be getting hit with it, and all the way up to the southern half of the Delmarva Peninsula, maybe to Wildwood, and then Cape Cod of the islands. And when that storm deepens, there's going to be a lot of wind with it, beach erosion, and in some of the hardest hit areas of southeast Virginia and southeast New England, it's going to be a full-fledged blizzard.
Wow. Appreciate the update, Joe. Thank you.
All right, stay warm, Larry.
Meteorologist Joe Lundberg at AccuWeather's headquarters.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
At 75 years old, all drivers should have to retake the road test. If you're good to drive, what's the problem with doing this? But drivers who are 65 plus are involved in about 60% of all crashes into buildings, yet they make up only about 19% of all drivers.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballarado. The cleanup goes on after the weekend snowstorm, and the mayor says they're still getting a ton of 311 calls about snow-covered streets.
We're seeing where the gaps are. Now it's just trying to get our, DPW workers to those sites.
And I would imagine those calls will keep coming because based on people have posted videos and pictures all around the city. Marty Griffin has posted a lot too. There's a lot of work to do.
President Trump and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer apparently are reportedly close to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. Schumer wants to take a DHS funding bill out of a larger package of spending bills ahead of tomorrow's deadline.
They say they want key changes to, in particular, one of the bills related to the Department of Homeland Security. What they're looking for here are a requirement that federal agents wear body cameras as well as not wear masks while they're out in the field.
That's CBS's Jared Hill, by the way.
And just talking to KDKA TV's John Delano in this 7 o'clock hour, there will be major effects if they do even a partial shutdown. And one of them is kind of messing with the IRS at tax time.
Well, I heard last night that the president doesn't want that to happen. And the reason why is because of the tax breaks that apparently people are saying in the big, beautiful bill. And so that's very important for him to try to avert that. So that's why this deal between Trump and Schumer may actually be able to keep this from happening.
Well, I hope it bears fruit for all concerned.
And the mayor's choices to head the police force and the public safety department, speaking under oath yesterday before City Council, Sheldon Williams is the acting public safety director.
There are three ways I think that we can engage with community, and especially how we roll out and we do things with community. We can do for the community. We can do to the community, but I want us to do things with the community.
And this is a process that was an added layer after Larry Scarrato and what happened after he went back to basketball refereeing in college after being the chief.
Right. While being the chief.
Yeah. And what's maybe good about this is they kind of get a chance to hit the reset button and just clear the air to start their new jobs.
Sure.
We anticipate both will be approved, by the way.
Yes.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. International paper is said to be exploring a breakup. Sources tell us the packaging giant is weighing splitting into two publicly traded companies by spinning off its European packaging business. IP could announce its plans this week, barring any last-minute snags. Shares of the company have dropped almost 30% in the past year. No comment so far from IP. No change in interest rates yesterday from the Federal Reserve. Stocks finished the trading session yesterday little changed. This morning, stock futures are heading for a higher open. And soaring electricity needs for artificial intelligence data centers is giving a bump to Caterpillar. The company is among the world's top makers of mining and construction equipment, and its power and energy business has gained traction from the AI data center boom. The firm's iconic yellow machines are deployed across several industries and regions, so its sales are a barometer of the health of the global economy. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
In this extreme weather, I think about all those folks who work outside, and so does Joe Potocnik, including his own crews. They do what they can when they can, and a lot of people are dealing with roof leaking issues because of the freeze that has gone on. Anything that was wet and has caused some leaks in roofs around the region. JP Roofing and Siding, and Joe, 45 years in, can help. If you have an insurance claim, for instance, they can walk you through the process A to Z so it doesn't have to feel overwhelming. And you also got to make sure repairs are done the right way. That's why you get a free estimate first with JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. JP Roofing and Siding. Thank you, Joe.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
7:55 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And crews are working to clear an accident in Harrison Township. Heads up on Freeport Road near the intersection with Idaho Avenue. As you come out of the Allegheny Valley this morning, 28 is actually not too tough. You do have some congestion between the 40th and 31st Street bridges as you try to head toward the North Shore or North Side exits. Also coming from the north, a little bit of a slowdown for you down through the East Street Valley, and then sluggish traffic across the Veterans Bridge and heading onto the Crosstown Expressway. We had reports of an accident there earlier. Parkway East inbound solid at Wilkinsburg. If you're trying to come inbound on East Carson Street 837, you are backed up before Becks Run Road all the way past that intersection and down toward the Hot Metal Bridge. Very slow go there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use this directed.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling.
With winter's grip in full force, it's time to consider replacing your old, inefficient heating and cooling system. Air Pro and Bryant's low-cost plans fit your budget. Furnace replacements for as low as $65 a month, 0% financing. Furnace and AC systems for as low as $130 a month. 10-year warranty on parts, 5 years on labor.
You can't afford not to call Air Pro Heating and Cooling for the lowest prices, longest warranties, and 0% financing. Air Pro, locally owned, locally known.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 5 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. With some bus routes still impacted by snow, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says downtown is now the focus of their cleanup efforts. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
PRT says it's deploying its own snowplows and dump trucks to clear bus stops, stations, and connections, focusing on areas where snow is limiting boarding and accessibility. Crews have already cleared the busways and park and ride lots, and they'll be working downtown Thursday and Friday if needed to make sure riders can safely make connections as traffic increases. Transit officials say the goal is to improve reliability and access while helping keep the city moving during the ongoing cleanup. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The man who was injured in an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township Wednesday is in critical condition at a local hospital, charged with aggravated assault, assault on a law enforcement officer, and more. 31-year-old Khalil Collier allegedly became agitated when a maintenance worker had apparently entered his apartment. Allegheny County Police Superintendent Christopher Kern says all this eventually led to an armed standoff with officers from several departments.
Yes, they were there for approximately 15 minutes attempting to get him to drop the gun, comply, and take him to custody safely.
But several rounds of shots were eventually fired, and Collier was hit several times. The investigation into this continues. A dramatic scene on the Allegheny River yesterday when a man was allegedly trying to dodge police by walking along the frozen river. He was wanted for allegedly trespassing at the former VA site earlier in the afternoon. He was tracked by police for miles before he was finally taken into custody along Freeport Road in Harmer. No one was injured when a driver repeatedly slammed his car into a synagogue in Brooklyn. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has more.
When police arrived at the world headquarters of Chabad Lubavitch last night, they saw the man slam his car into a side door of the building, back up, and do it again. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the driver is in custody.
Out of an abundance of caution, the NYPD has significantly increased security around houses of worship.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, and violence or intimidation against Jewish New Yorkers is unacceptable.
Police are investigating the attack as a hate crime. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Plans are underway to spruce up the Westmoreland Mall area in Hempfield. According to the Trib, the township is working with engineers to improve a bridge along East Pittsburgh Street in front of the mall by adding pedestrian access from the mall area to businesses on Route 30. Those plans include improving signage and lighting in the area and making it more welcoming for the business corridor. The project is set to go out to bids this year. Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar says she's running for governor of Minnesota. The four-term senator made that announcement on X, vowing to take on the Trump administration to find common ground and to fix things in the state. Current Governor Tim Walz dropped his bid for a third term earlier this month. Klobuchar gives Democrats a high-profile candidate as they try to keep the office in their hands.
These times call for leaders who can stand up and not be rubber stamps of this administration, but who are also willing to find common ground and fix things in our state.
KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Duquesne lost to St. Bonaventure last night. The final was 87-79. Robert Morris, however, came out on top in their game against IUPUI, winning that matchup 74-58. KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. It's 5 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Leave last year's dirt behind and start fresh with a call to Zero Res, my carpet heroes. So you think Zero Res, you think carpets, but they do so much more. How about tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, any surface, and air ducts too? And right now, you can take advantage of an opportunity to get 3 months of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all the regular services when you ask for the KDKA special. And there is so much to explore. I know having so many people over the holidays, yeah, you want to call Zero Res and make it right. All that stuff that's ground into your carpet, time to make the call 412-701-1188 or visit ZeroResPGH.com. Over 10,000 reviews on Google, 4.9 rating, the best of the best. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. It's 8:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen Gamble, what you got?
I got a lot of bumper to bumper out there, Larry. It looks like folks are finally emerging from their homes and hitting the highways, getting back into their normal routines, and they have a lot of company out there. So, folks, if you are traveling on the Parkway West, inbound and outbound, it's very sluggish right at the top of Green Tree Hill as you either head toward the airport in the western suburbs or come inbound toward town there. Behind the Liberty Tunnels, also very clogged. 51 northbound is backing at Edgebrook. West Liberty Avenue stacks between Brookside and Pioneer. 837's easing off, but you still have a lot of stop and go. This is East Carson Street, of course, between Bex Run Road and the Hot Metal Bridge. Parkway East back solidly at the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 southbound has actually eased off, though. That's a bit of good news. Just a little bit slow past the 31st. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of flurries, high 16. Some evening flurries, then partly cloudy and frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. Tomorrow, frigid with clouds and sun, high just 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 1 degree feels like 5 below zero.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Extreme cold still an issue. It will be for the foreseeable future through the weekend, actually. And our high today only 16, and as I just mentioned, feels like 5 below zero. So many schools are still on their remote plan or closed, or some have transitioned to delays. You want to see the list at any time, it's KDKRadio.com. Every Thursday, we look forward to our conversation with our Hall of Fame broadcast friend, Bill Hillgrove. And what a week it has been in this town for sports. You can see Bill on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Good morning, William.
Good morning, Larry. How goes it this fine fireside morning?
Yeah, you know, sitting by a fire sounds really good right now with a nice hot cup of coffee. When there's a transition of a Steelers coach in this town, as you know, it's a big deal. It, I think, was leaked out initially Saturday, and then, of course, the Steelers had to react with that. They had a verbal agreement made official on Tuesday with Art Rooney and Omar Khan introducing Mike McCarthy. Wanted to get your thoughts on Greenfield Mike.
Well, you're right. We're not, as Steeler fans, used to changes that major. They occur about as often as a blue moon. And, you know, I thought about it and I said, you know, the Rooneys have broken their pattern. They've always hired a young, bright assistant coordinator and allowed him time to become a head coach. In this day and age in the NFL, what have you done for me lately? I don't think that kind of thing exists anymore. They had to hire somebody with experience. He certainly has that. Great job at Green Bay. Didn't do as well at Dallas, but then he had to work for Jerry Jones, and I'll leave it right there.
Yeah, I agree. So what do you know about Mike McCarthy, I mean, the roots run deep through this town. His parents still live here. His dad was a firefighter. Everybody seems to have a Mike McCarthy story. Somebody said he was a bouncer at Chauncey's back in the day. I don't know about that. What do you know about Mike McCarthy?
Well, I can just hear Myron saying, the dear Greenfield Mike, and he's a Yinzer. And, I think his staff should have somewhat of a, if not Pittsburgh flavor. And of course, he apparently is going to retain one or two Steeler current coaches. So it's going to be fun to watch it. And after thinking about it, I think it's the right choice.
Yeah, I agree, Bill. At first, I was surprised because you're right. It did break the mold of tradition when selecting coaches for the Steelers. But when you think about it, the leap from being a coordinator to a head coach in the National Football League, and you don't have much rope, so you got to make that transition fast. Mike McCarthy knows how to deal with all of that stuff. So if they get a couple of coordinators that end up being successful, there could be a succession plan down the road. He's 62, he'll be 63 this year. This isn't the long-term solution, but it stabilizes that transition from Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, I think it does. And, I think the Steelers feel that the window is still open, that they're still a playoff team, and they just have to improve in a couple of areas. And I think Mike knows that. And I think it'll be fun to watch it happen. As long as TJ Watt is here and healthy, you have a chance to be an excellent defense. And it starts there. He's an offensive coach. He'll hire the right people, I'm sure. But I'm enthused about the hire. I really am.
I think what's fun about this for fans, all of us, is everything's going to change. There'll be, to your point, a new mix of coaches. And when you get to the draft, which is here in Pittsburgh, there'll be an added excitement level for us because of that, the largest spectator event in the history of the region. And then by the time you get to St. Vincent College in Latrobe, there'll be plenty of new storylines to follow.
No question about it. And I think there's some enthusiasm here. And I think Mike knows that. And I think he's going to fulfill every expectation. So let's see what happens.
All right, that said, we're with Bill Hillgrove. I assume you watched both games, the championship games last Sunday afternoon and night. Disappointed New England's going back for the 12th, a record appearance for a team in the Super Bowl against the Seattle Seahawks. Any reaction to what you witnessed?
Well, I felt bad for Denver losing their quarterback, and I thought for the first half, Stidham actually did a better job than Drake May. But I think in the end, the experience told the tale. And, I think a couple of calls were interesting. The 4th and 1, the sky view said he didn't make it. And then the messed up lateral incomplete pass / fumble, whatever the heck it was, the inadvertent whistle just kind of ruined everything. So it happens, move on. And I think I know who I'm going to root for in the Super Bowl. And it won't be the AFC team.
I got you on that. By the way, I enjoyed listening to you and Curtis Aiken as the Panthers rallied, came from behind, and beat Wake Forest. They've been struggling, but I also enjoyed your player introduction. So you get to do everything. You get to do some PA stuff, and you've been doing that for many years, obviously.
Yeah, it's fun. And, they dim the lights, and it's showbiz, and you may argue against it if you're a traditionalist, an old-timer. But it's fun, and I'm going to continue to enjoy it. Meanwhile, the team put together some things that added to the win. And I know Wake Forest is certainly not near Duke or Clemson in terms of quality, but still, that league is pretty even. And if you come up with a win, no matter how or how long it takes, it's a good thing.
And you're headed to Clemson Tigers. That should be a good challenge. If they could find a way to beat that team on the road, maybe that would mark a significant change for ACC play for the Panthers.
I know comparative scores are dangerous, but NC State beat Clemson at Clemson, one of their rare home losses, And the Panthers gave NC State all they could handle, just didn't come up with the winning plays toward the end of the game to do it, including foul shots. Interestingly, against Wake Forest, they made 4 of their last 6, and that was certainly a positive factor. I just love the way Cialepa responded, and they turned to a freshman to be the hero, Omari Witherspoon.
You know, it's the one thing in sports, though, that an individual player can work on. So when you're not making foul shots, that's on them, and they need to do that with more consistency, and hopefully that'll be the case. All right, Bill, before you go, I got to ask you, the football team announced, actually it came from the athletic department, Alan Green, the AD, that they're going to reconfigure Acrisure for Panther home football games. I wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, we've seen it before, not here in Pittsburgh, but we saw it in Jacksonville, where the Jaguars reconfigured the Gator Bowl, covered seats. And so it's nothing new, and I think it's something that will help the program. And the reason I say that, I go back to John Majors, and I remember being in the film room when he was putting together the film of, the Johnny Majors show, and Tony Dorsett would have this great run, and the camera, in the process of following Dorsett, would pick up empty stands. And he told our film editor, take that out. I don't sell empty seats. And so I think that's at the basis of what they're trying to do here, and I approve.
The late Les Banos. Remember, of course, Les?
Well, no, it was Jay Gould, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember Jay. All right, so for fans that don't know, they're basically going to seat everybody below the 500 level, which is the upper decks. And so more people will be closer to the game and closer to the field. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, and fewer people will have nosebleeds.
Amen. Stay warm, safe travels, and bring home a winner with the Tigers in Clemson.
H2P.
Bill Hillgrove on the Big K Morning Show. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, and here are plenty of delays for you. If you are just about to grab the keys, get the car warmed up, and head out the door, you have a lot of company. A lot of folks are reverting back to their normal travel patterns post-winter storm, and it's in evidence on the Parkway West, inbound and outbound, very heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill. Once you get on that outbound ride, once you get past the Green Tree interchange and head down the hill toward Carnegie, the delays start to break up a bit, and then you sail well out toward Pittsburgh International and the western suburbs. Lots of heavy traffic on the North Shore Expressway coming off of the Parkway North, heading over to the Fort Duquesne Bridge, and also coming across the Veterans Bridge. Lots of bumper to bumper, and the ramp coming from 28 is very slow go as well there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
16, that's our high today. 14 tomorrow, 12 on Saturday, and 16 on Sunday. The only good news is we're going to avoid the nor'easter. Talking to meteorologist Joe Lundberg just last half hour, because it's going to bypass us just to the east. And that's obviously a good thing, because another round of significant snows for people there. So if you have travel plans in the Northeast this weekend, you want to stay close, especially with the airlines. We are right now at 1 degree, feels like 5 below.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Another new year. Hard to believe. Let me help you make this a year to remember in a fabulous way. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Imagine this. It's March, May, July 2026, and you're 20, 40, 60 pounds lighter. You're moving much better. Your clothes are fitting. Your meds are being taken away. Aren't these reasons enough to lose weight in a healthy way? Let me help. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN. A year to remember, 2026.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car
car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
'Tis the season for germs and viruses. Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, viruses, and bacteria. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. It's 8:20 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Let's look ahead at our 8:30 report with David Ballarado.
Larry, the city school board is ready to look at potentially closing some buildings once again. We'll have the newest developments coming up at 8:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
What's trending with T on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tim Myra Rush.
Yes, Larry.
Joins us from our newsroom before you go out on assignment.
Yes.
Where are you going? Or is it a secret?
No, the mayor has a vehicle fleet announcement at 10 a.m. So I was supposed to go to another news conference at 9 a.m. with Pittsburghers and with Pittsburghers and union journalists announcing a collaboration for alternatives to the block-owned Post-Gazette. That was supposed to take place at 9 a.m. And then the mayor came out with this vehicle fleet announcement at 10 a.m. So my boss said, hey,
Go with the
mayor.
With the mayor.
I'll be going there at 10.
Well, we are in a emergency and a disaster between the city and the county. So
yeah,
I'm anxious to hear what this is all about.
Yeah, me too. And I'm still looking. You look outside, there's still tons and tons and tons and tons of snow. So I ran outside to kind of warm the car up and scrape some of the snow that's still on our cars here, our vehicles here. So, I mean, it's a lot. And I saw people, online talking about the chair putting it out. And the mayor said, just respect the chair. Exactly. And I think that's huge, especially for people who live in like tighter streets. I live on a one-way street. So, my husband was shoveling a spot for my car, his truck, Kayla's truck. So it's like, I wish you would.
All right. Fair enough. What's trending?
Well, that's what's trending, Larry. People parking lots. People don't have places to park on their streets. And that's what the talk is. That's what Michael Bartley even was talking about it yesterday. There's a picture that, is going around, and they shoveled their street, and parking spaces are limited, very much limited on, streets in the city, in the county. I mean, everybody's dealing with it. So, I mean, and now this morning driving in, and the temperatures are dropping and roads are icy.
Right, they are.
So, I mean, they were, and I live on a hill, so it was challenging for me because if I hit an ice spot going down my hill, the bottom of my hill is Frankstown Road. So if I hit an ice patch, I'm going straight down to the intersection of where Frankstown Road is, and cars are moving.
There is a feeling when you don't have control dangerous. In that short moment, hopefully it's real short, when you're sliding and you go, oh no.
I mean, what can you do at that particular time? Well, my truck, I have a Tahoe, so
Well, it's a bigger, heavier vehicle. It's got, I assume, all four-wheel or all-wheel drive when you need to go, but it doesn't help when you're trying to stop.
It doesn't help. So today was a little challenging for me getting out this morning. I was really scared. I was afraid.
So they're saying, and it's hard to trust that, because in the old days they would say pump your brakes, but think of this. The computer on board now, most vehicles, is supposed to recognize that when you depress the brake, and it's supposed to slow the wheels down so they don't lock, because once they lock and start sliding, there's really nothing you can do in the moment, because unless you get traction. But your computer on board is supposed to take care of that.
Well, yeah, no, they have the little traction light. When you hit ice, it'll tell you icy, the little square with that informs you that, you hit some ice. So, I mean, I see that, but like you said, once you hit that ice, but I'm wondering, are there salt trucks going around?
Well, they're trying. I mean, here's the thing. You have a storm, they said, in 2 days. This is the worst in the city in 30 years. Followed by extreme temperatures. Followed by the mayor's in office 3 weeks. Not even. So if people that are mad at the mayor about that, well, that's silly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's trying to catch up, and I assume this announcement they'll have at 9 will be or 10 will be about what they are trying to do in the moment to improve. But this goes back through multiple administrations.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can't blame this mayor for this storm and the cleanup. Now, many of the city neighborhoods, to your point, and the streets are not, and some not even touched.
There's some are not touched.
And
I mean, I just don't understand how that could be, though. Like, how are some streets, like, the storm happened Sunday, Monday, today's, Thursday?
Yeah.
And some streets aren't touched at all. I mean, that's unacceptable. I don't care who's the mayor. It's unacceptable.
Right.
Like, people have to get out. People have to work.
So
what do you do? Is your boss, my question is your boss going to be understanding if you say, I can't make it to work for an entire week? Because that's what it would be. Like, if roads aren't touched today, that's 4 days. So, what happens next? So it's all what my kids say. It's all gravy, baby. But you people have to get to work. And is your boss going to be that understanding?
Well, and yesterday,
I'm not sure that's the case for some people. Like, hey, you got to get to work. You get to work. I get to work. Some people are making it to work. Some people take PRT, public transportation.
Well, that was out yesterday.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day.
And the buses' schedules are all messed up.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can look at it and say you can't blame, but you got to blame somebody. I can't take the blame myself. I'm not going to take the blame.
I think we should blame you.
Blame me? I can handle it.
Yes, you can. And I can handle whatever it is you're going to bring us about.
Don't touch my chair.
You respect the chair.
You better respect my chair, because I know I have cameras.
You just
touch
gave me
my
a
stuff,
great
I'm
idea.
What?
For a T-shirt. It says, respect my chair.
Yes. What's
I
our
love
guy
that.
in the strip district?
That's it. Jimmy Cohen.
Jimmy Cohen.
Call him up. Dial him up.
You better not touch my chair.
Thank you, T.
You're welcome.
Good
man.
luck at 10. I'm anxious to hear what this vehicle announcement is.
Monies. Money. They probably got some money.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wow.
Yeah. We
a
got
serenade.
A song and a dance.
Indeed. All right. Well, as you're dancing out the door toward your car, bundle up, of course, and then leaving extra travel time because of delays. Certainly still some of the road conditions are interesting depending on where you're going. But the delays, boy, the rush hour really hot for folks as everybody's getting back to their normal commute. Parkway West inbound is slow at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound, same story, especially as you head down toward the bend there at Carnegie. No accidents in your way, just slow go traffic. 51 northbound is heavy between Edgebrook and Bousman. West Liberty Avenue stacks at Pioneer. Still a lot of clogged up traffic trying to get into the south side toward the Hot Metal Bridge on Route 837 East Carson Street. Backups there greet you at Bex Run Road, and the Parkway East inbound is bumper to bumper at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Essential Everyday Potato Chips. 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Attention all dog owners.
If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 5 degrees at 8:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. Pittsburgh Public School directors are reopening debate on the district's controversial facilities plan. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
The board voted unanimously to bring the Future Ready proposal back to the table, months after it was shelved following community pushback. School Board President Gene Walker explains what happens next.
This item will be referred back to Education Committee, who will then set up additional public meetings and discussions of the board to determine what, if any, changes need to be made to the Future Ready plan in order for the board to consider a vote on it in the future.
Directors say changes must be made before anything moves forward, emphasizing more community input and clearer communication. The resolution to revisit the plan passed 8-0 with one member absent. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before City Council on Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he had allegedly sent crude texts to a former officer at his old job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000 and by Coons Quality Foods, your Pittsburgh hometown grocer. Robert Morris over IUPUI 74-58 last night. Ryan Prather Jr. led the way for the Colonials. He had 20 points. And Duquesne, however, lost to St. Bonaventure 87-79. KDK Radio News Time 8:32. Our next update's at 9. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Are you ready for retirement? Hi, this is Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, heard every Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join me and your host, Rob Pratt, as we tackle the most important questions about retirement planning, financial strategies, and securing your future. From avoiding costly mistakes to maximizing your savings, we'll help you feel more confident about your financial journey. Tune in every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Take the first step towards a worry-free retirement. That's On the Money, your retirement planning destination.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's 8:35, KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, Backdale and Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And we're seeing extremely heavy traffic as you're coming off of the city side of the Parkway East, inbound toward town and toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Once you're up on the boulevard there on the Bluff section, we are getting reports of an accident near Stevenson Street. So traffic is really clogged as you're trying to head into town that way. Also coming the other direction toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Parkway East, maybe using the Veterans Bridge coming from 279. That is extremely heavy as well. And the ramp coming from 28 is very slow go as you try to get up onto the Veterans Bridge. Once you get onto Crosstown Expressway, things ease up for you just a bit. So lots of extremely heavy traffic for you there. Parkway West inbound backs before the top of Green Tree Hill. 51 northbound still stacks between Edgebrook and Bousman, and the Parkway East lines up at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some sunshine today. A few flurries. It'll be frigid, the high 16. A few evening flurries, then partly cloudy and bitterly cold tonight, though 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We actually see a little sun in the city. It's 4 degrees at Pittsburgh International.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
And due to the extreme cold warning from the National Weather Service, many schools either are on remote learning schedules, closed. Some have modified with some delays. You can see the entire list at KDKARadio.com anytime, and it looks like this is going to be the case right into the weekend. My oldest brother retired from being a dentist, and I was amazed how many people, wherever I went, said, "Hey, you know, your brother's my dentist." And I used to joke, well, that's your problem. But actually, I have great respect for the work he does. And this may surprise you that I know a lot of people just assume that they have proper oral care. But if you don't, you may be surprised at what it can lead to above and beyond just your teeth. And joining us, Dr. Stephen Katz, who's the president of the American Associations of Endodontists. And you can see Doc at our KDKA Radio live stream, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, on our KDKA Radio YouTube page. Doctor, welcome to KDKA.
Good morning, Larry. Thank you for having me.
Please, for those that don't know, what does an endodontist do?
Well, an endodontist is a dentist, but we have 2 to 3 years of additional specialized education and training.
So we focus on the inside of the tooth, the nerve, the roots, and the surrounding structures. More often than not, you think of us as the root canal specialists, but we're really much more than that. We're the tooth-saving specialists. We help patients that are in pain. We help patients avoid unnecessary extractions and additional costly procedures that they really don't need.
But if you go to your regular dentist, how do you factor in that process?
Well, oftentimes a dentist will refer you to an endodontist. But if you're not sure, you could go to findmyendodontist.com and you could locate an endodontist and go visit them on your own without that referral.
And I mentioned that obviously if you don't take care of your teeth and you get to a point where there's infections, it can lead to much more serious issues than losing a tooth, which is bad enough for some, but even life-threatening situations with, the disease.
Well, sure. I mean, if you let things really get out of control, it can become life-threatening. We don't see that very often, thank goodness. I think the issue is that if you have pain, if you have swelling, if you have sensitivity to hot or cold, or if you've broken a tooth or if you've had trauma, you really need to visit your endodontist. I mean, remember, there's no amount of pain in the mouth that should be considered normal. So if you're not sure, again, either go to findmyendodontist.com or you could reach out to your dentist for a referral.
The pain, and I've had this once in my life, it's remarkable how painful it can be. It can be debilitatingly painful.
You are absolutely correct. Tooth pain can be really uncomfortable. However, root canal therapy is not uncomfortable. It's really no different than having a routine filling done. We use new techniques, different new technologies, and we have improved local anesthesia so that the procedure is quick, it's easy, it's comfortable, and it's pain-free. Oftentimes, my patients will say to me when we get done that they can't believe how quick and easy that whole experience was. We like to say, this is not your grandmother's root canal.
Well, Dr. Stephen Katz, president of the American Association of Endodontists, thank you for your time, and with all due respect, I hope I don't see you soon.
Thank you, Larry. I understand, but should you need to come to us, we'll take great care of you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Listen for the Drive at 5 top stories driving the day's news weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Aaron, it is a football-less weekend for a lot of football fans who enjoyed Championship Sunday, the two big games, while we were dealing with the heavy snow. A lot of people were probably locked in watching the tube, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure everyone was absolutely locked in. And 1 week off,
We can do it, right? I believe in you guys. You can make it through.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know what the Pro Bowl they do, flag football and other stuff. Kind of silly at this point.
Filler, yeah.
But we end the weekend on Groundhog Eve Sunday night with the Grammy Awards. With a little preview, CBS's Michael George.
Well, music's biggest night is only a few days away. Kendrick Lamar, Lady Gaga, and Sabrina Carpenter are setting the tempo with a combined 22 Grammy nominations. CBS's Gwen Baumgartner is taking note of who's expected to win big at Sunday's Grammy Awards.
Kendrick Lamar leads the 2026 Grammys with 9 nominations, an encore of last year's success where he took home 5 awards. He's competing again for Record of the Year alongside Bad Bunny, Sabrina Carpenter, Doechii, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Chappell Roan, and Rosé and Bruno Mars.
Initially, I kind of thought Kendrick Lamar had it in the bag. Now, I've kind of changed my tune, and I think it's more of a race in some of the top categories between Bad Bunny and Lady Gaga.
Music critic Chris Willman says the Grammys voter base is evolving.
One thing the Recording Academy has done recently is invite everyone who votes for the Latin Grammys to become a voter for the regular Grammys. And so that is going to cause a big shift, I think, in giving Latin music more of a chance.
Puerto Rican powerhouse Bad Bunny is nominated for 6 Grammys. Newcomer Leon Thomas also has 6 nominations.
That's a real vote of confidence for him. He's kind of the anointed one this year.
However, Willman predicts Olivia Dean will take the award for Best New Artist. She faces off against Thomas, Cat's Eye, The Marias, influencer Addison Rae, Somber, Alex Warren, and messy singer Lola Young. But music's biggest night includes more than just music.
Best audiobook, where you've got the Dalai Lama versus Fab from Milli Vanilli. Yeah. Only at the Grammys does that become a competition.
The category also includes actress Kathy Garver, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Trevor Noah, who returns to host the Grammys for the 6th time. Gwen Baumgartner, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's 8:45 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, a tip of the hat, Larry, to our tipsters who have let us know that there is indeed an accident on the Boulevard of the Allies inbound as you're trying to get to that ramp toward the Veterans Bridge. So the boulevard itself up on the bluff there is stacked solidly inbound, and you have very heavy traffic as you're on the city side of the Parkway East approaching that off-ramp for the Boulevard of the Allies. In fact, you're finding some slowdowns very near the Glenwood Oakland exit ramp as you kind of wait in line to get up onto the boulevard there. So pack your patience, and extra time is required. Parkway East before that on the suburban side backs at Edgewood Swissvale, so it's easing off just a bit there. Also very heavy for you coming southbound on 28 and exiting to East Ohio Street. The lower portion of the Parkway North I-279 getting up onto the Vets Bridge coming the other direction toward Crosstown Boulevard is congested too. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So extreme cold for the next few days. That'll carry through the weekend, and wasn't very encouraging with our conversation last hour with meteorologist Joe Lundberg about it warming up anytime soon. So we are going to have to deal with this. 16 today. Now we do have a little bit of sunshine breaking through the cloud deck now. We may go to back below zero tonight. It's 4 degrees at Pittsburgh International.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballerano. The cleanup continues after the weekend snowstorm, and the mayor says they've been getting a lot of calls still about snow-covered streets.
We're seeing where the gaps are. Now it's just trying to get our, DPW workers to those sites.
And based on what I've seen all around the city with the videos posted and the pictures, it's going to be a wow. And Marty Griffin is going to join us right after the news at 9:30, David, with some breaking news. He says a very important information.
President Trump and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer are reportedly close to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. Schumer wants to take a DHS funding bill out of a larger package of spending bills ahead of tomorrow's deadline. CBS's Jared Hill.
They say they want key changes to, in particular, one of the bills related to the Department of Homeland Security. What they're looking for here are a requirement that federal agents wear body cameras as well as not wear masks while they're out in the field.
Hopefully they get something done, because I don't think a lot of people can even put up with a partial shutdown. We went through 43 days, right, which was a record that started on October 1st at the end of last year. And, if you weren't directly affected, maybe you didn't notice, but there were a lot of people who were. And there are groups that will be if they don't get a deal done.
Right. And the mayor's choices to head the police force and the public safety department, speaking under oath before city council yesterday, Sheldon Williams is the acting public safety director.
There are three ways I think that we can engage with community, and especially how we roll out and we do things with community. We can do for the community, we can do to the community, but I want us to do things with the community.
And he's been working through this storm, and the assumption is by many that both men will be approved.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. And I know I was reading that Anthony Coghill spoke to Jason Landau about some of the concerns that were raised about that incident with the burner phone and texts, but apparently everyone seems to think that these nominations will easily be approved.
But maybe a way, by adding this layer, they can kind of clear the air and start fresh instead of having those questions hang overhead. It's
right.
Like, well, here's what I said about it, and we're moving on.
Right.
All right, David, thank you. And coming up right after the news, the top of the hour, we're going to talk to a legend, Mel Blount, Hall of Famer, four-time Super Bowl champion, who came here from Alabama to play for the Steelers from a historically black college, made his mark. In fact, he was so good, Aaron, that the National Football League changed some of the rules on defense because of Mel Blount.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
And he dealt with creating this youth home He dealt with a lot of prejudice and overcame all of that and wrote a book years ago about that. But today, he was present at the Mike McCarthy announcement with Art Rooney and a whole bunch of Steelers alumni and Omar Khan on Tuesday. So we'll get his take on that. And then, of course, he's got an event coming up, part of the draft, and he's been instrumental as an alumni. You know, I think it's great how many of these players from back in the day played here, then stayed here, but not just stayed here, continued to contribute.
Make a difference.
Yeah. Like, look at Rocky Blyer and what he's done in particular for veterans.
Right.
And the late Franco Harris helped so many organizations.
Yeah, and the father-son duo, what's their name? The one who plays on the Steelers now, the father.
Joey Porter.
Yeah. What his wife do because of their family experiences. It's really amazing.
It is. So we'll look forward to talking to Mel Blount coming up right after the top of the news. And otherwise, people are trying to find something to do this weekend. What are you going to do? Do you have one of your friends getting married? You got another one of those?
You know, that's oftentimes. I don't actually. Tomorrow I'm getting together with a couple that Vinny and I are really good friends with for dinner and a movie. And then I think that's it, which is pretty exciting. Just rest.
Yeah, these are the mornings.
What about you?
Well, I'm getting up at 3. I'll be, well, not over the weekend.
I was like, what?
I'm going to actually do this fundraiser event for Don Kelly, the new manager of the Pirates.
Nice. That's exciting.
On Saturday. I'll get you details on that because people are invited. Don Kelly, born in Butler, raised in Mount Lebanon, played for the Pirates, was the bench coach with Derek Shelton, and now is the new manager. And as I understand it, he's headed down to Bradenton on Tuesday. But we'll let you know what that's all about. Listen tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It'd be nice to think spring. Why not? Here's Ellen. That sun's out again. It could fool you.
Hey, I'll take it. Anything we can do to improve on the frozen tundra out there, even if it's a psychological boost, we'll take it. Plenty of delays out there, Larry, and we had some on the outbound Parkway West. As you were heading up the hill between the Carnegie Interchange and the Rosslyn Farms off-ramp, it looks like we might have had an accident there at some point, and it quickly got out of the way. But you do have some heavier traffic there, and the inbound is actually easing off, backing right now only at that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Still a ton of delays for you, though, trying to get up onto the Boulevard of the Allies and make your way toward the Veterans Bridge and Crosstown Expressway. We had an earlier accident up on the bluff there as you approach that off-ramp for the Veterans Bridge 579, and it is causing really slow-go traffic, including backing onto the Parkway East City side inbound. So you actually have slowdowns as you approach the Oakland-Glenwood exit, trying to get your way into that right lane and that off-ramp. So heads up there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACKvacations.com. That's SWACKvacations.com.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
The weather is frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound.
blackberries or raspberries, 6-ounce packages, 2 for $6. And Essential Everyday Potato Chips, 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4. Come see us at Coons.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
File your taxes for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Valid for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 8 degrees. It's 9 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. PRT says service is close to being fully restored this morning following the winter storm after crews worked overnight to clear snow and improve access across the system. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
Transit officials say buses and rail are largely back to normal after deploying snowplows and dump trucks to problem areas. 2 bus routes remain affected. The 11 Fineview is not serving the Fineview area, and the 83 Webster is unable to serve Terrace and Aliquippa. All other bus routes and rail service are operating normally. Officials thank crews for their efforts and remind riders the downtown service center is operating on adjusted hours from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. through Friday. Customer service is available by phone until 8 p.m. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
And for city residents who are more or less still snowed in, help is on the way, as we hear from News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander.
From broken down trucks to below zero temperatures, the Department of Public Works and several private contractors can't seem to get ahead of the demand. Mayor Corey O'Connor says tens of thousands of tons of snow have been removed, and they'll continue to work around the clock. If you've shoveled your own spot, O'Connor says you should be fine.
Obviously, Pittsburgh, there's a lot of chairs popping up on your street, so please respect the chair law, whatever you want to call it, in the neighborhoods.
O'Connor says the challenge now is where to put the snow and how do you remove those huge piles of ice. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
State police are investigating after reports of a shots fired incident in Aliquippa. This happened near Sheffield Towers just after 5:30 last night. Aliquippa police had responded to the call, but then asked state police to take over the investigation of the incident. No injuries or victims have been reported. State police say it's an ongoing investigation and declined further comment. Allegheny County police are investigating an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township. KDKA TV's Jennifer Barrasso looked at the criminal complaint against the man who was shot.
And according to it, Khalil Collier got upset that a maintenance worker at his apartment complex entered that apartment of his when he wasn't home, and he confronted him, and basically things got physical. Argument broke out in a stairwell, and he demanded the worker go to his apartment. That worker refused. That's when police say he pulled the gun out.
After repeated commands by police to drop the gun, they say Collier refused, and there was an eventual exchange of gunfire. Collier is in critical condition at a local hospital and has been charged with a number of counts. President Trump and Senate Minority Leaders Chuck Schumer are reportedly close to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. Schumer wants to take a DHS funding bill out of a larger package of spending bills ahead of tomorrow's deadline. CBS's Jared Hill says the proposals Democrats want could be addressed through executive order.
The administration might be working with Democrats to try and figure out a way to have some sort of executive action on the back end so that there could be changes implemented, not necessarily written in the legislation.
And President Trump and First Lady Melania will attend the premiere tonight of the movie Melania. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the details on that story.
Here we go again.
The film chronicles the First Lady in the run-up to President Trump's second inauguration. It includes Melania Trump's involvement in planning the inauguration events, as well as the transition to her husband's second term.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
The movie, which is being released in theaters, will be screened at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, which President Trump renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pens are back in action tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks. The puck drops just after 7. KDKA Radio News Time 9:03. It's 8 degrees right now in the Pittsburgh area. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only.
9:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Helen Gamble.
Thank you much, sir. And as folks are trying to hit the highways and resume some of their regular patterns of traffic, we are finding some slowdowns, of course, plenty of them on the Parkway West on the outbound side. So it's a little sluggish over the top of Green Tree Hill. And then as you round the bend by Carnegie and start up that hill toward Roslyn Farms, you have some slowdowns because of an earlier accident there. Behind the Liberty tunnels, things are finally a little bit better for you. It had been quite heavy this morning on 51 northbound. Right now, you're just backing between Bousman and the tunnels. West Liberty Avenue slows only at Pioneer. Parkway East inbound is sluggish between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It looks like things have cleared out on the Boulevard of the Allies and the off-ramp from the Parkway East to the Boulevard of the Allies on the inbound Parkway East. That was an earlier accident scene there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cold weather advisory in effect until 11 this morning, then again from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of snow flurries and a high of 16. A few evening flurries tonight, and then partly cloudy and bitterly cold overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now we have some sunshine in the city. It's only 8 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. From the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Extreme cold warning. National Weather Service once again. That'll be the case tomorrow morning. A lot of schools have been off or on remote learning. Some have modified their situations, and we have the complete list at kdkaradio.com, and we'll continue to keep you posted. We are anticipating some big announcements this hour. Our own Marty Griffin will join us right after the news at 9:30, and we'll hear what the latest is in that regard. And he says it's a big deal, so we'll take him at his word. You know what else is a big deal? When the Steelers get a new head coach. And we saw, if you were checking out the video of Art Rooney II and Omar Khan introducing Mike McCarthy on Tuesday, you also saw Mel Blount, four-time Super Bowl champ, Hall of Famer, came here, played here, and has made a big difference in our town with his youth home and all the other things he's doing. And he's got something special coming up we'll talk about, too. Mel, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Larry. How you doing?
I'm doing good now that I'm talking to you. I'm really curious. This is such a rare occasion, as you know, dating back to your original coach with Chuck Noll and how he came here and changed the fortunes of the franchise. But I saw you there, and Aaron, our producer, and I said, well, let's get Mel Blount's take on all of this. So settle fans down, because when the announcement was made last Saturday, people were probably surprised because the Steelers broke their tradition of hiring some young 30-something defensive coordinator. What's your take on Mike McCarthy?
Well, I think Mike, first of all, he's a local guy. I think that'll settle the fans down a little bit. I think Mike, everywhere he's been, I mean, he's won. He beat us in the Super Bowl that we played in Dallas. Then he went to Dallas and had a winning record. I mean, 12. I think he was 12-5 both years. I think Mike is a good coach. I think the key is obviously going to be the staff he put around him and the product he put on the field. But as far as the fan base, I think they will give him a little bit of a leeway. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to win. And so with the Steelers kind of getting off of the norm of hiring a young guy, I think Mike is going to be okay. And I think if you're going to go with an older guy, I think he was the guy that basically they felt comfortable with and felt that he could do the job.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mel. I mean, people, and give us some sense of how far a leap it is to go from a coordinator to a head coach in the National Football League. There's a huge learning curve that goes along with that.
Well, I think I wasn't a part of the interview process, but just knowing a little bit about the NFL and how things work, I think the fact that he had been a head coach played a big part, and I think they felt comfortable with all the interviews and people that they brought in. I think they felt that this was the guy, and I want to go on the record as saying that I trust what Art Rooney and Omar is doing and what they're going to do, because I think they are really on the kind of the pulse of that franchise, and they know what they need. They've proven that, you know, they're good NFL owners and managers. So I'm fine with it, but I do know that fans are fans, and at some point, if you're not winning, you're going to feel the heat.
Well, yeah, we're with Mel Blount, Steeler great on KDKA. And Mel, you know, it's just a business that just comes with the territory, and especially now that's been amped up exponentially by social media. And you're never going to make everybody happy. It wouldn't matter who they would have picked. You know, fans will be fans. But something Coach Tomlin said fairly recently that really resonated with me, and he understands and understood this is an entertainment business, and it's not as entertaining if you don't win. And we've seen a lot of change in the National Football League at head coaching positions. At one point, a third of the coaches' positions were available. How about that? That's remarkable.
Well, it is. It's a new day, and new, you know, compared to when I came along and when Chuck Noll, you know, you hire a coach, and you know he basically had at least 5 years to prove and put a team together and build through the draft and all that. But you know, the league now it's about winning and winning now. It's really different, and I think you're right. We're in the entertainment business, and so people want to see their team win. They want to go to Super Bowls, and they want to go to playoff games and have success. So I think when a guy comes on as a head coach, he understands all that. That you got to win because you're either going to have 1 or 2 years, and if you haven't done anything, then they're going to be looking for another coach.
Amen. And Mel, you came here, played here. They changed the rules because of you. You were that good. But we appreciate what you've been doing for many decades now with your youth home. You're still doing that. I want people who don't know to appreciate that. You've got this great event with the draft coming, which will be the largest spectator event in the region here in April, March 11th at the Lamont. You have draft talks with, I don't know how you got the master of ceremonies, Bob Pompiani, but God bless you. You got a bunch of your friends that are going to be there, talk a little football, and I think a lot of people will be interested in joining you with Mel Blount and friends. Tell us about it.
Well, we are fortunate to have Bob Pompiani, J.T. Thomas, Will Allen, Dwayne Woodruff, John Banaszak, and basically it's a company that has been one of our sponsors for years and years that is doing this in conjunction with the NFL draft, where they're getting guys to come in and talk about their draft experience and where they were and what it was like on draft day when they was coming out. And obviously the draft is so much different than when I came along in 1970, and ESPN wasn't even around. So I'm on campus, and it was a day later before I found out that I had been drafted by the Steelers. And so it's a lot different than guys showing up at the draft waiting to hear their name called. And so it's going to be one of those type deals, and it's a fundraiser for the boys' home that a company called Cinemark is doing. And they've been a big sponsor of ours for years and years, and we're excited that they chose us as one of the organizations that would receive the proceeds from it. And I've been fortunate. I'm a part of the host committee for the NFL draft, and so it's really been an eye opener for me to see how big this draft thing is and the kind of revenues it's going to generate for our region, and all the work and companies or organizations like Visit Pittsburgh has put in so much work. Larry, I never realized that there are 11 NFL franchises that are within a 6-hour drive from Pittsburgh.
Right.
So you can imagine what kind of foot traffic that we're anticipating, and I think it's going to be a great thing to show off this whole region, and obviously Pittsburgh, and I think it's going to be a great thing for the community.
Well, I do too. I'm glad you're on that committee. It makes sense. Somebody's been there, done that. And also, shout out to the Dunlap family and Kathy Slenchuk, who I ran into last night. And I told her you were going to be on today. She says, well, make sure you mention Draft Talks with Mel Blount and Friends. That's March 11th at beautiful Lamont. Couldn't be a better vista view of that. And appreciate all the work you continue to do with your youth home. We'll look forward to seeing you soon, Mel. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Larry. Have a great day. Stay warm.
Yeah, that's the word. All right, the great Mel Blount on the Big K Morning Show, who's done a lot in this community to make it a better place. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. I don't know how he got Bob Pompiani, Ellen, but he must have some pull.
Well, yeah.
Pomping ain't easy.
Pomping ain't easy, as we know. All right. Well, hey, getting out and about in this cold weather ain't easy either, pardon the expression, but we are seeing the rush hour delays, Larry, finally starting to ease off. A lot of folks getting back into their normal routines, and that delay has showed up out on the roads. Now, Parkway West inbound easing off. The inbound ride toward town, if you have to take it, just a little bit slow at that Banksville on-ramp. Outbound, it's a little sluggish after you crest the top of Green Tree Hill, but things ease up for you then as you head out toward the I-79 interchange and make make your way toward Pittsburgh International there. Parkway East, really not a bad ride at this point. If you're just beginning your commute, you'll just step on the brakes a wee bit before you head through those Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway North I-279 is zipping along well, as is Route 28 coming out of the Allegheny Valley. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Campbell on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Leave all last year's dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, hard surfaces, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. Time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. And don't forget about your air ducts. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off. Regularly priced services when you mention KDKA. 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Is somebody in the family fighting a cold? Pick up a bottle of Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, bacteria, and viruses that are flourishing this time of year. Sniper is available at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. It's 9:20 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Let's look ahead at our 9:30 report. Here is David Ballarado.
Larry, there's a lot going on behind the scenes to try and avert yet another federal government shutdown. More coming up at 9:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
News, information, conversation. Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
If you want to reach out, then ASCO Roofing Instant Access just a click away. You can email us at any time, as many do. Instant Access at kdkradio.com. And listen for The Drive at 5. Colin Dunlap this afternoon, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Marty Griffin's going to join us right after the news with David Ballarado with some breaking news of his own. You want to speculate, Aaron? Do you know? Not sure? Thinking about it? You want to know, don't you?
I didn't know it was for breaking news, so I'm very intrigued.
He said he has big news, and I trust that it's big. So
weather related, Steelers related.
He didn't say. So you got to wait like us to find out. Have you ever seen professional cornhole on television?
No.
Please tell me you didn't.
No, I definitely have not.
How about this? Commando cornhole confusion. A sheriff in Wyoming has issued a public clarification that a deputy caught playing cornhole naked from the waist down in his driveway was actually from Carbon County, Utah, not Wyoming. They wanted to disown them. The deputy was cited for misdemeanors, including obstruction, for trying to submit a fake video of the incident. Why would you do that?
You know what? Cornhole is one of those games, though, that when you do think of summer, you think of cornhole, and people do get competitive. They really do.
Yeah, that's true.
And you either have the skill or you don't. Well, I, right now, don't have the skill.
If you're going to do it, right?
Right.
You want to be good at it. There are a lot of people like that love the competitive nature. It's like a
specific flick of the wrist to really get it even on the board. Right?
Yeah.
You're in there thinking if you have the skill.
I remember, if you go to, say, a picnic in the summer, they got it all set up, you do that. Yeah. And if you're going to do it now, the competitive juices get going. So they want to be, you want to be as good as you can be.
Right.
Anyway, imagine this. Finishing up your shift at FedEx at a warehouse when one last package suddenly arrives, a special delivery. It was a baby boy, 6 pounds, 8 ounces, healthy, and mom says she didn't know she was pregnant. She was taking a bath. She was taking a bathroom break and came back with a baby. The weirdest thing, she says she never experienced any of the symptoms of pregnancy and was even losing weight.
You know what? I won't joke and pretend like I haven't heard of these weird cases. It's not like they don't exist. They're just very, 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 very rare that someone can go full term and just maybe think they have stomach aches here and there. And their body is that bulletproof that it can just build a life without them doing the right nutrients or anything. So, hey, it has happened.
And apparently it's happened again at a FedEx warehouse. And we're getting ready for Valentine's Day. I mentioned this. Those little candy hearts that have sayings on them like, I love you, you're my sweetheart, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Sweetheart's Valentine's candy, the people that make them, the Be Mine brand, have changed the messages to budget-friendly. The new ones for this year, you can look for them, say, share login. Nothing is more romantic than sharing your login with someone.
Yeah, that I kind of have to agree with. I'm not going to lie.
How about split rent?
Okay.
Carpool or buy in bulk.
Mm-hmm.
That's romantic. Sweethearts did some research and found that 80% of hopeful lovebirds say they'll be making more affordable plans for Valentine's Day this year. And you shared with us yesterday, you've participated, and I never heard this term till yesterday. It's Galentine's Day.
Larry, when I tell you I have done Galentine's every year that I was at Point Park, potentially even before that, it is so fun. So fun.
What do you girls do?
Well, when I was in college, in my more wilder days, we would go to happy hour. We would have a full crawl night planned. I mean, you can do anything. It's just kind of celebrating sisterhood,
But Valentine's Day's for lovers, isn't it?
Well, if we're all single and we love each other, that's what we're going to do.
Gotcha. Well, look for the new Be Mine candy hearts saying stuff like carpool to Ellen Gamble. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Do you think they have one that says "Mind your speeds"?
There you go.
Don't be a.
Don't
you know
tailgate.
what?
Yeah.
Thank you. There. Take your time. Slow down. That's the one I want to see. DAHN. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So you have some slowdowns as you approach the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but they are minor. Happy to report that. No major accidents or problems in your way there, and just a little bit of on and off the brakes between Edgewood, Swissvale, and that inbound tunnel portal. Now, I am seeing via the flow maps some very sluggish traffic as you come past the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit on the outbound side of the Parkway East, but no accidents reported there for you right now. And we do have slow-go traffic as you head outbound on the Parkway West toward the airport, coming across and above the Green Tree area and coming down toward the Carnegie Interchange. The inbound ride by comparison has eased off nicely, only slow at the inbound Fort Pitt Tunnel portal. 28 and the Parkway North are rolling well. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now we have some sunshine. It helps mentally. Physically, it's still in single digits. And if you get any kind of breeze, it feels like it's below zero. 16 will be the high today. Doesn't look like much in the way of any precipitation through the weekend, though it is going to stay cold. But that said, you're going to hear about a nor'easter. And we talked to Joe Lundberg, our meteorologist at AccuWeather, and he right now doesn't believe that we're going to see any of that snow here over the weekend. He said, hopefully.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Elevate your sleep experience with an adjustable bed and make everyday activities like reading, watching TV, and working in bed more comfortable. At the Original Mattress Factory, we know not all adjustable beds are created equal. You want one that has the features you actually need, like anti-snore and zero-gravity positions. We offer high-quality adjustable bases paired with a hand-built mattress, all at a factory direct value. And we have product in stock and ready when you are. Visit an OMF location to elevate your sleep experience today.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Would you file taxes without an expert? So why choose health insurance on your own? The experts at One Health Benefits can be your personal advocate at no cost to you. One Health Benefits' Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman are licensed insurance agents who understand the possible loss of ACA subsidies, Medicare updates, and insurance premiums. One Health Benefits works for you. Don't make a costly mistake. Get One Health Benefits and clarity in your corner. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 8 degrees at 9:30. I'm David Bollerado. Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE and Customs and Border Patrol agents are working on a drawdown plan in Minnesota. He says his meetings with Minnesota leaders this week have been constructive. He's working to make the immigration crackdown safer. Agents will conduct more targeted enforcement operations, and he urged everyone to tone down the rhetoric.
President Trump wants this fixed, and I'm going to fix it.
Congress is also moving to pass government funding as the clock ticks down toward a partial shutdown. Democrats are negotiating to separate Department of Homeland Security funding into its own bill with terms. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill.
This is what Democrats are asking for. They are focusing on three main things. One is ending what's called roving patrols. They also want to see a tightening of the use of the rules around the use of warrants. And this is an important one. They are also calling for ICE agents to take their masks off and to be required to wear body cameras.
The deadline to pass the spending bill? Tomorrow. A vacant lot in the Strip District where the former Woolies cold storage site once stood could soon become a parking lot. After the storage warehouses was demolished 4 years ago, developer Akram Group proposed a state-of-the-art office complex to take its place at the corner of Smallman and 15th. But those plans never materialized, and the New York City-based firm now says it wants to make the parcel a parking lot. Akram will go before the Pittsburgh Zoning Board next week, seeking variances to pave the 148 parking spaces. On Wall Street at the start of the day, the Dow was up 60 points. The Nasdaq is 41 points lower. However, the S&P 500 is currently up 10 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Pens back in action tonight against the Blackhawks. The puck drops just after 7. KDKA Radio News Time 9:31. Our next update is at 10 o'clock. I'm David Bollerado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
9:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Well, thanks, Larry. We're getting reports of an accident as you come southbound on Route 28 near the Etna bypass as you make your way down towards Shaler Waterworks. It looks like crews are just rolling up on the scene there. We will certainly check that out with the PennDOT cameras and get back to you with the details in our next update. We're not seeing major delays as you come out of the Allegheny Valley on Route 28 and try to head down past that scene and then past the 40th and 31st Street bridges. So some good news for you there. Just minor delays on the Parkway East inbound between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels right now. Parkway West on the inbound commute toward town. Slow for you right around the Banksville on-ramp. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun and bitterly cold today with a couple of flurries, high 16. Some evening flurries, then partly cloudy and frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. Tomorrow, frigid with clouds and sun, high just 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're at 8 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
There we go. It's a Thursday rolling through the week. I'm going to be pleased to talk to you today. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
From the KDKA Radio Storm Center, presented by Duquesne Light Company, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Extreme cold continues to be the rule and will be at least through the weekend. And the KDKA Radio Storm Center, if you go to kdkaradio.com, we have that closing and delay list at your fingertips and at any time. Marty Griffin checking in early with some breaking news of his own. Marty, what's going on?
My man, this is cool. This is leadership. This is what makes Pittsburgh a better place? UPMC, in about 20 minutes, will announce with the mayor they're donating $10 million right now to the city of Pittsburgh to buy emergency response vehicles, ambulances, etc. Come on, Larry. $10 million. Now, there has been this narrative, right, Larry, for 15 years.
Yes.
Step up, man up, UPMC's the bad guy. BS. I call BS the whole time. Largest employer in the state, blah, blah, blah. However, there has been, as I have reported a lot, significant dialogue since from before Corey took office about UPMC and the other nonprofits stepping up and making a difference. As we've discussed, brother, and Rachel Heisler pointed out a year ago, City of Pittsburgh is about $200 million behind in vehicles. And this year, the whole year, they have $7 million. This massive donation. Larry, what this does is it says we're all in. What this does is it says we're all in this together. I mean, don't you think?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been a sticking point for a while.
Hell yeah.
But collectively, I mean, the timing is when it's needed most.
Come on, brother.
You have a snowstorm in a city that hasn't occurred in 30 years. You had issues prior to this that you couldn't take care of a 2-inch snowfall.
Right on.
So now...
Hey, Larry, and you know this better than anyone because you live this like I do. With all due respect to Ed Gainey, and I like the man, however, as you know, he refused, and I refused, to go to any ribbon cuttings for UPMC, to any engagements with UPMC. He made them the Death Star. Larry, if I am lying, I am dying. And from the moment he stepped in office, his plan with the SEIU was to destroy UPMC. So, Larry, if you come home every day and you beat the dog hides when you get home. UPMC recoiled and said, to hell with this, which, by the way, I would expect of any entity. Gainey leaves, Corey enters. From day one, Corey has had nothing but open, honest, and frank conversations about, hey, man, let's go. What do you need? What do we need? Let's kill it. And Larry, don't you think, brother, because I'm going to follow this up with something else. Don't you think this sends a message to the other players? Get into the game, bro.
Well, yeah, UPMC is the big dog of nonprofits.
Biggest.
Yes.
And the largest employer in the state. So don't you think, though, this sends a message to the others, the Carnegie Mellons of the world, the Highmarks? You a player? You on the bench? You know what I mean? The Walnut Capitals of the world. Let's play.
How about Corey's first executive order day one in office was to streamline the permitting process, which was keeping a lot of things, not just the big players, but the mom and pop people who want to invest and get things done.
Look, Larry, you and I have been friends for more than 20 years. You know my game. People have been beating me up because I'm not nice to Corey. This has nothing to do with Corey. We have 25 million people who have viewed our videos because they're so angry about what's happening on the streets with the weather, okay? This is about making a difference. And we pointed out 4 or 5 houses yesterday that needed help. And guess what happened? They got help. And let me say this, transitioning to tomorrow, brother. A big, big check will be followed up with this check from a corporate bigwig downtown to buy a significant number of city vehicles, trucks, plows, etc. So what are you trying to say here, brother? Larry, when I was in Dallas, there's a family in Fort Worth called the Bass family. They're billionaires. Fort Worth had similar problems, crime, street issues, drugs. The Bass family said, we own Fort Worth. We own all this real estate. They hired their own federal cops and protected that town. Why? because they're corporate partners. And here's the thing. A lot of folks are really, really, really into what's happening downtown right now with this new investment, with this new attitude. You know what I'm saying, Larry?
Yeah. Well, you can feel there is a different vibe in the city right now.
My friend Aaron Stauber, my billionaire friend, you know that, Larry. We're billionaires.
I know. You hang out with that billionaire guy.
He did, Larry, since Corey got in office, him and his boys did $3 billion worth of deals in Pittsburgh. No exaggeration. And I asked him why. He said, Corey O'Connor. Look, I'm not saying he's Robert F. Kennedy. I'm not saying he's MLK. I'm saying leaders lead, brother. And this is a prime example of what you and I have learned in our lives. Relationships, and relationships matter. And I'll tell you what.
Especially in this town.
I'll tell you what, regarding UPMC, because half my family works there, because they saved my life. I'm a biased guy. And I've been hearing, they wouldn't confirm it for me because this is kind of big deal stuff, that they were doing something spectacular, and they're about to do it in about 20 minutes. And by the way, as a favor to us, and I love this, Larry, because we do have some sway, they're starting their news conference at 10:07, which is the time that, my little show starts. I got to give love, Larry, to UPMC for saying, let's go. Let's roll. I mean, don't you?
It's a big deal. Yeah,
big.
I'm anxious to get the details.
And tomorrow, a corporate sponsor is going to write a big old check, Larry, for about, I'm told, 15 to 20 trucks. Pretty cool. It's go time. So rather than saying, let's try the same old rickety trucks, the players are playing. This is very cool.
Marty, thank you. Details coming up, and you'll hear it all right after the news at 10
Hell yeah.
on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Are you prepared for winter storms and possible power outages? Duquesne Light Company urges you to prepare your emergency kit ahead of the next storm. Stock up on bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and warm blankets to keep you and your family safe and comfortable. And don't forget to charge your devices. A little preparation goes a long way. Learn more about how to prepare for storms year-round at DuquesneLight.com/stormplan. That's DuquesneLight.com/stormplan.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. Saturday will be cloudy and quite cold in Pittsburgh with a chance of some snow or flurries, high in the upper teens. Mostly cloudy Sunday, a little snow or flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Oh, thank you much, Larry. And as we're looking out live over the Parkway East, scanning with the PennDOT cameras, we noticed that we have some bunched up traffic for you as you approach the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange, and it's actually looking like it is stopped. So we're watching very closely. Traffic is flowing into the tunnels as we look over the Commercial Street Bridge area. It's just right where that Edgewood-Swissvale on-ramp is that we're seeing traffic really crawling. So we don't have reports of an accident there. We'll keep our eyes peeled and see what's going on. Of course, as more folks are hitting the highways, everybody's experiencing the fact that with all of the snow that's around, even with a ramp that's cleared, you might have narrowed travel lanes, and merging might be a little bit more challenging than it would be normally. So that might be what's going on there. Parkway West on the inbound is just slow right around that Banksville on-ramp. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, North Hills travels to Fox Chapel, presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by Tobacco-Free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, I'm David Ballarado. The cleanup continues to go on and on after the weekend snowstorm, and the mayor says they still are getting a lot of 311 calls about snow-covered streets.
We're seeing where the gaps are. Now it's just trying to get our, DPW workers to those sites.
And I would imagine those calls will keep on coming because with the temperatures in the teens, single digits, and even below zero, the snow's not going anywhere fast.
And, of course, we just heard this story that we're going to be carrying live in a few minutes here with the announcement of UPMC making a multi-million-dollar donation to the city to help for ambulance service as well.
Yeah, and Marty says even more to come. We'll see.
And Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE and Customs and Border Patrol are working on a drawdown plan in Minnesota. He says his meetings with Minnesota leaders this week have been constructive. He's working to make the immigration crackdown safer. He says everyone needs to just tone down the rhetoric.
Well, I said
in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right.
Well, hopefully that's the case.
And, of course, that's a key issue in our third major story, which is they're trying to get all of this worked out on DHS funding so they can try to avert a government shutdown tomorrow.
And it's linked directly, you're right. So hopefully they get that done because as we understand it, while it's a partial government shutdown, and we just went through 43 days of a complete government shutdown starting on October 1st last fall, the IRS, now they're saying they're going to try to step around that somehow, but it's tax season. People are getting their W-2s, they're filing. If you have a refund coming, you want that to happen. Now, they're also suggesting that if you file electronically, which almost everybody does, and you're getting a refund, that may not be interrupted. But people don't want to hear may not. They want to hear I'm getting my money.
Well, it just occurred to me, so many major things that people have been worried about are being addressed in the next few moments. Wouldn't it be nice if we would warm up to 60 degrees today and get a nice douse of rain to get rid of all the snow and ice as well?
That's not going to happen, David, anytime soon. Also, there's a rumor that there's talk about finding some way to move forward with the Post-Gazette.
Oh, right.
So we got a lot going on. Keep it on KDKA for details and updates, and we'll keep you posted. And we will continue with the KDKA Radio Storm Center, brought to you by Duquesne Light, larger than light. It's been a week. Aaron, we're looking at temperatures once again flirting with below zero for the wake up tomorrow. So it will continue. And we'll have the yeah, I know. That's not what you want to hear, is it?
No. We're all patiently waiting for sunny skies.
Well, I think normally a lot of people maybe don't pay a lot of attention to spring training for the Pirates, and at least initially, right? But it is nice to think that in just 2 weeks, pitchers and catchers will be there, and we're actually carrying our first spring training game here on the station that started it all.
That was the first show I ever did. When Colin was remote, I produced for him opening, what is that, home opener? Yeah.
Yeah, the home opener, by
Wild
the way.
day.
It's in March, the end of March.
And that honestly is going to be here before we know
It's
it.
2 months away. If you look at PNC, you can hardly see it. There's so much snow. I saw a great shot of Acrisure, with the new coach. They're saying, hey, here, it all begins here.
Our stadiums here are just gorgeous. They really, really are.
And there is a transition this almost never happens, where all professional teams here change coaches in the last year. All of them.
I know, I love it. Along with the new mayor, we're just kind of turning a whole new leaf as a city.
Absolutely. And even Sarah Inamorado, as young as she is, we talk to Rich Fitzgerald every week.
Right.
He said, the youth generation and the move is on. It's
on. It's here.
It happened. Game on. And if you just joined us, Marty Griffin will share some information about the city and what's happening with the need, which we found is greater than ever because of the size of this storm, and how UPMC's involved. But he's also suggesting there are others who will contribute too. So make sure you keep it on KDK, and we'll keep you posted. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. So soon, Ellen, you may see more City of Pittsburgh vehicles around.
Obviously, greatly needed.
Yeah. I feel for people whose streets have yet to be touched. So
Yet to be cleared. Yeah, still seeing those pictures online. It's just crazy. I know driving around some of the neighborhoods to the north of the city yesterday, Larry, I saw front loaders being employed by some of these small municipalities to try to get the snow off of the main streets. It's just crippling for so many of these communities. So as you're hitting the highways, not too many traffic delays for you. Edgewood Swissvale has some slow-go traffic for you in terms of the lineup on the Parkway East. That's where you'll be in the sea of brake lights headed for those Squirrel Hill tunnels. No accidents in your way, just lots of slowdowns there. We do have an accident in Pleasant Hillsboro, this on Telstar Drive, not far from Tora Drive, and also behind the Liberty tunnels as you come out of the South Hills. 51 and West Liberty Avenue just have traffic light delays around their intersection. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s coming your way at 10:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, now, and I saw yesterday they were working on clearing those HOV lanes. I think they worked all night to do that because they were obviously closed since the storm started on late Saturday night into Sunday.
Well, and I'll share this from my view with the PennDOT cameras, Larry. I noticed they finally do have, it looks like the main stretch is really getting cleared out, to your point, but some of those off ramps, like the slip ramp, as we call it, right there by Perrysville, that thing is still snow and ice covered. So it's just a massive effort to try to get that ready to be back online, and we're waiting for PennDOT to let us know when folks can use it again.
My best guess would be, if not this afternoon's rush, should be good to go by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, I hope you're right.
Thank you. We'll keep you posted. Right now, we're still very cold. Temperature at Pittsburgh International, although we have a little bit of sunshine, that helps. It's just 8 degrees. And the extreme cold warning exists till 11. Then they're going to put it back in place overnight for tomorrow. So we anticipate that we will have the same amount of closings and delays and remote instruction for the kids and the school systems around the region.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Paid for by government. The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle. The first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. They will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. You can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again, guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States silver eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-560-6468 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-560-6468.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling.
With winter's grip in full force, it's time to consider replacing your old, inefficient heating and cooling system. Air Pro and Bryant's low-cost plans fit your budget. Furnace replacements for as low as $65 a month, 0% financing. Furnace and AC systems for as low as $130 a month. 10-year warranty on parts, 5 years on labor.
You can't afford not to call Air Pro Heating and Cooling for the lowest prices, longest warranties, and 0% financing. Air Pro, locally owned, locally known.
When winter settles in, everything gets a little harder for our neighbors. Your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank helps families stay warm and nourished with fresh, healthy food. Give today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Give family a little more breathing room this winter. That's the power of you.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX, Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 13 degrees at 10 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Mayor O'Connor set to hold a news conference in a few moments, which we will bring to you live right here on News Radio KDKA. Marty Griffin had reported moments ago that UPMC officials will be there with the mayor for a major announcement.
They're donating $10 million right now to the city of Pittsburgh to buy emergency response vehicles, ambulances, etc.
During the primary campaign against Ed Gainey, O'Connor had consistently floated the idea of having nonprofits provide contributions to the city in such a way, specifically talking about hospitals providing ambulances. Again, we will bring that to you live right around 10:07. Senate Democrats are calling for Congress to block funding for the Department of Homeland Security if ICE is not regulated and reformed. Without a funding agreement by the end of tomorrow, we could see a partial government shutdown. CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns has more.
The House passed these spending bills in a package, so it has to stay intact, meaning the Senate has to vote on the same thing, or else any changes would require buy-in from the House, and then they're on recess. So we could be heading into a partial government shutdown just over the weekend until the House comes back.
Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE and Customs and Border Patrol are working on a drawdown plan now in Minnesota. More on that from Michael Wallace.
President Trump wants this fixed, but I'm going to fix it.
Holman says his meetings with Minnesota leaders this week have been constructive.
We've come a long way.
He says he's working to make the immigration crackdown safer. Agents will conduct more targeted enforcement operations. Holman urged everyone to tone down the rhetoric.
I said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Pittsburgh Public Schools directors reopening debate on the district's controversial facilities plan. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the latest.
The board voted unanimously to bring the Future Ready proposal back to the table, months after it was shelved following community pushback. School Board President Gene Walker explains what happens next.
This item will be referred back to Education Committee, who will then set up additional public meetings and discussions of the board to determine what, if any, changes need to be made to the Future Ready plan in order for the board to consider a vote on it in the future.
Directors say changes must be made before anything moves forward, emphasizing more community input and clearer communication. The resolution to revisit the plan passed 8-0 with one member absent. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Details remain sparse, but Allegheny County police are investigating the death of a 3-year-old child in Harrison Township. Police were called to a home just after noon yesterday for a report of an unresponsive 3-year-old who was dead when the medics arrived. On Wall Street at this hour, we are looking at yet another day of a mixed market. Actually, now all the major averages have turned substantially lower, just making that change moments ago with the Dow currently down 96 points. The Nasdaq is down more than 1.5%. It's currently lower by 387 points, and the S&P 500 currently dropping 53 points. KDK Sports, the Pens are back in action tonight. They will host the Blackhawks, and the puck drops tonight just after 7 p.m. KDK Radio News Time 10:03. Right now, around the Pittsburgh area, it's mostly sunny, but still very cold. 13 degrees the temperature. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Luro from Secure Money Health. Let's be honest, Medicare can be overwhelming. That's why I created the Ultimate Medicare book, a clear, no-nonsense guide to help you navigate every twist and turn of Medicare. I'm here to empower you with the insights you need to secure the right benefits for your health. Don't let uncertainty slow you down. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com to get started and reclaim your confidence today.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have some remnants of the rush hour in terms of delays around the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We've checked. No accidents in your way, just heavier traffic. Inbound, you are in bumper-to-bumper between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And outbound is slow, too. Right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass, all the way up past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange there. Parkway West inbound is sluggish for you right around the runaway truck sand pile before the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. 28's rolling well, as is the Parkway North. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, cold weather advisory from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a couple of flurries. High 16. Few evening flurries, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, well, well. In about 2 minutes, the mayor and others will step up to the microphone and announce an historic event in this town. This is called teamwork. This is called community. And this is friggin' leadership, man. Big time. If you had doubt about Corey O'Connor, doubt no mo. Behind the scenes, and as I am reporting, this has been discussed now for at least a month. There have been long discussions about the city of Pittsburgh, and nonprofits stepping up and making a difference. UPMC is donating $10 million. Man, this is so damn cool. $10 million to the city of Pittsburgh. Let me read this statement. 30 seconds, folks. We're going to take this. Amid concerns of operating with an aging fleet, UPMC has provided transformative $10 million contribution to expedite, it's beautiful, the replacement of Pittsburgh's emergency medical services vehicles and equipment. Boom! Are you seeing it? They will immediately purchase the vehicles. Let me read further on. The mayor making this announcement. They will immediately make this announcement, and they will immediately be able to purchase 9 new ambulances and 1 rescue truck. How about that? And a similar amount of equipment in 2027. Folks, this is what leadership's about. Wait. $10 million, an historic commitment. And we are waiting for the formal announcement from the mayor. At the end of the day, folks, here we go, folks.
To announce a transformative announcement for the city of Pittsburgh, especially regarding our fleet. I do want to take a moment, though, to look back at the history. Right now, we are standing in front of a rescue truck that is 31 years old, has over 100,000 plus miles on it. This, as well as most of our fleet, 50% of which are ambulances, have over 75,000 miles. Today's announcement is about saving lives. Today's announcement is about giving the tools to our EMS first responders so that they can be out in our community saving lives. This was something we were dedicated to. We wanted to make an announcement. We have a great partner who I'm going to announce in a moment. But this is really about transforming our city and looking at our fleet and taking an initiative, and help is on its way. I have to thank our partner in this effort. UPMC stepped up. We've been making calls to a number of organizations that have Pittsburgh ties. They stepped up, and today we are announcing a $10 million gift to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet. This money, this gift that was donated by UPMC is now going to free up funds in the city budget for us to purchase 35 DPW trucks this year. That goes to plows, to helping with situations that we're dealing with right now. And that's why this is such a transformative thing for our city. But it takes partnerships and it takes leaderships at all. It takes partnerships and it takes leaderships. We made a dedication to the city of Pittsburgh and its residents that we were going to address this situation. We were making phone calls and somebody stepped up. And we are here to thank UPMC, to thank Leslie Davis for placing a call earlier this week to say this is the start of a great partnership, but also this is the start of transforming our fleet, saving lives. And I can tell you from our EMS who risk their lives each and every day, this is something that is going to help build their morale because we are investing in them. And the hardworking DPW workers that have been out on the streets endlessly for the last 3 days, 24 hours every day. This is going to help let them do their job as well. So I'm honored to be here. I want to thank Leslie Davis and UPMC for this generous gift, and I want to bring her up to make a statement about why they stepped up when the city was in desperate need of support. So thank you very, very much, and thank you to Leslie.
Leslie Davis, UPMC.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mayor O'Connor. And thank you to the city's EMS professionals who serve Pittsburgh with such dedication. UPMC is honored to stand with you today. This contribution reflects who we are at UPMC, a mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that. Our investment in our community today is not in isolation, nor is it something new. From initiatives like the Pittsburgh Promise, to Second Avenue Commons, to Freedom House 2.0, and to the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership, UPMC has consistently invested in the strength, vitality, and future of this city by partnering with previous administrations as well, because caring for our community has always been at the heart of who we are. Now, this week, I would say we had a few challenges, right? A few challenges facing the city's aging EMS fleet, and we recognize the urgency of this very moment. First responders are often the first point of care for our patients. And if any of you have ever been on an ambulance, it's a very scary situation. A strong emergency response infrastructure is essential for a healthy community. As I shared with the mayor earlier, we hope that this investment will serve as a catalyst for broader collaboration among other civic, nonprofit, and private sector partners who share our dedication to the well-being of all of Pittsburgh's communities. This is about stepping up when the community needs it and looking ahead to the Pittsburgh that we all want to build, one that is safer, stronger, and better prepared for the future. UPMC is so proud to call Pittsburgh home, and I'm proud to call Pittsburgh my home. We always support our family, right? And we remain committed to supporting everyone who makes this city extraordinary. I thank each of you.
Leslie Davis. It's a big deal, folks. Big deal. Big deal.
This way.
Hell of a deal.
Want to go this way?
Yeah. Another big announcement tomorrow, folks. Another big announcement tomorrow. Tomorrow, the announcement will come from a corporate sponsor. Millions of dollars more. I'm telling you, folks, this is leadership. This is a moment in time where Pittsburgh is at the confluence of disaster and hope. It's amazing to see this mayor kicking ass a couple weeks into office. What this means is immediate, transformative money. And the mayor nailed it. Immediate, transformative money. Immediate morale boost. And now, all the other players, the nonprofits, the Highmarks, the CMUs, they're saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go, big boys. The Walnut Capitals, the PNCs. Whoa, whoa. Let's take a look. Folks, big news. You tell me. 866-391-1020. The mayor's back at the mic. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mayor, I guess under the Katie administration, he had targeted the nonprofits and lawsuits. Since the fact that we had those lawsuits,
Mayor's taking
questions. And I assume a couple of these questions are coming, so let me just give you the general gist of this. This is a gift We are still talking to our partners, our nonprofit partners, about a long-term agreement. This is a gift that we took a call, and we hope we get more calls like this. I hope I can do this every day with other entities that want to support us, especially now. But this was a one-time gift. We're still in long-term conversations with everyone. Looking at those lawsuits, obviously we have a new solicitor. We know that those lawsuits have cost taxpayers money. Things like this save taxpayer money. And we know that council's already proposing possibly putting in $20 million a year. This announcement saves us from doing things like that long-term. Obviously, we're still going to work with council on what their budget priorities are. But now all of a sudden, $10 million, we can now invest, as I mentioned, in DPW plow trucks. And then instead of council dedicating that much money to it every year, goes back towards paving, potholes, playgrounds. So this is a huge announcement today. And like I said, it's a gift. I think picking up the phone, as we said we were going to do throughout all of last year, we were going to make calls, talk to partners and various organizations in this region about what the partnership would look like. I think this was obviously an amazing first step, just to see, again, the shape of our ambulance fleet that we know breaks down to and from calls. So this is a great first step, but this is something we dedicated to the residents. We said we were going to, address the fleet, and we were going to make calls. If you look at what we've done, obviously this week's a little bit different. We call 10 local companies. We try to get national the same week to talk to them about how we can work together to partner in Pittsburgh. And we're constantly going to take phone calls. We're taking phone calls, obviously about snow right now, but about how people can be partners with Pittsburgh. And this is what comes of it when you're proactive.
$10 million. They will immediately buy vehicles. Immediately. Very, very cool. 35 new vehicles.
Yeah, obviously we know there's a backlog and it takes time. I'll be honest, I think maybe a year. Do you know the press? Do you want to? Sorry, I'll let Chief say the specifics.
Hi. It takes approximately a year. We actually have trips next month to go down to the facility to actually look at the upbuilds, and they should be in, I believe, December actually of this year. A bulk of the ambulances.
So we won't see new vehicles next week, is what she's saying. It's going to be a while, but they'll go next week and look at them. It's cool. It's cool.
Obviously first weekend we were calling, and then we have a lot of calls that we make. And we had started, long-term conversations. As I said, I knew that was going to be a question. So there's still a long-term conversation with all of our larger nonprofits. But yeah, they picked up the phone. I believe it might've been Tuesday, and said, we see the situation that you're in. We believe we can help. Ambulances obviously fit within their mission. And this was something that, we said, if we talk to our larger community and we fit their mission, we believe they're willing to be partners, and they stepped up to the table. And as I said, Tuesday, and here we are Thursday.
Major announcement tomorrow from a corporate, for-profit, big shot, player, millions tomorrow.
What's the status of the estimates? Takes, like you said, a year?
Yeah, it takes approximately a year from the buildup time. So the problem is when COVID hit, all ambulance services around, the municipalities, put in bids for ambulances, and, the builders got backlogged. So, unfortunately it takes time, and Pittsburgh has custom ambulances. So, yeah.
What does this investment mean?
I'm actually floored. I didn't know this announcement was coming. So this is almost like a present. I'm just like eternally grateful for this, because it's going to mean so much to our crews. It's going to mean so much to the residents. So I can't say enough about how thankful I am that, this is really going to help out a lot. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's great.
EMS director.
Can you give us an update on the snow removal? How's that going? There's still a lot of frustrated residents out there. Speak to that.
Yeah. Last night, I believe we had over 50 out. John can back me up on that, but we had 50 of our plows out. We added an additional contractor yesterday as well, who was already working throughout the night. What started in, that contractor was in East Hills and now over to the north side. We still probably have 50 plus equipment, what would you say, tools out from the contractors that are being used and mobilized as we speak. Yesterday afternoon, the numbers were over 10,000 tons removed, but I'm assuming we're up to probably 15,000 tons removed because that was early yesterday and they've been working around the clock. And, you know, we can't credit DPW enough. John, you know, as acting director, walked into a situation. And we know that there are still residents that are frustrated. We understand that. You know, I took calls on 311. We're trying to help out as best we can. All hands on deck. Our office is taking calls. But we know that there are still some alleys that need some care. And we're also, you know, salting. I think, you know, the biggest issue that we've seen, and John can speak to it better than I can, when we do plow a street, it looks like we haven't been there because now it's freezing up. And even when we were doing it round the clock, and we have the data from Sunday night into Monday that we were hitting a lot of streets over and over again, it just kept piling up. I mean, it was almost an inch every hour. So it was tough. And we know there are residents that are still calling, and we will get to you. You are our priority. So we are still going to have that battle over the next couple of days. We're talking about possibly extending the contractors over the weekend as well. But, you know, we'll keep everybody up to date round the clock. We've changed a couple shifts here and there, but credit to everybody for, you know, I know the residents, it's tough on you, but bear with us. We are getting to you. Your voices are heard. Whether it's on social media or 311 or when I go to the Giant Eagle, we hear you. So, you know, I know this is tough on everybody, but we're banding together. I think a lot of Pittsburghers are helping one another out. And that's what we do. And you want to talk about Pittsburghers helping, this shows it right here, what we just did this afternoon.
Hell yeah.
You mentioned that this money.
It's amazing.
Money to buy DPW trucks, 1,000 trucks. I'm assuming you'll have those for next year.
It's a big
Yeah,
moment.
we're already looking at that purchase. We believe this money gives us about the ability to get 35 more. And again, we're hoping we could do calls like this all the time. And, you know, we're anticipating that, you know, if this is the first one, I think we're going to probably get some more calls, and hopefully we can have an announcement like this, you know, hopefully tomorrow. Let's be optimistic. Yes.
There will be an announcement tomorrow. Major corporate sponsor, $5 million plus.
Let's hope so.
$5 million plus tomorrow. It's great stuff. It's working, man. It's working. $10 million for the purchase of emergency vehicles. The mayor talking.
Yeah, so we're still good. John just told me that, sorry, if anybody doesn't know, I'm talking, John McClory, acting director, DPW. He's actually, it's amazing. When we are tracking where our snow plows are going, we go and we see, what's your truck number? 500. All of a sudden we'll say, oh, who's working that back alley? We click on it and it's John himself driving. So, you know, very dedicated. We have another delivery coming today. And we're staying up on it as quick as we can get as much salt out we need. The freezing temperatures, again, we know today's bad tomorrow, and we're looking at possibly, was it -8 or 10 on Saturday. So we have enough salt at this moment. Yeah. And we just got another delivery. Supply is still coming. Yeah.
Has been talking with the county.
35 trucks now. Ambulances.
So obviously they do their own roads. And, you know, there's a lot of municipalities that they work with as well. We had a discussion, you know, the issue with that is our contractors are a lot easier because they're already on our insurance and things like that. County is a little bit different. And then to try to coordinate what trucks can actually go on steeper hills, they, you know, that type of equipment. But we did have a general discussion yesterday, I believe.
But they're not helping you guys out.
No.
Getting back to the UPM stuff, I take it that you're saying it's not like a quid pro quo, give us 10 million and we'll drop the lawsuits. Has this offer changed the tenor of that discussion? Has it had any effect on kind of how you'll be talking to them across the table?
No, I mean, I think it just shows that when you pick up a call, and you talk about the priorities of the city, that we have partners out there. And I think it's just that commitment to, here are our priorities. It fits your mission. We don't, and we said this even about a long-term agreement with all of our nonprofits. We don't want that money to go into the city's coffers because, the bureaucracy of it is we made mistakes in the past. This is money that has to go directly to impact our residents. I've said it from day one. This money has to go so that a neighbor, when they call for an ambulance, they see the benefit, not a debt that the city has from a 20-year bond. That's not where this money goes. We are specifically looking at saving lives, and they stepped up and did it. And there was nothing more than a gift. And we're so thankful for it. Keep looking there. That's all my staff. They have no questions. Okay, sorry.
It's a hell of a moment.
Yeah, who's my favorite staffer?
There have been discussions for
No
weeks now.
comment. Yeah.
And
well, again, thank you all very much, and we will keep you up to date if we have more announcements like this. But again, thank you all for being here.
Absolutely amazing, folks. We'll be right back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. You get $1,000 off your entire project and 0% interest for 60 months. You can spread out the payments. 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
When I need to look my best, I trust Laramore's. They just customized my new suit, the fit, the style, the confidence. It's unmatched. Discover the difference of Laramore's men's clothing. 249 Fifth Avenue, downtown Pittsburgh. Thanks, Laramore's.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 14 degrees at 10:30. I'm David Ballarado. Mayor O'Connor and UPMC officials announcing the nonprofit is providing the city a one-time $10 million gift to help replace several of the city's aging vehicles.
That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet.
PRT says service is close to being fully restored this morning following the winter storm after crews worked overnight to clear snow and improve access across the system. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the latest.
Transit officials say buses and rail are largely back to normal after deploying snowplows and dump trucks to problem areas. 2 bus routes remain affected. The 11 Fineview is not serving the Fineview area, and the 83 Webster is unable to serve Terrace and Aliquippa. All other bus routes and rail service are operating normally. Officials thank crews for their efforts and remind riders the downtown service center is operating on adjusted hours from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. through Friday. Customer service is available by phone until 8 p.m. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, disappointment with Microsoft's earnings report taking the market substantially and sharply lower. The Dow is currently down 180 points. The Nasdaq is down nearly 2%. It's currently dropping 425 points. The S&P 500 falling 64. KDK Radio News time 10:31. Our next update's at 11. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money,
Sponsored by Wesley Financial. The housing market tends to hibernate during the winter.
Nobody wants to move when it's 1 degree outside.
If you want to move in the new year, Drew Wishover of the Inspired Title Group says you can use the January lull to get a leg up on spring home buying season.
See, the areas maybe you want to live in. Maybe it's a good time to do some, home renovations and get your property in tip-top shape so you can get the top dollar for your house.
I'm Rob Hart.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
We have this wonderful deal with Oakmont Bakery called Cakewalks. Woman's turning 100. Soreo and the folks at Oakmont make her a bespoke, custom-made, custom cake, anything she wants, and then we deliver it on her birthday. That's what makes Oakmont Bakery special. Plus, everything there is delicious.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
UPMC. Life-saving, life-changing information.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACvacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS for your free, no obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is an accident downtown. It's on the city side of the Parkway East, down in that bathtub section of 376. Looks like it's as you are approaching the off-ramp for Stanwyck Street. Traffic is at a crawl and quickly backing to between the 2nd Avenue off-ramp and the Grant Street off-ramp. So if you are headed that way, you need to leave some extra travel time. Heading inbound on the Parkway West, you are slow and backing beginning at the Banksville on-ramp, and at times that fluctuates back toward the runaway truck sand pile there. Parkway East inbound is slow between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the tunnels. And within the past 30 minutes, Pittsburgh Regional Transit has announced that their downtown service center is closed today due to a lack of heat in the facility. So keep that in mind if you are trying to reach out to them or visit there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a passing flurry to high 16. Few evening flurries. Partly cloudy, bitterly cold overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
There we go. It's a Thursday, rolling through the week. I'm going to be pleased to talk to you today. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
Man, it's like Kennywood Day, man. A little bit of Christmas. Hope. I tell my kids this, and I tell my wife this, and I live this. And I was talking to Larry about this morning. Our lives are about our relationships. Pushing back gets you pushed further away. Moving in gets you closer. Corey O'Connor watched the relationship between Gainey and UPMC implode, and he hated it. There isn't a big shot in this town that liked it. Gainey wouldn't go to ribbon cuttings for UPMC. He hated them. He wanted to destroy them. And now he's on the couch. Corey said, to hell with that. Had meetings with all the players in this town before he was in office. Now, UPMC, $10 million fleet investment, 9 new ambulances, rescue truck, 35 new DPW vehicles. And folks, a little tease for you. Millions and millions more coming in tomorrow from a major for-profit player in the city. It will make a big difference for my friend Marcy and others in Pittsburgh who are plowed in, quite frankly. Listen to Marcy from 2 days ago. Listen.
This is my residence tucked back there, 3917 Wilkesboro Avenue. That's my driveway. This is the end by the city pedestrian bridge that's closed off. That's Jersey barriers. That's how high the snow is. They have not come and touched this street, this portion of Wilkesboro, since the snowstorm. If you look up top up there, they did come and plow the top part of Wilkesboro, but made the turn on Stone Leah and plowed in a big barrier of snow.
So that was 2 days ago, Brighton Heights.
Was inhibiting
That's
us
enough.
from
And Marcy had herself trapped in her house with her husband for 4 days. So we played the video. We raised hell. Bobby Wilson, her councilman, paid attention and took care of business. That's why we yell and scream. That's why we love people like Marcy. That's why I really love your videos. They make a difference. And in this case, it did. My new best friend, Marcy. Good morning, my dear. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Marty. How are you?
So you have a little freedom now, sister.
I did. I finally was able to get out of my house today. Like I said, I'm speaking for everybody, not just myself, because I'm an advocate for all. Brighton Heights is still iffy. We went out and roads are still they're dicey, but you know what? It's going to be. Yep. This is bad. They came yesterday. Well, after I spoke with you, and I want to thank you for what you did for me.
Hell yeah.
I just got on Bobby Wilson's Facebook page, and Marty, quite honestly, I was always told squeaky wheel gets the oil. I just kept blowing it up.
Sister. Right on,
and,
sister.
He came. Well, he got on there. He said, I got you on the list. I'm coming. I go, when are you coming here? I said, it's almost 4 o'clock. Well, then my husband walked to the end of the street, and by 4 o'clock, they were just plowing. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. It looks like I'm a little igloo tunnel through because it's on both. But you know what? I was able to get my car up, and I'm grateful and blessed. That's all I'm going to say for that.
Hey, when we're done here, you got to shoot me a video. I want to see the byproduct. Right?
I absolutely will. Yes, because I got to get down there. Yes, it was late when you asked for that.
No,
yes,
I
will.
All it proves to me is that these videos make a difference, and your voice makes a difference. You got to yell and scream to get somebody to hear you, don't you, sister?
You absolutely do. You certainly do. And like I said, I taught for 35 years, and I advocated for all my students, not just a small portion. And you got to advocate for everybody. Doesn't matter who pays more taxes no taxes. We're in a community where, I've been in this community all my life. I was born and bred. My husband was born and bred. You got to speak for the whole community. And I love doing this kind of stuff. I'm glad I got noticed by you. And, I'd like to continue to be quite honest.
Let's go. Hey, you got out after 4 days.
Yesterday at 4 o'clock, they came, and then he took the car up yesterday. We came back. Today, we got out, and we're going to actually got dog food and making it to the grocery store.
Hey.
Yes.
This is what irritates me about this. Without naming names, these jagoffs, and I mean that in the nicest way, your husband was trapped in there. Fact.
Yes, fact.
His friggin' boss fired him.
He got he did. Marty, I knew it was coming. That's why I said it, because I could feel the vibe of her and the family. And when he did speak to her yesterday, she told him she didn't care.
Wow.
He tried to explain, and she goes, "I really don't care."
Wow.
And he said, "Well, Marcy's been on with Marty and the city," and she goes, "Well, tell her to go talk to some more talk show hosts."
No.
I don't care. Yes, she did, and she hung up. Well, then at 4 o'clock, he walked there, and he seen the plow truck, and grateful as anything, and texted her and said, "Hey, I can come in tomorrow. Great news." And then he talked with the brother, and the brother said, "Yeah, well, I'm coming in at 7. John was like, "Well, I'll come in and help you," and blah, blah, blah. And then she basically said, "Well, don't come till 8." And in a text, this was all in text, and he said, "Okay." And then 20 minutes later, the father sent a voicemail and said, "I need to talk to you. Do not come to work tomorrow."
Can I talk to him real quick?
Yeah, here he is, right here.
Put him on.
Hey, Marty, how are you, sir?
What's up, brother? What's your name?
My name's John.
Without naming names, I think it's kind of hateful to take a man who's dedicated his life to working in this town and fire you because you were trapped in your house, isn't it, sir?
I would have to concur with you on that. And before we go any further, thank you so much to your assistance on getting us on, Scott.
Man.
Nevertheless, but I did what I could. I was never involved in this particular type of industry before. I started from scratch. I thought we had a short learning curve. I thought we excelled at the expectations that were laid out for me. And for them to arbitrarily let me go because I couldn't make it into the store to assist them, that wasn't my intention. I don't miss work. I was a team player and trying to take care of everyone like Marcy does.
Yep.
And they decided to part ways, and it is what it is. Everything happens for a reason, I believe, Marty.
So, did she really tell you when you said you can't get out of your house, you're trapped? She said, "I don't care."
Quote unquote, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My man.
And I was trying to be respectful to keep her, not to leave her in a precarious situation where she would be stuck. I was trying to do my best to try to help her out. It was basically, well, too bad, thank you. Okay.
And this is a family-owned hardware store.
It is, yes, sir.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
It is.
It's you know what, man? It shows a lack of compassion, does it not?
It does. Everyone collectively as a team, we went and pulled together to try to make a successful business. I understand my role was minimal there, but I was involved in the overall success of the group. That's what I was looking for.
I don't give a damn if you're turning the lights on, brother.
Sure.
You can't treat people that way, my man.
I know. And I personally never did that. I used to work for an environmental organization. We had hundreds of people. I treated everyone with respect. The same way I would treat a CEO, I treated the janitor. Everyone has a role on the team, and I always took that perception.
I love you. Put your wife back on, please, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Marty.
Hey, if you need help finding a job, seriously, I'm in, man.
Hey, I'll tell you what, he's looking to get back. John, he's very smart. He's done the environmental business for over 35 years. And he is looking to get back in. He said, you know, I still have a lot left in my brain, and he's very intelligent he's done everything except medical waste, nuclear waste. He's done it all. And he's been throwing resumes out. He got a resume that's beautiful. And we're just hoping that we're hoping that this is God's plan. He can.
Hey, hold on. Before I let you go, I got to tell you something. So the mayor, because he sees what's happening to folks like you and around town, he got UPMC to give the city $10 million.
I love it.
How about that?
I love it. I think we were blessed. I love it. And we need trucks. We need ambulances. Our first responders need they need the money. They're the heart of our city.
Hell yeah.
They're the heart of our state. They're the heart of our country. You know, my son was a military guy for 9 years. He then became a police officer in Denver, and he's doing a different job now. Still serving the United States, but they put up with a lot of crap in our city and our plow driver. God, you know what? Amen to the guys that are here helping that are contracted.
Hell yeah.
And I mean, I know people are complaining. Listen, we're going to have snow, Marty, probably till May.
They did what they had to do, and they hooked you up. Marcy, I love you. Let's talk.
I love it.
Let's talk about getting your husband a gig. I'll call you later.
Oh, you do that. Thank you so much, Marty.
Hey.
God bless you. God bless you.
Shoot me that video, please.
I certainly will.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Love that woman. Why wouldn't you? Honestly. And I resent the family-owned hardware store that fired him. I find that cold-hearted, narrow-minded, and obnoxious. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have this accident downtown that's really slowing the go for folks on the city side of the Parkway East. So if you're trying to head inbound on 376 toward the Fort Pitt Bridge and tunnels or across the Fort Duquesne Bridge toward the North Shore, you have an obstacle because of an accident that is near the Stanwyck Street off-ramp. It is backing traffic up right after you pass by the 2nd Avenue off-ramp near the jail as you make your way toward the point. So extra time is a must for you there. Also on the inbound Parkway East, some minor delays approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but then outbound, we're seeing heavy traffic between the Greenfield Bridge overpass and the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit. No accidents there, just slow-go traffic. Parkway West inbound is sluggish right at the mouth of the Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to the Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So, the best food in this area is in Oakmont right now. The Lot at Edgewater, the Pub at 333, Hofstadt's, Michael A's, Vinny's Tavern, and the place that started it all, Carnivores. I'm telling you, folks, I've eaten at all of them, and my man JK, the Oakmont Restaurant King, delivers nothing but the best. Oakmont, the best food, the best community. Check it out.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Joe from New York asks, I invested in the stock market for many years and I've done well. I have investments in 5 or 6 different places and I want to consolidate. I'd like to have one place where my investments are not at risk, yet still making some money. Well, Joe, I am all for consolidating. It's going to make your financial life a lot easier. Take a look at the big brokerage firms and see the one that you like. Start consolidating there. As for not taking on too much risk, you're likely looking at a combination of cash, CDs, and money markets.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
For a balanced menu of politics, policy, and pop culture, follow and listen to The Takeout with me, Major Garrett, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I am ecstatic. I sent the mayor a text, and I mean this. Biggest part of my life when I was back here was my father and mother. My mom used to blast my show through her house. It was hysterical. My father would call me, and we'd go back and forth about the city and life in general. It was amazing. And I couldn't help but send the mayor a text, considering what he pulled off with UPMC, which is brilliant and a home run. And say your dad would be proud. He would, man. His dad was just like this. Very, very cool. I had to grab my boy, the unofficial mayor of the South Side, Rich Chipka, who, by the way, was spot on when he criticized Gainey's efforts to destroy UPMC and what damage that did to the city. And I had to grab him because he knew O'Connor and he knew all those folks and now sees this new vision. Rich Chipka, good morning, brother.
Good morning, Marty.
Hope, right?
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air to get resources pumping back into the city.
Well, and my man, you pointed out for several years the horror show that Danny made the relationship with UPMC, didn't you?
Oh yeah. I mean, they were willing to give money, gifts or whatever you want to call it, and he wouldn't sign off on it.
He wouldn't. And now it's like my boy Rich. He has so many relationships, and that's what makes him successful. These relationships, this check will lead to others. $5 million check coming in tomorrow from a massive corporate donor. This is what we have to do to win again, don't we, Rich?
Oh yeah, I mean, they teach you in political science limitation of enemies and counterbalancing of interest, and Gainey didn't have any of that. Corey does, and the money's flowing in from the UPMC and stuff like that. But we also have to keep an eye on our budget.
Absolutely.
So we don't have to keep on relying on gifts.
Absolutely. But you and I know, man, this is a big step. This is a home run, brother.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to save lives for the citizens of Pittsburgh. No doubt about it.
Rich Chupka, unofficial mayor of the South Side. Thanks, brother. You're the best.
Thank you, Marty.
This is a milestone. This is a landmark day. You might say, this jag off here complaining. This is why I love Pittsburghers. This guy complaining that how the hell does UPMC find $10 million? They're supposed to be a nonprofit. Sir, go back to your hole in the ground, back into your cave, shut the door, and put on SpongeBob, please.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
So I went to high school with Bob Tootie, with Tootie Mechanical. Since I've known him, they've put 400 furnaces in homes, free furnaces. We're about to do that again. We'll put 20 in homes in one day. It's magnificent. You see folks cry. They change lives. This company gets it. Tootie Mechanical. 400 furnaces. Amazing, amazing. Tootie Mechanical. 412-771-4100. Love them.
Medicare can be a maze, but it doesn't have to be. I'm Lisa Loro with Secure Money Health, and I wrote the Ultimate Medicare book to guide you through every step. I've helped many people understand their Medicare benefits, and I would love to help you too. Learn the strategies that make Medicare manageable and ensure you're making the best choices for your health and finances. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com and grab your complimentary copy today. That's MedicareBookOffer.com.
Hey folks, Marty here. CCAC rocks. They're the best, from training for careers in skilled trades to programs in robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, culinary arts, business management, and more. CCAC has it all. Folks, it's the real deal with expert instructors, industry-grade equipment, high-tech learning spaces, and more. Want a future with little debt? Campus open house events, virtual information sessions, on-site tours. CCAC.edu, CCAC.edu.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 13 degrees at 11 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. UPMC has provided the city with a one-time gift of $10 million to help the city buy 9 new ambulances and a new rescue truck this year. And Mayor O'Connor says it will also help them purchase new vehicles for the city's aging fleet.
This money, this gift that was donated by UPMC is now going to free up funds
in the city budget for us to purchase 35 DPW trucks this year. That goes to plows, to helping with situations that we're dealing with right now. And that's why this is such a transformative thing for our city.
He says the money will also help to buy additional EMS vehicles in 2027. The Pittsburgh Public Schools directors are reopening the debate over the district's controversial facilities plan. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
The board voted unanimously to bring the Future Ready proposal back to the table, months after it was shelved following community pushback. School Board President Gene Walker explains what happens next.
This item will be referred back to Education Committee, who will then set up additional public meetings and discussions of the board to determine what, if any, changes need to be made to the Future Ready plan in order for the board to consider a vote on it in the future.
Directors say changes must be made before anything moves forward, emphasizing more community input and clearer communication. The resolution to revisit the plan passed 8-0 with one member absent. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
At a news conference this morning, Trump administration border czar Tom Homan says the administration is not giving up its mission in Minneapolis, but it is adjusting how it's being carried out.
The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here.
Senate Democrats are calling for Congress to block funding for the Department of Homeland Security if ICE is not regulated and reformed. Without a funding agreement by the end of tomorrow, we could see another partial government shutdown. CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns says it looks like there may be a deal in the works.
What Democrats want to do, and the White House apparently seems open to this, is separate out that DHS funding bill from the rest of the package. So pass the rest of the package, things like funding the Pentagon, transportation, education, and other agencies, pass a shorter-term funding bill for DHS to buy more time for negotiations over ICE policy, immigration policy to continue.
On Wall Street, the Bears came out of hibernation today with Microsoft's earnings report. The Dow was down 605 points. That's 2.5%. The Nasdaq, the Dow was down 341 points, we should say. The Nasdaq is down 2.5%. It's currently lower by more than 600 points, and the S&P 500 currently dropping 102. KDKA Sports, the Pens host the Blackhawks tonight just after 7. KDKA Radio News time 11:03. It's currently 13 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran-style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each. And yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Essential Everyday Potato Chips, 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. Trustandwill.com/PLAN.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen Gamble, what's up?
Well, still very busy. This is the what's up about downtown, Marty. This accident as you're trying to approach the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge or head over to the Fort Duquesne Bridge from the Parkway East. The city side is clogged up for you before the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. So before you reach the county jail and that right-hand off-ramp to 2nd Avenue, you are in slow-go traffic all the way through the bathtub section past this accident that's by Stanwyck Street. So extra time is an absolute must if you're traveling there, or consider using the Boulevard of the Allies to use Crosstown Expressway to get into downtown or over toward the northern part of town. Parkway East inbound, slow go between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Pittsburgh Regional Transit has announced within the past hour that their downtown service center is now closed today due to a lack of heat in that facility. So that explains why, if you're trying to reach them, you might not be able to do so. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun for the rest of today. A cold breeze and a couple of flurries, the high 16. A few flurries this evening, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. Another bitterly cold day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
UPMC. Life-saving, life-changing information.
Time to get your home zero-resified by calling our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 plus a free hallway, and take 15% off regularly priced services when you mention KDKA. ZeroResPGH.com.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
As this UPMC gift evolves, stop with the hate. Go away. Shoe fly. Pittsburghers bitch if UPMC doesn't step up, and then when they step up, they bitch again. Come on, man. Come on. You know what? I tell people about Pittsburghers. I love them because I'm one of them. But if their lips are moving, they're bitching. It's... UPMC sucks. They ain't helping with this town. And then UPMC steps up with $10 million. Hey, where the hell are they coming up with that $10 million? I ought to pay my copay down at the ER yesterday. Go away. Shoe fly. It's 11:08. You missed the beginning of SpongeBob, but it's easy to follow those episodes. Just trying to help. I got to play something because this happened last night. And this is extraordinary. And this kind of underlines where we're at with this crazy weather. I got to get to this. Hold on. This is beautiful stuff. This is what I'm talking about with this crazy weather. Hold on. Let me get to this. All right. Here it is. This was last night, 7:30 p.m., outside a senior apartment building. Listen to this, listen. Wild.
In front of the Westlake Senior Apartments, 1015 Crucible Street, callers reporting a large pothole. I notified DPW. They said it's going to take a couple days, but they'll just pack it with some mail for now.
Hold on. Oh. Hold on. I got to play that again. Did you hear that, Trevin? My man. Can you imagine that meeting, Patrick? Yeah, you see a big hole, just pack it with snow. Come on, man. Hold on. Listen. This happened yesterday. It's absolutely hilarious. And I don't know.
In front of the Westlake Senior Apartments, 1015 Crucible Street, callers reporting a large pothole. I notified DPW. They said it's going to take a couple days, but they'll just pack it with some mail for now.
How you doing? Oh, somebody show me that video.
I guess it's better than nothing.
Is it? Oh,
It just shows that Pittsburgh.
Brother Mike. Wow. What are you thinking, my man? What are you thinking? How did this strike you when you heard it? You thought it was the Twilight Zone.
Oh, that was a double take, but good morning. Apparently, the cold patch the city currently has available for potholes now includes whatever's cold nearby.
Hey, you get down here. We got us a big pothole. We ain't got no cold patch because that's generally what they do. They do have ways of fixing this stuff, by the way, right?
Yeah, he's got a shovel full of asphalt and just sort of pack it down.
Yep.
And then it works for a bit.
It does. It works for a bit more than snow, doesn't it?
Hey, Marty, do you think they jumped on the snow to pack it down, or they back over it? They use a shovel. I mean, what's our technique here?
We need someone to make a meme, brother, with Frosty the Snowman with a shovel packing snow into a pothole in Pittsburgh.
Oh man, Frosty's going to sacrifice himself for a pothole.
I got to play this again. It's too funny.
In front of the Westlake Senior Apartments, 1015 Crucible Street, callers reporting a large pothole.
Yeah.
Notified DPW. They said it's going to take a couple days, but they'll just pack it with snow for now.
How about old diapers? Huh?
Oh gosh.
How about corn? What do you think, Mike?
It fits.
How about socks? How about some socks?
Oh, no one likes wet socks.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for being you. You're a friggin' miracle, man. My wife seriously wanted to ask me, and so did my son, because they marvel that you hear this stuff, because these newsrooms all over town have scanners. They don't hear any of this crap. How is it that you hear this stuff? Do you have a sixth sense, or what is it? Seriously.
Marty, I am in the wrong place at the right time all the time.
Explain, though. Like, how did you hear this?
Well, contrary to popular belief, I have a day job and I do stuff, and I just keep it in my one ear.
You have an important job, actually.
Yeah, I hold up stop signs. Yeah.
Let's not get into it, but he's a big shot. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just keep it in the ear throughout the day. If I'm cleaning at home, doing something, it always plays, and I just have an ear for it.
Wow.
You can usually tell the tone and the dispatchers, and you can hear it. I can play it back. I record this stuff, obviously.
I love you. That was
you get the gems.
That was astounding. Thanks, brother.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, you just go down Forbes Avenue, down Bigelow Boulevard. There's a pothole. If you see Yin's kids, them kids over there making a snowman, take the head off a snowman and jam it in the pothole. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow.
Yesterday was fire on a car, remember? Trying to use snow to put out the fire.
Yesterday they were putting out, you know what, Trevin?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
I will look for it.
Meanwhile, Eric's on hold. Eric, hang for a couple minutes, brother. I'm going to get you right after the break. You got to hear from Eric. This guy and his boys are amazing. Listen to this from yesterday.
23 along with the fire department head towards the intersection of Ridgemont Drive at Springfield Street, getting multiple calls reporting a vehicle on fire.
623 copy from Banksville.
Percy, we have bystander trying to throw snow on it. Says that the fire is in the engine. It should be a Bronco about 15 feet away from any structures.
They were throwing snow in the fire yesterday. Today they're putting snow in potholes. You know, you can cook with it too. Oh, yeah. Great to cook with. Wow. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic. Wow. Powered by Bowser. Me and Ellen are going to go out with a shovel and some snow and fill potholes down the parkway. What do you say, sister?
Oh, my goodness.
Magic.
Suit up, brother. Let's go.
Wow.
I imagine it works for a time, but
you think?
Yes, sir. Forget about the potholes. Right now, we have an accident on the Parkway, and this is on the Parkway East 376, Marty, as folks try to make their way down toward the point. We have our eyes on it with the PennDOT cameras. It's as you're in that bathtub section of the city approaching the Stanwyck Street off-ramp. Backups greet you between the Forbes Avenue off-ramp and the off-ramp for 2nd Avenue. So really heavy traffic for you there. You might want to consider jumping up onto the Boulevard of the Allies and get into town that way by using the off-ramps from 579, or if you're trying to head toward the north side or North Shore, you could head over, of course, the Veterans Bridge. They're getting reports of an accident on the Parkway West inbound, somewhere between 79 and Carnegie. So far, we have not laid eyes on that, but we'll have more in our next update. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
Look, cancer is evil. I mean that. Lost my sis, Barb. I lost one of my best friends, Jeff. However, I got to say this. I'm alive. They saved my life at UPMC. And new data suggests that 70% of folks that get cancer live 5 years plus. It's a miracle. We got to have hope. We got to have faith in the doctors and the greatness and the kindness at UPMC. Life-saving, life-changing information.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
What if you could buy a flippable, two-sided mattress made with the finest materials that cost less than other luxury brands? This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory, and this is exactly what you'll find with our new Orthos line, available exclusively at OMF. We build these by hand using premium materials like wool and cotton. It's old-world craftsmanship with modern comfort, our most extraordinary sleep system. Built locally at a price other luxury brands just can't match. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and experience the Orthos line for yourself.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O Rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So there are these badasses in this town. They're just blowing my mind. These guys are like the Dark Knight, man, in pickups. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. These men on their own, they heard us, Patrick. Did you hear his sound from that video?
I did.
Tell her what he said on the video. We're going to get to Marty's whole list.
Oh, exactly.
So these guys, I My wife was sitting there watching this video with me last night, and she was like, damn. Most people will stay on the couch even though they have to use the bathroom because they don't want to get off the couch. And I mean that. Most people won't get food because they don't want to run a microwave. Right? Most people. These guys got in their trucks and on their own. If I'm lying, I'm dying. They plowed 13 friggin' miles. 13 and counting of city streets and roads. Hell yeah.
Appreciate it.
My man Eric.
How are you, sir?
I want to give you a hug, man. Do you hug guys?
I mean, for something like this, I'll take one.
My man. Come on, man. Yeah, go. Tell me, man. This is inspirational to me. I'm blown away by you, and so is everyone that's seeing these videos. Go ahead.
So it goes back to that, sitting on the couch, and yeah, I was that person a few years back. I have this friend that just will not take no for an answer. Hey, I need a hand, wake up after we were probably coming off of another 15-hour blur for this week. Hey, run over to Highland Park or East Liberty, wherever it was off Penn Avenue. He had a parking lot for one of his customers to do. It took us like an hour and a half for the 20-minute ride just to get there. Some of the roads were so bad. You have the equipment, drop the plow, do the thing. And it started as a joke. I'm scrolling Facebook while he's driving, and we're sliding everywhere.
It's
and,
amazing.
there was no rhyme or reason or direction. And I actually was reading through some of the posts, just laughing at some of the commentary on them.
Yeah.
But we were coming down, I want to say Stanton Avenue, Chislett, somewhere around there, Highland Park.
Yeah.
There was a pretty funky bend. A couple ladies, I guess they were trying to get into the alley behind their house, slid, almost hit a pole. They were trying like heck to get shoveled out, but they were way too much. So we had to move out of the way, and we just cleared the spot where their car was to make the approach into the turn. And the thing was already down. We already made the mess. You might as well just drag it all the way down to the end. So we're going. There were probably 10 people out in this little, 300-yard alley, just cheering, and it's pretty nice to see. If you have a little bit of energy, man, take some time, do something for your neighbors.
My man, how much did you do 13 miles, brother?
So when I originally sent you the 6 miles, I didn't anticipate getting anything back from it. We really weren't paying attention. That was a rough guess, but there were probably a few in there that we didn't even account for. But once you started responding, we reset the odometer on the truck, and we started keeping count.
You're unbelievable.
It was one of those things like you were driving past so many people just trying to shovel everything, and I spent my mornings burying all those cars in other neighborhoods, and it sucks, but at the same time you got to get the roads open. People got to get back to life, and you have emergencies, and your fire trucks, your ambulance, they need to get to go where they need to go.
Wow. And are people grateful, man? Do they even notice?
You know what? It's one of those things. I don't care.
Yeah.
Most of the people we interacted with last night were amazing. People trying to hand us money and thanks and all that stuff. It's bigger than that. Like you said, you have the energy. Get up, go do things.
I find it insanely cool. I find it inspirational. I find it a place where we can find, whoa, maybe we're going to be okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things. We have the ability to make the world a better place.
Oh, man, I love you. And that sound at the end of one of the clips where you said, we got Marty's whole list, let's go. I'm astounded by you, man. We got to hook up. I owe you big time.
We may have been off a little more than we could chew with that for just two guys in one pickup, but if we can get even two or three of them taken care of, that was more than enough.
My man, you are what makes us all believe in greatness and hope Out there in the dark. And by the way, folks, my man had no interest in getting publicity. None. My man, he said, leave me alone. I'm busy. I don't want publicity. These are the guys, the humble ones, out there getting their ass kicked in negative temperatures and 4 feet of snow and doing the Lord's work, as you put it. Hey, my man, that one video you sent me where you kind of gave a tip about people blowing snow in the street. Repeat that for listeners, please.
So one of the routes, you get the street cleared off. About a half hour later, you come back down. There's more snow on it than there was from the storm. And all that stuff gets carried down the road onto your friends and neighbors and everyone else's sidewalks and stuff. They busted their hump shoveling. And for the most part, it usually comes from the cars that aren't going to move for the next week because, for one reason or another. But, try to do the right thing and get it out of the streets or get it away from your neighbors' cars and just try to help out.
You're my man. Thanks, Eric. Friends for life, brother. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
Man. Come on, man. Come on. Dave, brother, go.
Marty, I haven't tuned into your show yet, so this is sort of a refresh call.
Yeah, just go.
Maple syrup country in Maryland, the Panhandle.
Yeah.
Ever been there? I went when it wasn't a time where you hopped in a dependable SUV, which people can do this March.
Is there a point to this? Is there a point to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Something enjoyable after this rough.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. When's the Easter Bunny coming?
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees at 11:30. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh's EMS fleet is getting a much-needed upgrade as city leaders announced new support to replace aging ambulances and equipment. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
Mayor Corey O'Connor announced today that UPMC is stepping in to help Pittsburgh replace aging EMS vehicles and equipment.
Today we are announcing a $10 million gift
to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also our fleet.
UPMC President and CEO Leslie Davis says the contribution reflects the health system's commitment to the community.
A mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that.
Davis says supporting EMS is critical to the region's health and hopes the donation inspires other partners to step up. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A nor'easter is brewing this weekend, expected to bring heavy snow, strong winds, and coastal flooding to parts of the southeast. But how will it impact us? AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg says this storm is not expected to bring us any more snow. However,
it's still going to keep us very, very cold. Now, I do think that the cold backs down a little bit the first part of next week, but we still don't make it to freezing until maybe Thursday. And it looks like another front will try to come through and more cold air is locked in.
He tells KDKA that the pattern for the entire month of February is below normal. He says temperatures will probably average 2 to 4 degrees below normal all month long. And Troy Rivetti, who co-led the prosecution of Tree of Life synagogue killer Robert Bowers, is the new U.S. Attorney for Western PA. He was appointed by Attorney General Pam Bondi yesterday and sworn in by District Court Judge Nicholas Ranjan. He'd been leading the office since Eric Holshen's resignation in 2025. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. The Dow down 137. The NASDAQ is lower by 485 points. S&P 500 currently down 73. KDK Radio News Time 11:32. Our next update's at noon. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
The weather is frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market.
Pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Blackberries or raspberries, 6-ounce packages, 2 for $6. Essential everyday potato chips, 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4. Come see us at Coons.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is because of this earlier accident and some of the road conditions in the bathtub section of the Parkway East 376. So this is between the Grant Street exit and the off-ramp for Stanwyck Street. It looks like, per our PennDOT cameras, right now crews have that area closed. So you would be wanting to take either the off-ramp for the Boulevard of the Allies to get into town via 579, or be prepared to exit at 2nd Avenue to get into the top side of the Golden Triangle there. We have an accident inbound on the Parkway West 376. This is between the 2230 Route 60 interchange out by Robinson Town Center. Very heavy traffic for you there. It's about midway between that point and the I-79 interchange if you're coming into town that way. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, cold weather advisory from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a couple of flurries. I-16. Few evening flurries, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Here we go. It's a Thursday, rolling through the week. I'm going to be pleased to talk to you today. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
I'm going to keep mentioning what happened. We broke this story early this morning. UPMC cut a deal with the city, gave them $10 million to buy. Massive donation. It's a landmark because of the decision itself and the message it sends. And Corey O'Connor pulled this off, and UPMC pulled this off. And folks, this is where the road shifts, the dynamic shifts. $10 million fleet investment for the city, 9 new ambulances, 1 new rescue truck, 35 new DPW vehicles. How about that? And tomorrow, another massive investment from a big profit, for profit. I'm digging it. My man Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I live out in the country, and nobody's attempted at all to dig out their mailboxes. So people aren't getting mail.
True.
And it may seem minor, but, you get medicine in the mail. I got a pension check coming. I got to pay bills.
It's right on.
So just, if you got 5 minutes, go out and try to help the mailman and dig out a little bit so they can get to your mailbox.
By the way, Patrick, you made this point yesterday. If they can't get there, they ain't getting there.
Exactly. If they can't get there and they can't access your mailbox, you're going to have to go to the post office and pick it up yourself.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
We're friends with some delivery folks. One of the mail ladies call us, postal workers who I love. She fell 8 times. 8 times she fell in one day.
Oh, jeez. It's brutal out there. You just got to be careful.
Well, what irritates me is that most people don't get what you just said. Instead, they whine about the lazy post office people, and they have 3 feet of snow and ice on their driveway, and their mailbox is covered. You got to help them out, right?
You got to get out of your house and walk a block one way and then come back, and just picture them doing that all day long.
Oh, it's a terrible job.
Well, and if the conditions aren't safe, they are not obligated to try and get to your porch.
Nor would I suggest they do.
Right.
Nor would I suggest they do.
What's that?
I wouldn't tell them to do it.
Mm-mm.
But, Bill, brother man, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Medicine, checks, you name it, right?
Yeah. I got a car payment I got to set.
Right
I
on.
got to drive 6 miles to go to a post office.
Right on. No, it's a great point, brother. Appreciate you, man.
All right. Thank you.
He's right. He really is. I have become close friends with William. I just love him. And I'll tell you why. His story is so real and so tragic, and it's so common. We captured his son on video in a zombie-like state on the north side, high on several drugs, including fentanyl, that 1 million people viewed. including William. And it's got to be at least a month, yeah? And the pain to try and keep this young man alive. We brought in the best drug addiction specialist on earth, had him in the hospital at least 3 times, and this evil, dark, menacing drug just sucks him back in. And I had to grab Dad this morning because this crap show, William, never ends, does it, brother?
No, it sure doesn't. Good morning, Marty.
Tell us where he is right now and what's his status.
All right, well, somebody dropped him off at the house on Saturday, and then on Sunday it snowed. He couldn't get out to get his drugs. He started getting violently ill. To the point where the medics had to come, and they took him to UPMC East, and he started seizing up. They put him on a ventilator. What day? It was Tuesday. He was on a ventilator for a couple of days. He came off, and he keeps wanting to leave. And so I went in there last night, and
hold on. So my man is so damn sick, he's on a ventilator.
Right.
But as soon as he comes out of it, he wants to go get high again, right?
Correct. Yes. Wow. So I checked on him last night. He's in the ICU, and something wasn't right. He just couldn't talk. He was foaming at the mouth.
What?
And so anyhow, they took him downstairs, checked his head, scanned him, and they didn't see any stroke or anything. It presented like a stroke. But now this morning he's talking about leaving again, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, we tried to 302 him. If he wants to leave, he can leave.
So hold on.
And
so people know this. A 302 is, I get you in there for 3 days, but I have to prove that you're a danger to yourself or others. Kind of that's what it is.
Yeah, and correct. And for some reason, I don't know why, they can't hold him. And, but, so yeah, his hand's black, hole in his back.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, I don't know, something's wrong with his speech. Just like Dr. Brothy said, this is the end of the road because more and more things keep happening.
He's dying is what you're saying.
That's how I see it, yeah.
And he's young. Tell us.
Young, yeah.
Tell us how
29.
young. Yeah.
He's 29, yeah.
And then tell us what the doctors told you about this evil class of a combination of drugs that is killing him and others.
Well, it's the fentanyl laced with the medetomidine. And the medetomidine is the animal tranquilizer. And it's more and more prevalent now because the fentanyl here in the city is being laced with it, and other parts of the country too. I think it started out in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we heard. Patrick, is that elephant tranquilizer?
Yeah, they call it Rhino Trank.
Do they?
They use it for, it's multi-purpose.
And it's what makes them in that trance. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah, like where they're hanging over, right?
And it creates this dead area of skin to the point where they've had to amputate limbs.
Yes, yeah, right. Yeah.
And they don't care that they inject it into the limb that's already been cut off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's evil. That's what it is, yeah.
And so my man's in Monroeville right now.
Right, but he's already talking about leaving and going downtown.
How, not to be a jerk, but how will he get downtown?
I guess a bus. I don't know. I have to cut off any, I can't enable him at all. There's no way. I just have to make
tell our listeners why he will go right downtown. Tell them why he's headed that way.
Because that's where you cop at.
Boom.
That's where the drugs are at.
Boom.
And, we discussed that before. And I don't know why they can't arrest these dealers. I mean,
I don't either, man.
I don't understand what the problem is.
Between us, I'm working on some stuff with the police chief who's a badass, who's on this, who empathizes with you. We're going to get this done, man.
Yeah, my son's not the only one.
No.
There's a lot of them out there. And I even spoke with the people at the hospital, and the hospitals are being burdened with this more and more.
What's amazing is that they try and save his life every time.
Yeah, the cost, who knows how much it,
They never ask questions. They just say, let's save his life.
Yeah, they're very kind. Yep. But I understand why people get upset about it, and I certainly would too. I
don't know, man. It's your boy. Come
when
on,
are you
man.
going to get it?
Come on, man.
When are you going to get it right? Yep.
I know alcoholics who've been through rehab 30 times, brother.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I understand that.
It's your boy.
Yep.
It's your son. He has a, how old is his daughter?
3.5.
Gorgeous.
Yep.
Does he get emotional and express what he's going through?
Last night he was in tears.
And saying what?
He could hardly talk. He didn't know his name.
Oh, no.
Yep.
And when he gets high, he doesn't get high.
No, he'll shoot up, and then within a few minutes he's just hanging on, and wakes up, does it again. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. It's baffling.
Until he's dead.
Yeah. Until he's dead.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I don't know how I'm going to handle that.
Jesus.
So. Well, I appreciate all you shining the light on it.
Oh, man, anything, man. We're going to get those dealers off the streets and hope we do before your son dies.
I sure hope so.
Jesus, man. Your honesty has meant a lot to us, my man.
Yeah, well, thanks again, Marty.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
Think if that's your son. Huh? Your son. Oh, he has a hole in his back. His hand is black, which means he'll probably lose it. He was just on life support, a ventilator. Again, great point. And he wants to go back downtown and leave a staff of workers in a rover that want to save his life so he can get high again. This is the evil of where we're at. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have more details about what's going on with the Parkway East City side. So earlier we had an accident, and now there's a water main break in that westbound or inbound I-376 stretch that we call the bathtub section. So between Grant Street and the Fort Pitt Bridge, and that section of the Parkway inbound I-376 is closed because of this water main break and the dangerous icy conditions that it has spawned. Additionally, the on-ramp from Grant Street to the westbound or inbound 376 stretch is closed to traffic. You'll have the following detour. You will exit at the left-hand Grant Street off-ramp, exit 71A, turn left onto Fort Pitt Boulevard. Then you can bear onto the westbound I-376 ramp toward the Fort Pitt Bridge and Airport at Stanwick Street. Extra travel time definitely needed there, and perhaps consider using the Boulevard of the Allies as an alternative as well. Parkway West inbound still has an accident between the Route 60 and I-79 interchanges as you're heading inbound toward town. Heavy delays there. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This kid with Caliente Pizza is a star. He does these ads. His dad is so cool. He's been in there with his sister. I love him. He's a young, was he 24, something like that. And he's just so charismatic and charming. He lights up the camera. He's sitting, well, listen to this one. His dad sent me yesterday. He's just so damn good at social media. Listen.
See here, this is Yinzer eating a buffalo chicken Yinzer. Pizza's so good you won't even make it home to eat this bad boy. Nothing to see here, this is Yinzer eating a buffalo chicken Yinzer. Pizza's so good you won't even make it home to eat this bad boy.
He's so good. He's just so naturally talented. And he's sitting in a chair, like in a parking space. Pittsburgh chair, get it? And he's eating a pizza in his delivery. It has that, I told his dad yesterday, he needs an agent. He reminds me like of a young John Candy kind of vibe. You know what I'm saying, Patrick?
I agree with you.
Yeah,
he
like
does
charming,
kinda have that.
lights it up.
Yep.
Yesterday he said something about his phalanges, his fingers.
Yep.
His dad sent me that one. If you see his stuff on social, you'll just kind of get it. Speaking of, and I have to toot your horns, we are now at, this week, 25 million social media views just on Facebook. 25 million. We will reach 30 million by the end of this week. Why am I telling you this? These videos are you. Your voice is being heard. We post the video, action is taken. As we learned from Marcy this morning, she was in a bad space, Brighton Heights, posted her video, and city came out and cleared her out, and she's finally out of her house after 4 days. There's a method to my madness. It's not just to say the city sucks. Not my point. It's not just to say a public work sucks. It's not my point. My point is to make a difference. And using this insanely powerful platform that we're all blessed to have, including myself and Colin and Larry and everyone, and my man Pratt, who I love, and Bartley, who's the best. Use the platform to have your voice heard. And that's what's happening. When you talk, Patrick knows this because I'm nuts, I spend 3 hours a night communicating with you folks. Because what happens is you've learned how to use a cell phone. But people will send me videos, pictures, and I'll say, all right, do me a favor. Send me that in a cell phone. Tell me what you're seeing and where you're at. And do it in a minute. And they do it. All of them. I'm astounded, Patrick, by the older folks who are catching on. Seriously.
More and more, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like really fast, too.
Well, I think it's because they're using it more and more to communicate with their family.
Wow, that's a great point.
Especially like their grandkids.
No, that's a great point.
They're FaceTiming. They're doing all kinds of stuff now.
I also like the women that just drop F-bombs in the videos. It's hilarious. Because I do. You're trapped in your house. I posted a video this morning of a woman. They plowed a 5-foot wall of snow at the end of her driveway after she'd shoveled it. And she's dropping F-bombs. It's just 30 million by the end of this week. All on you folks and KDK and the platform. It works. My friend Donna, what's up?
Hey, Marty. I hate to complain after hearing that guy's story about his son. Oh, my
gosh. Can you imagine?
So sad.
Can you imagine that's your kid?
I can't imagine that. Jesus. I can't imagine.
You know how much we love our kids,
through.
man. We die for them.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. It's so sad. But I wanted to tell you about my experience with AAA today.
Ma'am. Yeah.
I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I called AAA. My battery was dead. Even though my car is parked in the garage, and I leave the cellar door open so that it can get some heat in there.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I called AAA. They came out today, and the kid, he was the nicest kid, but he had a supervisor on the phone, and they refused to put a battery in because my driveway was not shoveled.
Oh.
And he kept saying to me, I understand. I said, no, you don't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm 70 years old, and I'm trying to shovel this driveway a little bit at a time to go to the doctor's tomorrow. And he finally did it. I did shovel him a space to walk, and he finally did it after he probably would have did it anyway, but I did offer him $100 cash. And I made him some hot chocolate, and I told him he could keep the cup.
I love you.
He could keep the cup because it's so cold out there. But anyway.
Well, you know, in their defense, they don't want their guys falling and getting hurt, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, I understand that completely.
Yep.
But
you're 70, for God's sakes. Come on.
I know.
Come on,
I know.
sister. Come on.
But he finally backed down and pulled into a space that my neighbor had cleared out for their car.
Good.
And then I cleaned him up a space to walk. And then he finally put the battery in.
Nothing's easy. Nothing's easy, my dear.
Nothing is easy.
Nothing, honey. Thank you for calling. I love the story. It's important. Thank you.
Okay.
I see both sides because those guys fall and get hurt. They break their arms, elbows. I mean, and that poor thing's 70 years old. This is where I say you have to take care of your neighbors because God bless her, she needs to get to the doctor and he needs to stay safe. It's horrible.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 15 degrees at 12 noon. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. UPMC is giving the city a one-time gift of $10 million to help purchase 9 new ambulances and a rescue truck this year. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Mayor Corey O'Connor says the donation will help the city replace aging EMS vehicles and better support first responders. When asked whether the gift could bring an end to the city's ongoing nonprofit lawsuits against UPMC, O'Connor said no, adding discussions are still ongoing.
This was a one-time gift. We're still in long-term conversations with everyone. Looking at those lawsuits, obviously we have a new solicitor. We know that those lawsuits have cost taxpayers money. Things like this save taxpayer money.
O'Connor also says the funding will help the city purchase additional EMS vehicles in 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
AP Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports on President Trump's border czar suggesting a drawdown of federal agents in Minneapolis.
President Trump's border czar is suggesting a drawdown in the number of immigration enforcement agents in Minneapolis, with a caveat, amid protests over operations and a fatal shooting.
President Trump wants this fixed, and I'm going to fix it. With your help.
Tom Homan says some agents could leave if state and local officials cooperate. Among other things, he's re-upping calls for local jails to transfer custody of illegal immigrants to ICE rather than releasing them and forcing agents to find them.
More agents in the jail means less agents in the street.
Homan's also doubling down against protesters, calling them agitators, and warning against assaulting or getting in the way of his officers.
And there will be zero tolerance.
Sagar Magani, Washington.
A nor'easter is developing in the southeast this weekend. On the Big K Morning Show, AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg was asked if the storm is anticipated to affect us here.
No, not at all. In fact, we at best, I think, may see some snow showers for a time Saturday night into early Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be much. Most of that's going to be to our south and east.
The extreme cold, however, is not going anywhere. He says we're not expected to see the freezing mark again until at least next Thursday, if that. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 83 points, coming back a little bit. The Nasdaq is still down quite a bit, down more than 422 points. The S&P 500 dropping 61. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. Pens host the Blackhawks tonight just after 7. KDK Radio News time 12:03. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. It's 15 degrees in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
So I went to high school with Bob Tootie, with Tootie Mechanical. Since I've known him, they've put 400 furnaces in homes, free furnaces. We're about to do that again. We'll put 20 in homes in one day. It's magnificent. You see folks cry. They change lives. This company gets it. Tootie Mechanical. 400 furnaces. Amazing, amazing. Tootie Mechanical, 412-771-4100. Love them.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, cold weather advisory from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a couple of flurries. High 16. Few evening flurries, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
So I went to high school with Bob Tootie, with Tootie Mechanical. Since I've known him, they've put 400 furnaces in homes, free furnaces. We're about to do that again. We'll put 20 in homes in one day. It's magnificent. You see folks cry. They change lives. This company gets it. Tootie Mechanical. 400 furnaces. Amazing, amazing. Tootie Mechanical. 412-771-4100. Love them.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I have, in my life, become friends with a lot of people because I'm full of crap, and I love this town, and I love the gig, and blah, blah, blah. It's rare that I find a friend like Bill Artman. And I don't know why we clicked. We could have been raised in the same house. He's a badass. I'm not. He's smart. I'm not. I think I love him because I go into the Giant Eagle and Cochrane, where we've been for 25 years almost, and my kids, they know my kids, they know my wife, they know our prescriptions. We've hugged them, they ask about the dog, and Artman goes in there and like, man, Mr. Artman, thanks for saying nice things about us to Marty Griffin. He gets... in the store, ground level, man, walking around saying, what's up? What do we need to do? How do we help you? How do we help the customer? It's real. And the thing about Artman is that they have 32,000 employees. I think it's $13 billion. And you would think he has 2 employees because he treats them all the same. I've seen it, man. It's cool. And so I asked him, I was in the store. What's today? I forget. Thursday. I was in the store Monday, and I sent him a text from the store. I said, I'm at Cochrane, and it's empty, and there's like 5 employees. He said, oh, man, would you want to go out in this cold? And you know what, Patrick? He's right. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You're literally sitting there thinking, like, using tomorrow as an example, what do they say, 6 below and then maybe 10 below Saturday. Are you thinking, man, I want to rush out to Giant Eagle, right?
Only if I absolutely need something.
And then if you're older, you're really afraid of it. So Artman says, why don't we, and I love this because we use it like 2 times a week anyway. I go in the store because I like to buy my own stuff and I like seeing the people. But free delivery, again. And what it does is it takes that edge off. Like the woman who said, the guy wouldn't put a battery in her car. Well, or the postal people can't deliver mail. We had these guys deliver food to our house in this crazy. My wife was shocked that they delivered that damn food. I like to give them a little love, little tip. Run out to the car. They deserve it, man. That being said, Dan Donovan, who's the man, I love him. We've known each other at least 20 years, and he's always been the guy to go to about Giant Eagle. Dan, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it, brother? Like, who the hell wants to go out when it's 8 below, right?
You know what? I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
We were, I myself was in my local Giant Eagle Monday night, and I had a similar experience. And I think it's as much about, you know, the moment the community was in. We all stocked up responsibly last week. Come Monday, we were stocked with the things we needed and wanted. Now where are we? Now we're starting to say, okay, our fridge running a little light, our pantry's running a little light. So it was yesterday we just started seeing some of that typical traffic come back into the stores. So we think folks are really, they've dug out. And I know I've listened to you and your team all week, and all the stories about individuals and what they're going through in terms of their individual street.
Yep.
But those who have dug out, I know it appears that people are trying to get back and stock up again for this weekend for sure.
Yeah, but as the big boss said, like, I'm asking about Friday. Tomorrow's supposed to be 6 below, and Saturday maybe 10 below. And Artman's like, do you want to go out with 25-degree wind chills? And so you guys said, hell with it. Let's deliver for free again, right?
Yeah, so there's been three things that have been happening in terms of the roads.
Yeah.
As we think about how we get groceries into our stores and to our customers. There's the trucks coming from our warehouses bringing product into the stores. And then from the stores, it's getting it out to our customers. So I was talking with our logistics team yesterday, and both in regard to product coming out of our warehouses into our stores, inclusive of, I'll say the Pittsburgh city streets that our trucks travel on, a lot of good feedback that our trucks were having success getting to stores.
Nice.
So that gives me a lot of confidence that customers are going to see that product on shelf.
Nice.
Now, thank you for mentioning the promotion again. We're really excited to be able to offer that Stay Warm promotion again. Free delivery for folks using our app or shopping on our website. Also talk to the folks closest to the drivers who deliver you your groceries. And lots of good feedback in terms of their ability to get to, the vast majority of the folks who are going to be using that service.
Man. I'm serious. That's not easy work, brother. No way. So
no,
how's this
not.
work?
It's a lot
how's
of,
this work,
a lot
Dan?
of planning.
How's it work, man?
Yeah. So very similar to what we did last weekend. So great response. Thousands of people taking advantage of that Stay Warm promotional offer.
Yeah.
So the important thing is the words Stay Warm, one word, put them together as one word. Use that promo code when you're ordering groceries with Giant Eagle online or through our Giant Eagle app. We'll have a minimum of $35 order, $35 per order, just to make sure that we're really prioritizing those folks who are getting back and doing that weekly shop.
Yeah.
And it's in effect today through Sunday.
Oh, cool.
So a lot of folks are doing same-day deliveries or maybe next-day deliveries. Lots of slot availability. I know last week that was hard for some because we did see such a strong response to online shopping with us. But lots of good feedback thus far that there's lots of slot availability. So encourage people to go online with gianteagle.com or through the app, use that promo code and get what they need for this weekend.
Hey, on a side note, and I know you're big into the community and so is Bill, pretty damn cool with UPMC throwing $10 million.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, man? Right?
You said it. Neighbors helping neighbors.
Hell yeah.
It is,
Hell yeah.
For we Pittsburgh organizations to see someone we think in such high regard like UPMC step up. It's just it's a great testament to the work they're doing over there.
Hey, I got to mention two things because I used to go to Punxsutawney every weekend when I was in college.
Yeah.
Because of a girlfriend, I used to hitchhike there. No, if I'm lying, I'm dying. And then I went to college at IUP at the dumbest school in America, the Katanning branch of IUP. You had to have a 40 IQ to get in. Mine was 38. They pulled some levers. So 2 stores, one in Punxsutawney and one in Katanning. Tell me what's happening.
Yeah, look, for Giant Eagle, it's about, growth in communities where we can provide a service.
Nice.
In Katanning, there was a former Shop and Save that closed. We saw it as a community that wasn't being adequately serviced by another grocer. So we stepped in there and we opened the Giant Eagle a week ago today.
Nice.
And then, when you talk about the standalone pharmacy business, that's been really, whether it's been welcoming former Rite Aid customers into our existing pharmacies, and our Giant Eagle pharmacy teams have been doing a phenomenal job trying to really, give great customer service there, or where Giant Eagle Pharmacy has actually taken over former Rite Aid locations. Think Mount Washington, think Sewickley, where our 2 recent locations in that regard. Yeah, this morning we got to do the same thing in Punxsutawney. We don't have a big presence. We're in Altoona, Johnstown nearby, but not directly in Punxsutawney. Phil was there this morning. The Pirate Parrot was there this morning.
Wow.
And we got to bring a much-needed service back to a really important community.
You're my man. Hey, give us the direction real quick before you go again about how do they get the free delivery, sir?
Yeah, sure. So let me just say one thing. So just as people are restocking, we're going to make sure that we do it as affordably as possible for folks. Whether you're shopping in-store or online, we have lots of great items on sale, things that are actually pretty relevant, certainly your core proteins and your produce items that you're going to need to restock. Also things for emergency services like batteries. A lot of emergency services experts are talking about, as the weather gets colder and as maybe we lose power and all the things like batteries for flashlights.
Hell yeah.
And smoke detectors become really important. So encouraging folks to look to Giant Eagle for some of those needs.
Yeah.
In terms of the promo, Stay Warm is the promo code.
Nice.
Go on gianteagle.com. Go on our mobile app. Today through Sunday, that's placing orders and having those orders delivered. Today through Sunday. Use that promo code. We will waive the delivery fee. Our drivers are ready to deliver your grocery needs and to help you hopefully stay indoors and stay warm this weekend.
Dan the man. Thanks, brother.
Hey, thanks for all you're doing, and thanks for all your listeners to rallying together for our community.
I love it. I love when people think outside of their little box, and that's what Artman does, and that's what actually Dan does. Well, I love them both. And yeah, I love Giant Eagle. I'm biased. So what? I admit it. Okay.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. Saturday will be cloudy and quite cold in Pittsburgh with a chance of some snow or flurries, high in the upper teens. Mostly cloudy Sunday, a little snow or flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look-back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Man, we have this window. It's actually a bay window at the front of our house. And I know it sounds stupid, but I was out there looking at it. And it needs replaced. And I'm sitting here because I've been talking to the folks at Windows Direct. And they've got this deal right now, which is insane. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. And check this out. You get $1,000 off your entire project and 0% interest for 60 months. You can spread out the payments. And folks, this is the time, right? Because it's kind of slow, and they've got professionals ready to go, and they have folks ready for you to start your new year with this great deal on windows. 4, get 4 free, 60 months interest free, $1,000 off, and all you got to say is, I love my windows. This deal rocks. I'm checking it out. I swear I am. 412-545-6003, 412-545-6003, Universal Windows Direct. Don't miss this one.
This is CBS Eye on Veterans. Navy veteran Matt Thompson founded a heating and air conditioning company using the skills he learned in the military. But it was his interest in social media that took his business to a whole new level.
So I watch these guys on YouTube. I learn from all of them, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start doing it too. I'm just going to start making videos. But I started making videos of me making moonshine, cooking, fishing, whatever. And then I started integrating my work. Some of it's, technical, educational, and some of it's funny. And hey, I get customers from that. So now, not only am I getting customers from the social media is paying me monthly.
TV's #1 news program is available whenever you want with the 60 Minutes podcast. Follow and listen to 60 Minutes on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. It only gets worse from here, the weather. I keep thinking back to my world's greatest plumber, Ken, who we have on just about every day because of issues in houses and how much it costs. He went to a house, and I posted the picture, and it shows this gutter frozen over because it had leaves in it. And then the water from the melted snow, when it got a little warm, got into the walls, right, Patrick? And then got into the floors and came to the ceiling. And my man, what did he tell us is going to cost?
100,000.
Jesus. And then these pipes blowing out. I think it was Patrick's recommendation or his, or Andy Amrine, who I love. This, what is it called? Electric strip? What is it? Tape? What's it called? Electric? It's kind of cool.
The pipe tape?
Yeah.
Electric pipe tape?
It's actually really cool. It's this. It looks like an extension cord, and it plugs into an outlet, and it literally wraps around your pipe, and it has a sensor, right? And I turn it on because we had pipes burst 2 years ago, and it warms up the pipe. It's cool.
Yep. At certain temperatures, it cuts on and off. I have one in my kitchen under my sink right now.
So smart. Because you've had some stuff.
Yeah, I've had my kitchen sink typically freezes because it's on an outside wall, and I have a basement sink that was doing the same thing.
And I think that cord, I think it's like $35, right?
Yeah,
Something like that.
I think mine was 20.
There you go.
I didn't need a big one. I needed like a little 3-foot one.
And I'm an idiot. And I put it on. Patrick's really good at this stuff, but I'm an idiot. I put it on. It works.
Anybody can do it.
Anyone. The other thing is the run in the water. I noticed the water was slowing down in our house a little bit because what that means, right, brother, is it's starting to freeze up a little.
Yeah,
right?
if your water's slowing down, then it's starting to freeze somewhere.
Something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm in the ballpark of 6 below tomorrow and maybe 10 below Saturday. That's before the wind. My nephew Danny, who I love to death, is coming in and they want to go skiing. Ain't happening. Uncle Marty's rotund ass will not be on a ski slope with 25 degree below temperatures. It ain't happening. Oh. Hey, Pam, thanks for your patience, my friend. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. I appreciate your show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a new listener to
wow.
KDKA-AM. Yeah.
Welcome.
This is amazing. Anyway, I had just an opinion.
Yeah.
I work for a school district, so of course, all the schools have been closed. They're having traffic, not traffic problems, but transportation issues.
Hold on, this is actually interesting that you should say this. So, my son was off yesterday, but Lebo's back on today. They're all in school. It's weird.
Oh, well,
it's weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, maybe they had a delay. Maybe their areas are I don't know,
By the way,
shoveled out.
she's right again. That's why I love her. It was 10 a.m. You're right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so they had a delay.
Yep.
I'm thinking back in the day, and I'm older.
So am I.
Kids would get out with their shovels and just shovel people out.
They would all day long.
And yes, and so our district sent out an email asking the community to just help.
Nice.
Help shovel bus stops. If you see, a bus stop, shovel it out so that kids can stand. Of course, it's been cold, but even with a delay.
No, you're right.
And I noticed that, when we haven't had a delay or been closed, as a bus driver, you're half of the sidewalks aren't shoveled.
Oh my God, it's horrible.
It's walking through,
horrible. Horrible. No, you're right. Yep.
Maybe the communities, maybe they are, I don't know.
No. Hold on. This is a great reminder. Look around. Make a difference.
Yeah.
Quit bitching. Yeah. Make a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go shovel your elderly neighbor's mailbox out that the mailman can deliver their mail.
Right on.
Because these are things we don't think about.
It's so true.
And sometimes you do need a reminder. And, so today I'm putting on my snow pants, my hunting clothes, and my heavy jacket and my gloves, and I'm going out and I'm going to drive my bus route. And if I see a bus stop that's not shoveled, I'm going to shovel.
You go, girl. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Then I'll go home. But
I love people like her. Seriously. My man Mazza, who I love to death, he's right, Patrick, about these gas meters. Clear the gas meters, snow and ice. I had no idea, but our guys reminded us they freeze. They have some kind of moisture in them, right?
Yeah, if there's any moisture in the lines, we've heard this from several plumbers.
We have.
That moisture, especially when it gets this cold, it can freeze up.
Which I had no idea.
If the gas in your lines is frozen.
And then it freezes.
Then you're not going to get any gas to your furnace.
Wow.
Or your hot water tank or anything in the house.
So clear it of snow and ice. Some people put like a blanket over it. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, if yours is really low to the ground and you can't get it very clear, you can also wrap it up. Just like you wrap pipes inside, you can wrap.
Oh, wow.
You can wrap the gas lines outside.
Smart, my man. Thanks. Folks, do it till you're satisfied.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
A senior citizen sent me a note that they couldn't afford the nursing home they were in, and they were going to be charged exorbitant fees. Sent it to Julian Gray. He got in the middle of it, worked out a deal, got them into a better place. Julian Gray just set up an entire estate plan for myself and my entire family. They take care of your life right now and your estate right now. Julian Gray, grayelderlaw.com, 412-458-6000, the best.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
We have this wonderful deal with Oakmont Bakery called Cakewalks. Woman's turning 100. Soreo and the folks at Oakmont make her a bespoke, custom-made, custom cake, anything she wants, and then we deliver it on her birthday. That's what makes Oakmont Bakery special. Plus, everything there is delicious.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 8 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mayor Corey O'Connor and UPMC officials announcing the nonprofit is providing the city a one-time $10 million gift to help replace several of the city's aging vehicles.
That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet.
He says the gift frees up money from the city budget that had been allocated to the vehicles. Pennsylvania is one step closer to enacting new guidelines for the cremation of pet remains. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has the latest.
This comes as funeral director Patrick Verb is set to go on trial on charges he defrauded over 6,500 pet owners and collected more than $650,000 for cremations, but instead allegedly dumped thousands of pet remains in a landfill. The State House Judiciary Committee this week unanimously passed an amended version of a bill to protect pet owners. It would set up clear definitions about services. Anyone convicted of 2 or more violations would stand to lose their animal disposal license and be permanently barred from ever having a pet cremation license again. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Finally, looks like we have some good news concerning the weather. Pittsburgh is going to be spared with this nor'easter that's developing in the southeast this weekend. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg says he's not expecting us to get any significant snow from the storm, but as far as what we can expect to get above freezing?
Not till probably the end of next week, and even then, barely. I mean, we're in an impressive stretch of extraordinary cold. I think that our current projections would take us to next Thursday before the chances that we get above freezing barely. That would be like a run of almost 14 consecutive days.
And because of that extreme cold, not much snow is melting out there. A lot of people are still digging out. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 25 points, and Nasdaq down 367, and the S&P 500 down 48 points. KDK Radio News Time, 12:32. Our next update at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a passing flurry. The high 16. Few evening flurries. Partly cloudy, bitterly cold overnight, though 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below set in 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Here we go. It's a Thursday, rolling through the week. I'm going to be pleased to talk to you today. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6, KDK.
I got grief yesterday from some idiots saying, why are you giving out people's addresses on the air? To which I said, I'm trying to help a cancer patient get to the friggin' hospital. What happens is people listen, whether it's my boys, the Snow Angels in Highland Park, or Public Works folks, and they go to that address and they break them out. This is what happened to Marcy. I can't stand the cynics who say, oh, so help me with this. So Marty Griffin's giving out an address. Some hooligan is going to drive over there and climb a 4-foot wall of ice to break into an 80-year-old cancer patient's house. Really? Is that where we're at? We're giving out the damn address so someone with juice writes it down, and they do, and then they help them, and they do. We push and push until we break through. It's how it works. Damn it, Gumby. Then there's my beautiful friend, Joanne. Good morning, my dear. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. We spoke yesterday morning.
Yes, we did. How are you feeling, sweetheart?
Well, I'm feeling okay.
Yeah.
But I thought you said this morning at the beginning of your program that everybody who called in yesterday was taken care of. Yeah. But I keep looking up my door, and all the snow is still there. So I don't know, what the situation is,
Well, we'll get it today. They have a list, and, I can't pick on them because they're actually kicking some ass. Give us your address again, sweetheart.
3409 Flavian Street, Flavian, on Polish Hill.
And so people know, tell us your situation so they understand why you need this to happen.
I need to go to the hospital to meet with my oncologist doctor on Tuesday, and I'm not going to be able to get off of my street. My niece is coming from Westview. She's driving from Westview to pick me up to take me to the hospital, and she's not going to be able to get down to my house.
Well, I'm sending this to my boys right now, and we'll get this done today. And we have your number. Yeah, I have it right here.
Yeah.
And when they're on the way, I'm going to call you, okay?
Oh, thank you very much.
And how are you physically feeling? You having pain from the chemo?
No.
Yeah.
No, I had esophageal cancer.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it was really hard to eat. It was a burning pain, and now with the radiation, I'm able to eat. So, but I lost 29 pounds.
Aw.
I only weighed 128, so I'm down in 9 pounds.
Aw. But you're a fighter, I can tell.
Yeah. So
I'm on it. I'm going to call you as soon as this gets done, dear.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. I will text this to both the mayor's folks and to the Snow Angel boys. And get it done. We have to. Meantime, something happened yesterday that I have to address because this is what we're talking about. In the irony of this is going to kind of make you sick. I just can't understand this. And my man, Bob Garvin, who's one of my boys, and I love him like a brother, pointed this out. And we're not picking on anyone or any legislation, but he pointed something out that kind of, I said, whoa. And I'll let him tell you. Oh, wrong button. Brother man.
Good afternoon, Marty.
Well, tell them what you told me, which is profoundly insightful, ironic, and aggravating at the same time.
Well, it is a good story, and it's an important story.
Yeah.
But our legislators fast-tracked, in less than 6 months from the time the incident took place, legislation, which is going to get passed probably within the next month, to address the issue of these cremated animals that people entrusted these funeral directors to do the right thing with, and that they passed it in literally 6 months to protect these dead cremated animals, which is important because I lost a pet, and anybody's lost a pet knows how hard it is. But you and I have been working on this project for these granny cams for 2.5 years now. 2.5 years. And I was a little upset with the response from our legislators that you had on last week, because now, with 6.2 people minimum dying every day needlessly in nursing homes that we know of, the answer was that we may have hearings possibly in June. Well, I'm going to tell you what. In June, they're going to take their summer break. And so that'll mean another 900 people, suspect deaths will take place. Where's the priorities? And the other thing is, I read everything that, on your websites and that. Where's the outrage with the people out there? Why are you not on your legislator, on the governor's office? Everybody it takes, these administrators that tell you can't have a camera, which is legal. This is time to act because people are dying. And if you're not part of the solution in this one, you may very well be not only part of the problem, but the problem, because 71% of every single person in this state, but sooner or later will end up in a nursing home.
So there's a couple things here that are actually insanely relevant. And we're not picking on anyone because I love dogs, and what that criminal did, that moron did, that loser did is criminal. So what happens is this funeral director was lying to people about pet cremains, just flat out lying. He was cremating 100 dogs at a time, giving the wrong cremains. I mean, you name it, he did it. Throwing them in the trash, not doing it. And this all extended from this Attorney Pet Memorial in Hazelwood stole more than $650,000 from cremations, burials, right. 6,500 victims. And that's, by the way, it's painful as hell to find this out. Granted, right, Bob?
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing. Truthfully, that's the hardest pain, is to lose a beloved pet.
Right on. And by the way, I ran into this in Texas with human cremains. We had hidden camera video of from inside one of these crematoriums of the owner taking like 2 scoops of anyone and putting them in a box. It's a shady thing. And that's what this jagoff was doing. So they're going to pass this bill, to my man's point, that's going to furnish and publicly post written descriptions at these cremation companies of all cremation services types, private, individual, partition, and communal. Requires an intermediary to disclose whether their business will conduct the cremation or contract with a cremation provider. To my man Bob's point, we all love pets, and this is disgusting and immoral and unethical and illegal, and it's gross, and I'm glad it's being addressed. However, these are the ashes of dead pets. In 6 months, because people go berserk over their dogs, right, Bob? Or their cats.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But, Bob, how many senior citizens will die in nursing homes this year, right now, in nursing homes?
Because DHS does not track cause of deaths in nursing homes. The best guess we have based on suspect deaths reported is another 900 if maybe they have those hearings in June.
Hold on.
Which I really
Which, by the way, is his next point. These idiots, and we've been pushing them for literally for a year and a half, they're not even having hearings until June because they're afraid of the big unions, quite frankly, the big nursing homes, quite frankly, and the paranoid employees who don't want to be caught. To this point, Bob, how many facilities have you tried to enter and establish these cameras, and how many have you been thrown out of?
There are 705 licensed nursing homes in Pennsylvania, and we have only been able, because we're very limited on resources. We're all volunteers. We're all retired. Seven in the immediate Pittsburgh area.
And my man, how many said, cool, set it up, brother, let's go?
Not one.
Not one.
And to the point where they've harassed our people. They've threatened me. They've threatened other people in our group with arrests, lawsuits, which we've countered backwards. But, we're pushing back.
Your point. And your boy, they literally put a wanted poster of him on the desk if he comes back in there.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. And these cameras are legal, folks.
Yeah.
These cameras are legal. If you care, buy the camera. We'll give you the cameras, put them in, and report back to us the pushback and why. I'm going to tell you that what I feel the biggest reason for the pushback is because the money. The money that the nursing homes put towards the legislators' pockets, the unions, whoever it might be, they're not getting money for any other reason other than to sway their mind to a particular way to go.
I can't argue with you.
It's politics.
They're all afraid of the truth. They can't handle the eye. They can't handle the camera never lies.
Marty, and one other point, if I have the
So hold on. How long is it going to? It took 6 months to get this friggin' dog ashes thing passed. 6 months.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And they're all going to be heroes. Go ahead, man. Make your point. Sorry, buddy.
Well, the biggest point is you saw the list because we get a lot of feedback from people who have loved ones in nursing homes and employees. And they're all afraid of retaliation. And here's my message to all you folks.
What does retaliation mean? What does that mean?
Well, you go in and talk to a folk like Braden told you last week, and you offer these people camera, and they go, "Oh my God, I'm afraid the administrator said we can't have these cameras. If we have these cameras, they're not going to provide my basic care that I'm paying $12,000 a month for."
Yeah, we've heard this.
And we get these feedback from these people. I sent you 3 more in just the last week, which every one of them was like so outrageous.
Yeah.
They don't want on camera what they have to report to DHS is the bottom line on these cameras.
Yep.
And we will prove that in court and whatever we have to do in the media because, like I said, we got to stop this. People are dying every day, and no one's. Where's the outrage? We're
rushing into the burning building to save the ashes of a dog that's dead. As sensitive as that is, we don't give a damn about people that are alive and saving their lives. The irony of it, Bob.
You read the 3 I sent you. That's just this week. So my message is, if you work in a nursing home, you are compelled, mandated by the Elder Justice Care Act to report suspect abuse or neglect. Mandated by law. If you don't do that, you could get locked up. But people, again, they fear retaliation.
Yep.
Here's the point I will tell you.
Yeah.
You do not fear retaliation if you report it and use your name, and then they do retaliation because then you're protected by the different statutes, federal and state.
We're dogs. We're like dogs after a bone, man. Thanks, brother.
You got it, Marty.
Right,
Thank you very much.
That's my man. He would die for this. Not diminishing the value of Fido's ashes. I get it. However, I'd like to keep Granny alive if we could. Don't you think?
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Larry Richard here for Larimores. My made-to-measure suit from Larimores is the perfect blend of old-fashioned tailoring and contemporary style. I'll be wearing it at the next Pittsburgh Speaker Series, or check it out on my social media. Thanks, Larimores.
Hi, it's Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Okay, you've survived the Yuletide. Now it's time for you time. Feeling better, moving better, looking better, fitting better in those clothes. What's stopping you? Only you are stopping you. Let me take you by the hand, support you, motivate you, and do this together with you as to how to lose weight and then keep it off for good. Just call me today at 1-800-900-THIN.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. NBC says prices for a 30-second spot in this year's Super Bowl have reached as high as $10 million, the most ever. The average price still around $8 million, though, and NBC says to expect to see more ads from tech companies, pharmaceutical firms, and from the wellness industry. Facebook and Instagram owner Meta Platforms says it plans to double capital spending to build out its AI infrastructure this year by as much as $135 billion, saying investors should look for, quote, a major AI acceleration, and those investors are buying in. Right now, shares of Meta Platforms up more than 8%. Very different story, though, at Microsoft. Despite modest growth in its Azure cloud computing unit, investors are questioning whether all the billions it's throwing at AI is delivering enough returns right now. Shares of Microsoft right now down 12%, and that's got the Dow down 0.5% lower, the tech-heavy NASDAQ nearly 2% lower, the S&P down 1%. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I am astounded by the human condition and the outrage when a dog dies. And by the way, you know this show, you listen. I love dogs. I'm amazed by them. I use Paul Anthony, one of my closest friends, almost weekly. And when that criminal, we found out he ripped off $650,000 and was lying about cremains for people who loved. People went nuts. They went nuts. And now they get a law passed in 6 months. Our granny cam bill has been sitting in committee. It has to get out of, it's kind of this big pile of crap. It sits in a committee, in essence, and without the chair of that committee, who's a female and actually a pretty cool woman in Punxsy, without her, it just goes away forever. And she's getting pushed by unions and big billion-dollar nursing home conglomerate owners who don't want to be exposed. I guess it's the best I can tell you. And there's really no barrier to putting up a law to tell these loser, fraudulent cremation morons, and they're good ones, to do the right thing because they're all the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Fido's dead. You're a hero. You get this passed. Oh, my God, I saved the dogs. Oh, my God, you're my hero. Build a statue. Name a bridge after you or a highway. And that gets done in 6 months, yet we can't get this out of committee. And there aren't hearings until May or June. That's just ignorant. It just is. And every time we do this, we have the phones blow up with people who say, put the cameras in today. And we tried in 7 places, and they went berserk on us. Like, you bring it into a group room, and they say, oh, no, they won't treat me if you have that camera. Uh-huh. Or you put up in a room, and an employee comes in and goes, oh, no, I'm not coming in here with that camera. The only way this works is if we order them to do it by law. But people would rather have a law kind of giving a paper trail to Fido's remains. That's all it is. I mean, even that's a little sketch, quite frankly. Because you honestly never know what happens to Fido or you once you drop the body off of your loved one. It's just, in Dallas, when I did this piece, and we had people undercover in a crematorium for adults, this woman was trying to save money. And there's this crazy furnace where they, in essence, cremate you. And they would put, if I'm lying, I'm dying, it's kind of gross, but it's the truth. They would put 2 or 3 bodies on that thing at a time. And then they had this big garbage can full of chunks of loved ones. Not to be vulgar, but, and she would take a couple scoops and say, here's your dad. Talk about abhorrent. And we got her arrested and shut down. And they changed the law in Texas. Same with the pets. But the truth is, there has to be a trust factor. You don't know what the hell happens to your dog, even if there is a law. Some lazy jagoff making $12 an hour could put you in with a kitty cat and 4 rabbits. You wouldn't know. But what you do know is if there's a camera in your mother or father or grandmother or your room in a nursing home that you can watch. Hello. Yet we're 2 years into it and we can't get out of committee yet. We got the doggy thing gone in 6 months. Okay. Just checking. Mary, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Griffin. Hi, I am calling on behalf, really, of my nephew. He's a veteran, and he got a major hemorrhagic stroke when he was 49 years old. And his mother was alive at the time, and he lived with his mother, so his mother was able to keep up with...
Mary?
Yeah?
I got the feeling I'm going to need to help you, and we want to help you. But I also don't want to screw you over and bail on you in 30 seconds. We got a break. I'm going to put you on hold, and my man Trevin's going to get your number, and we're going to hook you up. So we got to go on hold. We'll get her number. We'll get her number and go. Because I hate that. Because what happens is you can't solve a 5-year problem in a 30-second window of time on a talk show. It's not fair to her. So we'll hook her up. This issue, we are not, Patrick is not, Trevin is not, Bob is not. We're not stopping till this is the law. And that's that. I am right now texting the snow angels, the fellows that we showed on tape last night, clearing roads to get that wonderful woman's road cleared that has cancer in Polish Hill so she can go to the doctor. I am not picking on the city, but I'm sure as hell not waiting on them. We got to get it done. We got to save her. She could die. Okay? I am not picking on anyone. It's just they're overwhelmed, and that's fine. But this isn't one of those things we can't wait until Monday. We got to get this done tomorrow. And and then my man Steve Mazza said he'll step up too because I love him and he would. So we're working on that. I'll get it done.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please, God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, North Hills travels to Fox Chapel, presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. Pittsburgh EMS fleet is getting a much-needed upgrade as city leaders announce new support for replacing aging ambulances and equipment. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
Mayor Corey O'Connor announced today that UPMC is stepping in to help Pittsburgh replace aging EMS vehicles and equipment.
Today we are announcing a $10 million gift to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget, and also our fleet.
UPMC President and CEO Leslie Davis says the contribution reflects the health system's commitment to the community.
A mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that.
Davis says supporting EMS is critical to the region's health and hopes the donation inspires other partners to step up. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The man injured in an officer-involved shooting in Wilkins Township Wednesday is in critical condition at a local hospital, charged with aggravated assault on law enforcement officers, and more. 31-year-old Khalil Collier allegedly became agitated when a maintenance worker had apparently entered his apartment. Allegheny County Police Superintendent Christopher Kern says this eventually led to an armed standoff with officers from several police departments.
Yes, they were there for approximately 15 minutes attempting to get him to drop the gun, comply, and take him to custody safely.
But several rounds of shots were fired and Collier was hit several times. The investigation continues. It's back. Pittsburgh Public School Board members say they're ready to take up again the plan to look at closing and consolidating several schools due to dwindling enrollment. The Future Ready plan had initially failed to pass when the board voted it for last year. The board voted unanimously to explore this issue again, most likely to be heavily revised due to concerns of the board members who voted down the plan the first time around. Troy Ravetti, who had co-led the prosecution of Tree of Life synagogue killer Robert Bowers, is the new U.S. Attorney for Western Pennsylvania. He was appointed by Attorney General Pam Bondi yesterday, sworn in by District Judge Nicholas Ranjan. Ravetti has been leading the office since Eric Holshan's resignation in 2025. A nor'easter is developing in the southeast this weekend. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg was asked if the storm is anticipated to affect us directly.
No, not at all. In fact, we at best, I think, may see some snow showers for a time Saturday night into early Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be much. Most of that's going to be to our south and east.
The extreme cold, however, isn't going anywhere. He says we're not expected to see above freezing again until at least Thursday, if then. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 107 points, the Nasdaq down 370, the S&P 500 down 56 points. KDK Sports Penguins at home tonight hosting the Chicago Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. The Pens have won 4 in a row. KDK Radio News Time 103. Right now it is partly sunny and 16 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
A true spa bathroom isn't just about water pressure. It's about the view. Make your shower the crown jewel of your home with a custom frameless glass enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799. See the difference at boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun for the rest of today. A cold breeze and a couple of flurries, the high 16. A few flurries this evening, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. Another bitterly cold day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 14. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
'Tis the season for germs and viruses. Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, viruses, and bacteria. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're asking me, and I'm going to tell you anyway, this mayor's on a roll. Kind of a moment, we would call it. This morning, we broke this story about 8 o'clock this morning. UPMC agreed to give $10 million to the city for the mayor to buy a bunch of emergency vehicles. It's huge. It's a major breakthrough and a step in the right direction. And it's a hell of a move. And tomorrow, I will break another story. A major corporation here in town will donate at least $5 million to do even more. It's a hell of a deal. Meantime, the mayor has done something else. He went out and hired these ass-kicking, quite frankly, private contractors. It's crazy on video, man. They're a friggin' machine. They kicked ass in the strip the other night. And then my man, Motznick, who I love, I've known him for 25 years, who's the king of Brookline and a judge, sends me this video with these private contractors hired by the city kicking ass in Brookline. And my man, Motznick, the judge, got up at like 2 in the morning to shoot this video. Listen to what he sent and pay attention to the very end of the video. And then we're going to take him live. Listen to this.
You can see this is the second block of the boulevard. It's already done.
It's fantastic.
I'm driving through the parking lanes. They went all the way over to the curbs. This is in front of, across the street from Scoops.
Scoops, baby.
The business side looks like it's totally done.
It does.
And it's 5:30 a.m.
Listen.
Jim Motznick reporting for Marty Griffin.
My man. Judge, my man.
What's up?
My man, you got up way before that, brother.
I was up
I was up early and I was checking out things on Brookline Boulevard.
Hey, Judge. Fair to say they're kicking ass.
Absolutely. Yeah, they are.
Right?
I'm having trouble with my cell phone here.
Yeah, I
but
see that like you're having like a tsunami in your office.
I know. I'm sorry.
We're cool.
I've never seen a response like this before. Things getting done so quickly, so professionally. Courts were open on Wednesday. There was no place to park.
Yep.
All that snow was piled up in the parking places, and I made one text message suggestion to Coghill. Anthony Coghill,
love him,
is my city councilman, and he answered right away. Mayor O'Connor's on it. We're coming in tonight. And I was up early and I couldn't sleep, and I jumped in my car. I was up on the boulevard about 5 a.m. and there they were. The O'Connor administration hired Fasciano Construction. There was 5 or 6 huge dump trucks.
Jimmy, come on, man. They kicked ass. It's like an army.
Yeah, it was. It was really neat. It was neat to see.
Yeah.
They put out a release, please don't park there. You know, the boulevard was just cleaned up, within a matter of hours. They hauled away all that snow. It was amazing to see. And I took a couple videos and I sent to you because we talked about how are things going to work? Are things going to get better or worse? And so far, I think the residents, and I am personally very, very pleased with this administration and how they're responding to this emergency.
Well, Jimmy, tell our audience what this means for Brookline and for your job and for the businesses there.
Yeah, without those parking spots open, there was no parking at all. And those businesses were dying there for 2 days. Obviously, the first day right after, you can understand.
Hell yeah.
You need those spots. And without those spots opening up, that we're not open for business. I couldn't have any hearings on Wednesday. I did a couple over the phone. We had to help older people walk through the snow to get to my office. We did what we could. But opening that up so fast means the world to the businesses, to the residents of the community.
Hey, Jimmy, Judge Mostick, we go way back when he was on council. And my man, this battle between greedy, maniacal, monolithic UPMC and the city has gone on for decades. So what happened here, of course I'm being tongue-in-cheek, what happened here today was historic, was it not, sir?
It is historic. And the comments that come after what happened today, they're more historically important to me because Mayor O'Connor says it's a one-time gift, and we realize, and the big corporations and companies and universities realize that we need something long-term.
Yep.
The one-time gifts are wonderful, and it's historic.
It is.
And it wouldn't have been pulled off with the 2 prior administrations.
Hold on, because I got to stop you because this has relevance. And Jimmy knows this because he's an insider. To be blunt, we had jagoffs in office who had no interest in working with UPMC. In fact, they would have screwed them if they could. Fair?
Yeah, the last 2 administrations, they thumbed their nose. They made demands. They weren't willing to talk. And UPMC and some of the bigger corporations, hospitals, universities thumbed their noses back. And that's not how things work.
No. And so, Jimmy, you've done this your whole career. It's why you're successful. Is that this is called relationship building and building those relationships together. And tomorrow, sir, a big corporation here, for profit, will write a similar check to buy a bunch more trucks. So now they're buying in, sir. So it becomes this movement, doesn't it, Judge?
It does, and it affects, it affects the morale of the people that are doing the work. It affects the morale of the people that decide that they didn't want to move out of the city because we had hope that something like this would happen someday. And isn't it so nice to see it happening within the first month of Mayor O'Connor's administration? It's amazing. It's mind-blowing the way things are rolling in his favor. And it's not just by circumstance. It's because of the hard work, the knowledge that he has. And he got that from his dad. His dad was the same way, too. It's about forming relationships and working with people.
So, because you've known him so long and because he loves you, because I know this, a lot of folks said he didn't have the chutzpah, the cojones to pull this off. Turns out he does, sir, huh?
Absolutely. He's surprising all of us how quick he makes decisions. I was on city council 20 years ago, and we had some bad snowstorms.
Yep.
And that snow in the park out on the Brookline Boulevard in the parking places didn't get removed for 3 weeks or so because the business owners had to organize. Then they had to call their local council people, and we had to lobby the mayor's office. And at that time it was Murphy, and Murphy couldn't make a decision like this young new mayor just did. Let's just do it and get it done today.
No, I love it.
That's what we saw happen last night up in Brookline.
We did, man. And I love that you're now a reporter for me. It's about damn time you stepped up, brother.
Well, yeah, I'm going to see about maybe getting on the payroll a little bit, but we'll talk later.
All right, man, I love you. And you're spot on, and it means a lot. And I love what's going on with the city. Thanks, Judge.
Take care.
My man gets it.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Had a young lady at our house last night, 2 years at CCAC, transferred to a top-tier school, no cost, 2 years CCAC. Talking to my son last night about CCAC has a dual enrollment program for 11th and 12th graders. You get college-level classes and credits at CCAC, get the college experience, and they all transfer. CCAC rocks. CCAC.edu.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
One of my closest friends that I grew up with, I've known him since I was, 14. Rich Fitzgerald. Honestly, we grew up like a mile apart, worked out, went to Central, blah, blah, blah. Dated the same sisters, you name it, we did it. And we've been friends for our whole lives. And he's one of those guys that I pushed him, I swear, and he'll tell you, to run for governor, to run for mayor, to run for Senate because he's a leader. Just is. He doesn't F around. He gives a damn. He works as hard as anyone I've ever known. And it's interesting because we've been talking about Corey, and Fitz has been nothing but positive and supportive. And Fitz saw this train coming, and I had to snag him. My man, this is pretty cool, isn't it, brother?
What a good first month, first couple of weeks, and what you love about Pittsburgh and what you love about this region that we live in is so many people are willing to help.
Yep.
If there's a good partnership relationship, and I think Mayor O'Connor gets that. He understands. You get more get more flies with honey
brother,
than vinegar, and so. I think the energy that he has displayed in the first few weeks, and obviously dealing with an unbelievable weather crisis, et cetera, people want to help, and he's reaching out to folks in a positive way.
Oh yeah,
not beating them over the head and threatening, but like, hey, let's partner, let's figure out a way to make things work, and that's been the secret sauce of Pittsburghers for decades, quite frankly, and I'm glad he's using that in a good, positive way.
Well, my man, it's what you did to get the cracker plane in with Republicans. It's what you did to get the airport done with everyone. And to your point, what he did was he talked and said, let's roll, rather than screw you, we're going to shut you down and force a union on you. You know what I'm saying, Fitz?
Yeah, it's really, again, whether it's one of our big nonprofits in our healthcare, or whether it's our universities, or whether it's the corporate community, the financial sector, the energy sector, the construction developers. My relationship or my experience with them is most of them, for the vast majority, they want to do something good for the community. They really do. They do. I mean, certainly they want to benefit their own entity, whatever it might be, but they want to help and are willing to help. And if they're used in the right way, or approached in the right way is maybe a better way to say that. And I think that's what Mayor O'Connor has been throughout his campaign, and now throughout the early weeks of his administration. He's trying to figure out, how do I solve these very difficult challenges that we have here in the city? And this is one example, and I'm sure continuing along this line, there'll probably be more in the coming days.
Well, there's going to be one tomorrow, similar size from a private corporation. To your point,
and again, they're willing to help, to contribute to the beautification and the infrastructure and helping people. They're willing to do that, and to his credit, he pulled this off. Good for him, and good for all of us.
Hey, Fitz, we talked about this. I kind of got into these discussions with the insiders on this, and you and I kind of rolled this around a while ago. And what the concern is, and maybe that's not the right word, from the folks writing the checks, we're not giving you a check to throw into a swimming pool. We're giving you a check to buy this in a specific window, and we want it done. That matters, doesn't it? They want to know that their money's focused, and it's going to do it now, rather than, we're going to try and fix the budget with this.
Well, that's exactly right. And any time, it usually this comes down to government. When government gets an award of a grant or money or appropriation, whether from the federal government, state government, local philanthropy, they want to see the project get done. They want to see these, in this case, the ambulances get bought, or trucks, or whatever it might be, that these things are on the street, they're serving people, they're making things better. And a lot of times, certain governments will get appropriated money, and then they don't fix the road.
That's right.
They don't build the development. The money sits there for a couple of years, and it makes it frustrating to the donor, to the giver, to the people that have been willing to put their money forward on a project. So yes, so now it's going to be up to the city to take this money and deliver with it. Get these vehicles out on the road, serving people, and there's more to it than just having the press conference and cashing the check. It's really now delivering the project, and my sense is the team he's got around him will definitely be doing that.
Hey, to your point, Aaron Stauber is my friend. He's a billionaire. And I had dinner with him and his partners. This is a true story. And we sat in this restaurant downtown, which is really cool, Barcelona wine bar. And they all said, hey, Marty, in the first week that Corey was in office, we did $2 billion in deals downtown. A massive hotel, a boutique hotel, blah, blah, blah. And I said, why? They said, because of O'Connor. What changes, Fitz, that makes that like a hot knife through butter, sir? What happens?
Well, a couple things. Number one, they feel like they've got somebody that they can talk to, first of all, that they have a relationship with. That if they pick up the phone and ask for, and not asking for some giant favor, but just ask for a conversation, that's part of it, so that they can have contact through not just the mayor or the county executive, but the key people that the economic development director, the public works director, whoever it might be. So that's a big part of it. And I know Aaron. Aaron's a great guy. He cares about this city. It's amazing how much he's contributed into this city for a guy that's didn't grow up here and has got business interests around the country. He's really been a great advocate, and I'm sure he feels I have a relationship or I have a partnership that we can get things done. And sometimes it's as simple as getting your permit done on something that's, relatively easy, that doesn't just sit on somebody's desk for a month. That, we need to get things done. And again, what you're seeing out of this mayor so far is action and energy. And if he's not able to get this thing done, he's going to figure out a way to get somebody that'll get it done.
I'm cool with all of it, brother. You know that. I wanted to high-five someone this morning, including you. Hope, my man. Hope, brother.
And again, it's only a couple weeks in, and you got some action. And
Hell
again,
yeah.
he lands in, you get office, and all of a sudden we have, a dozen inches of snow, which isn't something that we've had in this region for, I'll be honest with you, I said this morning, I saw the two county executives. I didn't have this in my 12 years. I never had a 12-inch snowstorm during my time. The last time we had one was 2010, when Dan Honorado was the county executive. So, and now, here we are 17 years later, or 16 years later, and now we have another one. And 3 weeks into his administration, Mayor O'Connor has to deal with it, and he's figuring it out.
My man Fitz, thanks, brother.
All right. Thanks, Marty.
My man sees it all. We go back, I'm serious, 14 years old. And he's very, very close with Corey O'Connor, which is cool.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you, because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, it's Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, every Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Retirement planning doesn't have to be stressful. Each week on our radio show, On the Money, I'll guide you through topics like building retirement income plan, minimizing taxes, and protecting your hard-earned savings. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Let's make your retirement plan as simple and stress-free as possible. That's On the Money, where retirement planning meets peace of mind.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 17 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mayor Corey O'Connor and UPMC officials announcing the nonprofit is providing the city $10 million to help address the city's aging vehicles.
That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet.
That rescue truck is expected to arrive in late summer or early fall. A nor'easter is brewing this weekend, expecting to bring heavy snow, strong winds, and coastal flooding to parts of the southeast. But how will it impact us? AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg says the storm is not expected to bring us any more snow. However,
it's still going to keep us very, very cold. Now, I do think that the cold backs down a little bit the first part of next week, but we still don't make it to freezing until maybe Thursday, and it looks like another front will try to come through and more cold air is locked in. He
says that pattern for the entire month of February is below normal. He says temperatures will probably average 2 or 4 degrees below normal during the entire month. Pennsylvania is a step closer to enacting new guidelines for the cremation of pet remains. As Radio KDK's David Ballarado has the latest.
This comes as funeral director Patrick Vereb is set to go on trial on charges he defrauded over 6,500 pet owners and collected more than $650,000 for cremations, but instead allegedly dumped thousands of pet remains in a landfill. The State House Judiciary Committee this week unanimously passed an amended version of a bill to protect pet owners. It would set up clear definitions about services. Anyone convicted of 2 or more violations would stand to lose their animal disposal license and be permanently barred from ever having a pet cremation license again. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
The extreme cold can have extreme consequences for your pets outdoors. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General tells the Big K Morning Show he always tells his patients in this kind of weather, it's best to just keep them inside.
We take them out for their potty breaks. You know, maybe they just want to go to the bathroom, turn around and come in. And I know I'm a big fan of exercise, but in this weather, we have to watch our dogs very carefully. Remember, they get frostbite just like we do, and it might not show up for a few days. So you don't want to leave them outside saying they're okay. Frostbite on their ears, on their tails, even on their feet. And that's very painful in them, too. So if it's uncomfortable for you, it's uncomfortable for your pets.
He says even the long-haired undercoats like the long-haired shepherds and some huskies can develop frostbite in these frigid temperatures. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 99 points, the NASDAQ down 327 points, the S&P 500 down 48. KDK Radio News Time, 1:32. Our next update at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com. because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, cold weather advisory from 7 this evening through 11 a.m. tomorrow. The rest of today will be bitterly cold with clouds, some sun, and a couple of flurries. High 16. Few evening flurries, partly cloudy, frigid overnight, low 5 to 9 below. The record is 4 below from 2019. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. A lot going on this weekend. Even if you love football, and you have a chance to win tickets to see the Elton John Tribute Band at Rivers Casino.
Aside from about a dozen death threats that I got this week from all over, a couple from Mexico, I got a funny kind of a hate post. The guy said I look like SpongeBob. I said, how so? I love SpongeBob. I don't know. Maybe I do. SpongeBob. Meantime, I got Joe T in a second. I got to grab Julie. Julie, tell us this story. I love it. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So this is the interesting thing. I'm Julie Cargill. I'm a writer, preschool teacher, ex-hairdresser, independent journalist, and filmmaker.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you're lazy.
I'm lazy and I have ADHD, so forgive me. I'm going to try to calm myself down. And funny thing is, I've had this car now for probably 8 days. I got hit by a truck outside of Greensburg. A Ram 3500, I thought it was. I was at a stop sign, and I was on my way to Washington, D.C. as a political activist for the homeless and for vets and everybody else. Since I lost my job, I thought, I'm going to make my documentary about this, just about trying to help the homeless in particular, because it's been a lifelong mission of my family's. My mother and father ran a homeless shelter outside of Chicago for about 35, 40 years. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's not something I'm foreign to. And I came here. I'm on my way to D.C. No plans, nothing. I mean, somebody got me a hotel room because I have a lot of wealthy friends, and they got me a hotel room.
I know there's a point to this story, but please tell me it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I got hit by this person. And since then, for the last 12 days, I've completely, on purpose, survived on the kindness of strangers.
What?
From your area.
What happened? Yeah. What happened, Julie?
I'm talking like my bank account was fraudulent. I had something happen to me at the hotel before I came here, and all my money was taken away. And literally, people have given me gas in my car. Wow. They have fed me. They have given me free coffee.
Wow.
They have given me hugs. They have taken care of me. I've slept in my car for 10 out of the 12 days, even in this weather.
Hold on.
But two of the
still,
yeah,
still,
yeah. Last night, yeah. But I'm a camper. I'm a tough cookie. I'm scrappy, and it's also really pushes me forward because I
Julie,
keep thinking about my
6 degrees below tonight, sister.
Yeah, but listen to this.
Yeah.
My privilege is I have a car.
Yeah.
I can turn that on every hour because I have a phone. And these homeless out there, one I met the other day, Vincent, was in by the river down in Connellsville. Wow. He didn't have a phone. He didn't have a tent, nothing.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold. I got to get her information. We got to hook up with her after the show. We got to help her, and we got to tell her story. I love this girl. Wow. And there's no way in hell, I don't care if she has a car. She shouldn't be sleeping in her car tonight and tomorrow night. Saturday night, tomorrow night's supposed to be 6 below. Sunday, 10 below. No, we got to get Julie someplace. So we'll hook that up. Meantime, this weather. First of all, a couple of my boys sent me videos from Highland Park, which sucks. I'm telling you, I sent this text out. It looked like the Appalachian Trail, and that's not a good thing if you own a restaurant at all. And I had to grab my boy Joe T from Tambellini's. Joey, what's up? Joe, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. It's a nightmare for you to even think about opening, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not possible.
Tell me why.
There's nowhere to park. I mean, literally, there's for my employees or for guests. There's just nowhere to park. It's really as simple as that. I went there today, and in my big hillbilly truck, I was able to park about a block and a half away, and walked onto it. I went to try to move some snow, and it's like trying to move rocks. I mean, it's hard as a rock. It's like they plowed in the middle of the street, but then it just in the parking spaces. I mean, there's literally you can some sidewalks or my sidewalk got snow. We did a snow thrower and was able to move some snow off the sidewalk earlier this week. But I mean, right now, opening's not an option. I mean, it's not, unless you Uber there. I'd put a couple employees, maybe, like I said, maybe they can get a couple of spots, but we've reached out to Deb Gross to see if there was something we can do. And then I have a friend, Pogorski Construction. He's leasing some kind of machine. So I'll go in with him on that and see if we can create some spots in Highland Park. He called the city and asked if would they help compensate him, and they laughed at him and said no, unless you're a like on their list of contractors.
Joey, tell people what street you're on there.
I'm on Mellon, on the corner of Mellon and Bryant, and Mellon Street. I just sent you a picture of what it looks like in front of that's on Mellon Street right there.
Oh no, I'm looking at
which
it.
is where most of my parking occurs. Yeah, my truck went up over that.
Oh man.
And it's a Ram 1500, and I can tell you, I got all but stuck in there, and then I said, all right, plan B it is then. So
hold
went
on.
up the street.
So Leon, my man Leon, the plastic surgeon's right. Does he have any parking?
He has a parking lot right there, so I guess he got it plowed. I didn't actually, to be honest with you, I didn't even look at it.
Yeah,
that's not an option for me. Of course, he can't.
It's his lot.
Yeah, and
hey Joe, can I ask you a personal, honest question? I feel like, because we've been friends for 20 years, one of my favorite people of all time. You're kind of walking the plank, if it's fair for me to say. You've kind of reached like a. Right, brother? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is it's tough. I mean, this is a kick in the butt right
Well, let's
here.
think, Joe.
Not just for me, but for the employee. My life doesn't change a whole lot, but a lot of people that live paycheck to paycheck,
Right on.
I mean, they're losing a couple of days of work minimum right here. I got to open on Saturday just to, I don't know if it's going to be profitable, but it's going to be just to get some people some work.
So 10
I don't
below.
know what to do.
Yeah, but let me be a jerk. Ain't nothing ostensibly going to change between now and Saturday unless you bring some dynamite in to blow out that snow, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to work with my buddy to get this machine. I'm not. He called it something. It's not a skid loader. It's some kind of dual track thing, tank with a plow.
And really,
thing.
Joe, your only way out of this is the damn snow thaws, and that's at least a week and a half.
Yep. Yeah. What are you going to do? And even he said, he called me prior to me calling you and said that he was going to get this machine. Was I interested? I said, absolutely.
No.
And I want him to move some snow, create some parking. Where's he going to put the snow?
No.
In
That's
front of
huge.
somebody else's house?
No, and
where's he putting the snow?
what about, there's a couple bars there, too. What the hell's happening with them?
I don't know. I didn't talk to any of them.
They got to be screwed, too.
They're in pretty bad shape. My biggest fear is, not being funny, but you got to plow a lot. Like, you got to get over there with like a big truck.
Oh, yeah.
What he's getting, I hope it's big enough. But you got to do enough so that the residents that are around there, if they move, they need parking spots because they're just going to take the spots.
Yep.
I mean, in all fairness, they're not my spots, it's city streets. If somebody else parks there, my guests aren't going to be able to park there.
Hey, Joey, you've been shut down in essence since when?
Last Saturday night was the last day that we operated. Yeah. Sunday, nobody was going to come Sunday, so that was kind of planned. So last Sunday was the last time we operated, and now you're into losing product.
Oh, my God.
At this point, what do you do there? People have to remember this isn't like a retail store, right?
No.
Like you lose product at this point.
You're not sitting on socks here, brother.
No, this isn't a sweatshirt you can, sell 2 weeks from now. This is, perishable product. And luckily, I kind of saw it coming, and then I'm smart enough in business. We've been in business long enough to kind of, prepare for it. I ran things down, so it's not as dramatic as it could be.
Well, what it is, sir, is reality. And what you have to deal with and where we're at with this kind of crisis. For someone like you trying to pay some folks and serve up the best food in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's rough it's rough for the guests, but yeah, this industry's tough enough the way it is, and then boy, you get another kick in the teeth, for lack of better terms, and
to be honest,
makes it a little more difficult.
In your mind, because we've been boys for 20 years, the window for Joey T is kind of closing because you've been kind of spanked enough, right?
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah. After COVID, things changed. It's a different day and age, Marty. It's not the same as it used to be. No. Heck, I'm so old. I remember people used to ask for days off.
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
They used to request days off. That's how old I am.
And they used to show up then on the days they're supposed to work.
Yeah, they used to show up. They used to request days off. Now they walk by and, hey, I'm not going to be here next Saturday. I forgot.
It's cool. I'm paying you $75,000 to make salads. Thank you. Joey?
Yeah.
Joey, if that dude comes, take some video for me, man, and send it to me. Let's stay on it, all right?
I will, absolutely. He's a beast.
Tambolini's, thanks,
hopefully we're going to make something happen here this weekend.
Thank you, man. That is where we're at. And his story is legit, and think about Patrick, and he's one of Patrick's good friends. Him and his wife, Bethy, they're good friends with Joey and his wife. So think about, my man, you have a business, you haven't been open. So Sunday, Monday, oh my God, we're into a week. Not a nickel.
Not a nickel.
Nothing happening tonight.
Nope.
He's kind of, sort of walking the plank. And it makes me sad, man. And it's a horrible thing.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We have this window, and it needs replaced. And I'm sitting here because I've been talking to the folks at Windows Direct, and they've got this deal right now. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. And check this out. You get $1,000 off your entire project and 0% interest for 60 months. You can spread out the payments, 60 months interest-free, $1,000 off. And all you got to say is, I love my windows. 412-545-6003, 6003 Universal Windows Direct.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie & Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. UPMC will donate $10 million to the city of Pittsburgh to allow the city to buy new ambulances and rescue trucks. The donation, which was announced Thursday morning, will allow the city to buy 9 ambulances and 1 rescue truck this year, and 9 ambulances and 1 rescue truck next year for Pittsburgh EMS. The gift will free up money in the city's budget to buy 35 plows and public works trucks. Also, S&T Bank plans to open a new full-service branch and expanded Pittsburgh office location at 1 North Shore Center, located at 12 Federal Street. The new space, spanning 28,000 square feet, will replace the bank's present office location at 358 North Shore Drive, established in 2016, but does not include a branch and offers limited office space. A regulatory filing had revealed the branch location, which was confirmed by S&T on January 2nd. The relocation of the loan production office, which supports treasury, business, and commercial banking services and private banking clients, was not mentioned in the filing. S&T said it does not have a confirmed date for the branch opening or office move-in. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to pittsburghbusinesstimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
One of my closest friends died. Patrick's better than this than I am. Has it been 3 years since Bruce died?
I believe so.
Is it? Bruce Gelman was a badass. He was an insane lawyer. He took on insurance companies. That's how we met. He would take on, get Marty cases pro bono, and he always won. He had the worst cancer I've ever seen. He had half his body removed, and he kept fighting. In fact, the week he died, he won a major case from his deathbed. In his will, he left behind a bunch of money for us to every year give a gift in his name to make a difference. My man. I still look at his texts. Yeah. And so today we're leaving here and we're going to meet this wonderful woman who also is battling, is it cancer? Yeah.
Yes, she's had several surgeries too. Colon cancer.
With his wife, Bruce's wife, who's amazing, and we're going to present this woman with a check. I find, in fact, I remember he was dying. He said, "My man, on my birthday every year, I want you to do something cool and give some money to people." And here we are. I find it to be amazing and wonderful and kind of part of what keeps us grounded to the real world. I think about him all the time. I do, man. And what's wild is, like, someone will have an issue with an insurance company. I'll be like, "Call Bruce." Oh, he's dead. So he lives on in his greatness and kindness and his willingness to make a difference and change lives. And that's what he's going to do today with us, live, about 3 o'clock. I love it. Before I go, Diana, go ahead.
I have to talk fast because there's no time. I live on the north side, California Avenue. It's a main street. My husband is disabled. We are both retired. I had 10 inches of snow on my kitchen roof. I actually got a roofer out here yesterday to clean that off. Oh. But now it has been leaking through my ceiling and down a wall. Oh. We called the insurance company. They sent someone out yesterday, and they sent someone out today. And they have 2 giant fans and a dehumidifier. He had to remove ceiling tiles because it was all over my floor. They had to park in the street.
Oh, my.
My house with this equipment.
Oh, my.
We had friends come dig our car out because we have doctor's appointments. We had it cleaned.
Oh, it's awful.
The city came a little while ago and covered it again.
Oh, no.
And my husband's disabled, so I'm going to have to try and get out there and clean it again. This is ridiculous.
It is. All right, I got to put you on hold. Give her my cell. I want you to take a video and send it to me, please. All right?
Thank you.
All right, sweetheart. Yeah, give her the cell. Time and time and time again. Colin's next.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 17 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. UPMC is giving the city a one-time gift of $10 million to help purchase 9 new ambulances and a rescue truck this year. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Mayor Corey O'Connor says the donation will help the city replace aging EMS vehicles and better support first responders. When asked whether the gift could bring an end to the city's ongoing nonprofit lawsuits against UPMC, O'Connor said no, adding discussions are still ongoing.
This was a one-time gift. We're still in long-term conversations with everyone. Looking at those lawsuits, obviously we have a new solicitor. We know that those lawsuits have cost taxpayers money. Things like this save taxpayer money.
O'Connor also says the funding will help the city purchase additional EMS vehicles in 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before the City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he had allegedly sent crude messages to an officer at his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
An investigation found no violations of criminal law. Jason Ritchie, a Pittsburgh native attorney who ran for governor in 2022 and has chaired the Allegheny County GOP for about a year, is running for lieutenant governor. Ritchie announced his candidacy Thursday morning. A longtime lawyer at K&L Gates with a background in energy, construction, and international law, the 54-year-old's name surfaced among many Republicans to take a shot at joining Stacey Garrity's ticket as the state treasurer aims to oust the popular governor, Josh Shapiro from Harrisburg. A nor'easter is developing in the southeast this weekend. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg was asked if the storm is anticipated to affect us here directly.
No, not at all. In fact, we at best, I think, may see some snow showers for a time Saturday night into early Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be much. Most of that's going to be to our south and east.
The extreme cold, however, isn't going anywhere. He says we're not expected to see above freezing again until at least next Thursday, if then. It's back. Pittsburgh Public School Board members say they're ready to take up again the plan to look at closing and consolidating several schools due to dwindling enrollment. The Future Ready plan had initially failed to pass when the board voted on it last year. The board voted unanimously to explore the issue now again, though it's likely to be heavily revised due to concerns of the board members who voted it down before. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 124 points, and Nasdaq down 313. The S&P 500 down 42 points. KDK Sports Penguins host the Blackhawks tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop is set for 7. KDK Radio News Time, 2:03. Right now, partly cloudy and 17 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Another new year. Hard to believe. Let me help you make this a year to remember in a fabulous way. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Imagine this. It's March, May, July, 2026, and you're 20, 40, 60 pounds lighter. You're moving much better. Your clothes are fitting. Your meds are being taken away. Aren't these reasons enough to lose weight in a healthy way? Let me help. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN. A year to remember, 2026.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Frigid this afternoon. Highs only in the mid and upper teens. A few flurries. Bitterly cold tonight, down to 6 below zero. It would break the record of 4 below from 2019. Very cold again tomorrow, high 15, and it stays bone chilling through the weekend. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we are. Hello to you. Thursday. Lisa Loro in this first hour. Lots of great talk where I want you to call in. It's kind of how talk radio works. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. And NASCO Roofing Instant Access to all our shows just a click away. Use this, too. Email us. InstantAccess@KDKRadio.com. That's Instant Access. That's the email address, instantaccess@KDKRadio.com. So I have this whole show planned out. I got all this stuff I'm going to talk about. Like I said, Lisa Loro in the first hour and a bunch of other things to get into. New videos surfacing out of Minneapolis. A bunch of different kind of things. But just before I came in here, I got a text from a friend of mine who said, this is really happening. And I remember seeing this earlier in the week, and I put it on the pay no mind list. Like about 98% of the things that I see in life, they go on the pay no mind list. I am now at the stage of my life where if it's not urgent, I generally don't pay a lot of attention to it. I'm just being honest with you. It's just where I am. If it's not urgent or it's not, you're supposed to be here and pick me up at this time, I kind of don't pay a lot of attention to it. So it went in one ear and out the other. But now I was just reminded of it. Did you know there is a big campaign tomorrow? Nationwide Shutdown Day. Friday, January 30th, 2026. And this big graphic is making its way online, particularly on social media, and it's hitting all the social media channels. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, everywhere, being emailed around. And it just is black, a big black background with just big white letters, all caps, by the way, because it's important. Nationwide shutdown, exclamation point. Friday, January 30th, 2026. No work, no school, no shopping. Ice out everywhere. Huh. What's that sign say? No work, no school, no shopping. Ice out everywhere. Let's turn this into a practical conversation, because you know what I say to that sign? No thanks. Normal people who aren't freeloaders, who work hard for a living and aren't looking for a handout will actually go to work. Like always. That's sort of how it works. What if you have an employee who doesn't show up and they cite that? I don't care if they're an hourly wage employee. I don't care if they're a salaried employee. I don't care if they've been with you for a month or if they've been with you for several decades. I don't care if they make sandwiches or you work at a law firm or some big Fortune 500 company. What if you're the boss? You might be in this particular situation. I think they said that on Alice's Restaurant. But anyway, you might be in that particular situation. What would you do? I started to think and look around this newsroom and at this station and think, what if somebody shows up? It's not going to impact me, unless it's Margot, and I think she's showing up for work. I don't know. That's her business. But she generally shows up for work when she's able, and she's the best in the business. If I owned a business, I'd tell them, keep moving. Keep it going. Don't come back. Because what you want to do politically and how you want to make a statement, I don't want to impede you from that. But it doesn't fall in the confines of when you're supposed to be here. No work, no school, no shopping. There's another tenet to this. Nationwide shutdown day. Does no school just mean for college kids who are of age, adults? What does some third grader know enough about the world to say, I'm not going to school because I want to get into the particulars about ICE and immigration policy? Aren't we forcing this on people who may not be able to understand all this anyway? This seems to have gone a little bit too far. But I do want to get back to, what if you're a boss? How would that work? These people seem to not be able to help themselves. They think they're the majority when it just isn't reality. Normal people just want to carry on with their lives. That's the way I look at it. They want to have a normal work day. They want to keep it moving. And they're not at all trying to impede the legality of what you want to do. But I can already tell you how this is going to go. A national shutdown. People are going to not show up for work. Then people the next day, or come Monday it'll be all right, they're going to show back up for work. And a boss maybe is going to tell them, why don't you just keep walking? You ducked out on me Friday. And then you know what's going to happen? The person who didn't show up Friday is going to try to play victim. I can already write the story. It seems simple. The crazy part is this. I have a friend, and she is an instructor at Pure Barre, which is one of those group workout exercise kind of places. And it's around here. But she sent me, and my wife goes to Pure Barre. She sent me a notice. Pure Bar Portland, Maine will be closing at 1 p.m. on Friday as part of the national strike. So that's just one instance. We're going to start to have national companies, corporations, things that aren't just independent or one or two workers, shut it down. Now it gets into another conversation at 866-391-1020. How's that help the economy? How does that help people who are crying about not having enough money when you say, you know what I'm going to do today? No work, no school, no shopping. So many of these people trying to change the world can't even change their pair of socks right. They don't think anything through. They don't. It just constantly feels like a kicking the can down the road in trying to evade and avoid reality. That you got to work hard for what you want. That you got to roll up your sleeves sometimes, and there's elbow grease involved with making money. But I do constantly, when I see this, and it's now popped on my timeline a couple different times, think about the precarious situation that a boss will be in tomorrow. You may even know that boss. Heck, you may even be that boss. Well, I had a couple people scheduled, 5 or 6 of them, but 2 of them just walked out. They said they're part of National Shutdown Friday. What do? I'm afraid. If I fire them, you know what's going to happen? ACLU's going to come knocking. Then do I have to call an attorney? Is it an at-will work thing? How does this all happen? What a world we live in right now, where the people trying to work hard, get it done, honest days work, honest days pay, are now being questioned and questioning themselves. Am I doing the right thing? Crazy. I'm actually, in a way, intrigued to see how tomorrow works out. But rest assured this, I'll be here working. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. Saturday will be cloudy and quite cold in Pittsburgh with a chance of some snow or flurries, high in the upper teens. Mostly cloudy Sunday, a little snow or flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, good stuff, by the way. I was flipping through the television last night, and I saw Minnesota and Wisconsin playing basketball. I think it was the Big Ten Network. And guess who was officiating? Larry Scarano. Officiates a lot of games. But it felt like the City of Pittsburgh Municipal Pension Fund was pretty much paying for that guy to officiate the Minnesota-Wisconsin game last night. There's your taxpayer money. Fantastic. Huh. Anyhows, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Listen for The Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Go ahead and demand the yellow van. Lisa Loro in just a little bit. Oh, I talked to somebody before the hour's out. You know, there's a lot of remote learning. I know my kids have it today and again tomorrow. Hopefully they're back to school on Monday, school proper. Somebody who knows about this stuff, like works in logistics for school districts, let me in on one of the factors, one of the big factors. Obviously, there's the cold, right, in the wind. But let me in on another kind of inside baseball factor as to why a lot of suburban schools, especially, are still doing remote learning, even though it's warmed up just a little bit to 8 degrees or so. And I was talking to that person last night, and I'll tell you all about that before we get out of here this hour. Lisa Loro joins in just a little bit. Jake and Cranberry joins right now. I can bet probably 99.5% of everything I own and I've ever owned that Jake and Cranberry will not be participating in National Shutdown Day tomorrow.
you could go and throw the other 5% in. And you for that, whatever it is up in Bangor, Maine, that's shutting down at 1 p.m. Hey, people, it didn't say, well, you can work half a day. It said nothing. Nothing's going on. Not we're leaving here at 1. And you know from going to the gym like I do, they're always trying to get out of there early on a Friday. So that's fraudulent. You're like paper tiger Marxist up there, and then you do it on the coldest day of the year so far, and on a Friday. So that young 19-year-old couple living in grandma's basement, the dude can say, hey, Emma, I'm not going to work today. That's pretty hardcore, huh? And she's like, yeah, I don't know if you're really down with the cause or you're just afraid of getting cold and you don't want to go to work on Friday so you can play video games with your friends. They had the shut down Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A's killing LGBTQ people. Guess what? Guess what happened? It was on a regular day, and by 5:30, when Jake and the gaggle of kids and a wife got to Chick-fil-A, the nice manager came out and said, hey, Jake and the bunch of kids and the wife, here's a free coupon for next time you come in because we're out of food. So if you gave us the chance again to show you what side we're on, we would do that. And you know what? I'll ask the wife because I didn't hear about this. Thanks for informing the people.
You know what else? I can't wait for people to start talking about how you can draw parallels to the Boston Tea Party or boycotting buses in Montgomery, Alabama. They'll do that. They'll think that they are making some big human rights statement by not going to work tomorrow. You know what they're going to do? They're just affirming their laziness and how anti-American they are. They're not trying to further any cause. That's the thing that's hilarious. I can tell you I can already pick out the people, pretty much, who are going to participate in this boycott. And Jake kind of nailed it. It's people who aren't working hard to begin with. It's people who complain about landlords. It's people who want free this, free that, hand out this, hand out that. It is going to be comical, though. Not comical. It's actually the opposite. It's going to be very serious. The quandary that it puts bosses in. People running an honest business, people who have employees, and they look and an employee just says, hey, they might not even call them. I'm not coming in today. Or they work half the shift and go, I'm participating in this boycott. I'm out of here. Because it is tough to find work. Workers, I should say. And then what do you do Monday? Do you tell them don't come back and cut your nose off to spite your face? Do you stand your ground and say, you know, I don't believe in what you did, and I don't know when you're going to flake on me again with the next protest or movement, so keep it going? It makes it tougher on employers. And here's the thing. They didn't sign up to care about your stance on ICE. They just didn't. They signed up to employ you to work an honest 8 hours and pay you what's commensurate with that work. End of story. Dave's in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin. How are you?
Wonderful.
That's good. Well, since I missed one day of work in 8 years, and that one day was this past Monday because of snow, cold, and no car, you better believe I'll be here tomorrow. I'm a boss. I am a boss of security officers, so to get someone fired, I would have to go through the higher-ups. But if any of my guys would not show up tomorrow, and I know my guys, none of them are going to not show up tomorrow, but it would be 110% that I would recommend termination.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of discussion. This is work. That's what you do on your free time. Let's not intermingle these two things. That's a bridge too far. I'm not trying to tell you what your political stance should be, nor your personal stance, nor how you feel. But you know where that stuff happens? Off the clock. 866-391-1020. As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Also, watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Go to KDKRadio.com, click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream, and now go to our YouTube page. That is fantastic. Everything we're doing in studio, you can see it. Lisa Loro, next, KDK.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the-right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA, your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mayor Corey O'Connor and UPMC officials announcing the nonprofit is providing the city $10 million to help address the city's aging vehicles.
That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet.
That rescue truck is expected to arrive late summer or early fall. The Pennsylvania State Police have unveiled a series of enhancements to their emergency vehicle equipment. Acting Commissioner Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens says these are enhancements that the public will soon see, hear, and feel across the Commonwealth.
Our new 51-inch tricolor LED light bar is engineered for unmatched visibility and safety. Its distinctive V-shape provides a full 360 degrees of light output, significantly improving visibility at critical angles.
He says their new 400-watt siren system is equipped with 4 speakers and a low-frequency rumbler device.
This technology allows drivers and pedestrians to not only hear the siren, but to feel it.
As a result, he says the emergency warning time for motorists to detect and respond to an approaching emergency vehicle has increased. Pennsylvania State Police is one of only 2 law enforcement agencies in the nation with this advanced sound capability. A Pennsylvania senator is proposing new legislation aimed at cracking down on felony animal abuse. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has that story.
Senator Dan Laughlin says the bill known as Amy's Law is inspired by a 6-month-old husky found abandoned in freezing temperatures in Erie County. The puppy later died and 2 people now face charges. The legislation would create a publicly searchable registry for anyone convicted of felony animal cruelty. Laughlin says the goal is to prevent repeat offenses, help law enforcement, and protect public safety. He encourages the public and animal welfare advocates to support Amy's Law as it moves through the legislative process. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 80 points, the NASDAQ down 304, the S&P 500 down 38 points. KDK Radio News Time, 2:32. Our next update at 3. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
The housing market tends to hibernate during the winter.
Nobody wants to move when it's 1 degree outside.
If you want to move in the new year, Drew Wishover of the Inspired Title Group says you can use the January lull to get a leg up on spring home buying season.
See, the areas maybe you want to live in. Maybe this is a good time to do some, home renovations and get your property in tip-top shape so you can get the top dollar for your house.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more. You too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job. Get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACvacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Very cold this afternoon. Highs only in the mid and upper teens, and then bitterly cold tonight, down to 6 below zero. The record 4 below. Set back in 2019. Clouds at 7 tomorrow, high 15, and it stays frigid Saturday and Sunday, highs in the teens. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. A lot going on this weekend. Even if you love football, and you have a chance to win tickets to see the Elton John Tribute Band at Rivers Casino.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Health.
All right, so much to get into as we drift through the show on this wonderful Thursday. But every Thursday at about this time, we welcome in from Secure Money Health. That is Lisa Lauro. She joins right now. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hey, Colin. I'm doing great. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you so very much for asking. I truly do appreciate it. So let's get right to it because, like I said, a lot of people give us feedback. They get in touch with you. They get in touch with us. I see questions in the queue and via the text line and all over the place and kind of jot them down throughout the week. So let's start with this, that people have said in the past and in the recent past and in the kind of the distant past too, that they thought Medicare was free. Why is that true? And also, if it is not, where has that myth and why is that myth sort of perpetuated?
I know, right? I hear it all the time. And you know, I think it is a myth. It's not free. However, I think it comes from where Part A which is your hospital coverage, is usually considered premium free. If you've worked for 10 plus years of your lifetime, they've taken the Medicare taxes out that cover Part A. So I think there's this misconception that that Medicare is free because the Part A, for most people who've worked at least 10 years of their life, it's free for them. But Part B is definitely not free. That's based on your modified adjusted gross income. And then, when you take into account Medicare supplement plan premiums, Medicare Advantage plan premiums, the deductibles, the copays, and even the IRMAA charges that some folks with higher incomes are subject to. Before you know it, you could be out of pocket $400 or $500 a month just to cover your Medicare.
All right, IRMAA. Now, IRMAA, that's not some lady who lives in Dravosburg. IRMAA is something else. What is IRMAA, and what does that stand for? What's it all about?
Yeah, so IRMAA it stands for Income Related Monthly Adjustment Amount. And basically, you can get charged an IRMAA charge if you make too much money. So the threshold here is if you file your taxes as an individual person and your modified adjusted gross income is $109,000 or less, then you fall in the standard range. Anything more than that, you'd be subject to an IRMAA charge. If you file your taxes jointly with your spouse, and you make $218,000 or less, then you too fall in the standard range, which the standard range this year for Part B is $202.90. But anyone who makes more than that $218,000 is going to get taxed in IRMAA charged, and that gets tacked onto your Part B every single month. And so it's one of those things that you want to be mindful when you are retiring and getting ready to retire or planning for your retirement. Something that the folks over across the street, Secure Money Advisors, my sister company here, they help you with that, to think about your investments and how you can maybe avoid this IRMAA charge later when you go on to Medicare.
All right, and so those that explained it wonderfully. I know that you have seminars. I know that you have meetings. You have people that you see a bunch of different people. They come in and you give them advice. When's the next scheduled one, and how do you get in touch? How do people get in touch with you?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. So we're going to be at Monticello's in Cranberry, February 17th, as well as February 19th. And then in Brown's Country Kitchen, February 24th and February 26th. That's up in Portersville. If you're interested in attending either one of those February seminars, you can give us a call at the office, 724-293-6653. You can also go to our website. There's a ton of information there. And under the tab Events, you can also RSVP for one of those seminars, and that's securemoneyhealth.com. A meeting with me is absolutely complimentary, so don't be shy. Come on in. Let's get your Medicare squared away. We'd help to guide you through that. And also as a guide, one last thing is the Ultimate Medicare book that I wrote recently, and you can go to MedicareBookOffer.com and get yourself a complimentary copy. We'll mail that book directly to your house. This way you can fold the pages, you can highlight it, do whatever you need to get some information and do your due diligence about learning about Medicare.
All right, Lisa, we'll talk to you next week. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Lisa Laura, check her out, Secure Money Health. Top of the hour, I do want to talk a little about UPMC and the deal that was consummated today, or maybe just the gift that was given to the city. We'll get into that in just a little bit. I talked to somebody in logistics for a school district, and they gave me something that I kind of wasn't expecting, and I didn't realize how deep this was and why it's playing a part in why there's some virtual learning happening right now. I went back to the break room or whatever they have here, like it's a kitchen. Somebody here was buying one of those energy drinks. There's a machine that has Red Bull, it has Celsius and stuff like that. And I was watching them buy this. And I got to tell you, if I had and I don't drink anymore, but if I had 3 beers one day, okay, and then 2 days later, I had 1 Red Bull, I'd be much more impacted by that Red Bull. I don't know how people do this. Sometimes I'll go into like Sheets or Get Go. Get in, get out, get going, Get Go. Sometimes I'll go into there and I'll see very early in the morning, like 6-something in the morning, people coming out with like a donut and a Red Bull. I've had like 1 experience with Red Bull. And I drank it and I'm minding my business. And 10 minutes later, I felt my chest, like my heart beating in my chest to the point where I looked down at my shirt and I thought it was going to be like one of those cartoons where, you know, like one of the characters is in love and they could see their heart beating and it's like popping out of their chest. I thought I was going to be able to see that. It felt so artificial and like my buzz was just heightened. My eyes were wide open and I couldn't come down from it for like 45 minutes. I honestly thought about driving to the hospital straight away. How do people do it who drink those energy drinks every day? How do they do it? And especially multiple. They've got to screw you up. They just have to. But they put a bunch of them now in the vending machine here at work. Now, maybe I haven't been back there in a while. Perhaps they've been in there a while and I just didn't pay attention to the vending machine because I don't really buy anything out of there. But I was looking at it. Somebody was buying one of them, and I almost wanted to say, how do you even work drinking that? Or maybe it's the other way. Maybe they can't work without that. But I had 1 experience in my life with Red Bull. And seriously, I thought I was... Now, I didn't get cold sweats or anything, but I did feel like hollow in the face. Those people mesmerize me. Who I see in the, like I said, Cheats or Get Go, have like a 20-ounce Red Bull, they're a Monster, whatever it is. I don't know how they function. I don't. That one gets me. Do you ever walk down the aisle in the grocery store and look how many energy drinks there truly are? There's tons. People are throwing it at their body, and it's just like cocaine right in their drink. Yee! Anyhow, it's 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So much to get into right here. KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Home Depot is laying off 800 workers and told its corporate employees to come back to the office 5 days a week. Of the cuts, about 150 were in its Atlanta headquarters. The rest were remote. CEO Ted Decker said the cuts were to, quote, increase its speed and agility, end quote. Shares of heavy equipment manufacturer Caterpillar are higher today. Their quarterly earnings beat as it rides the demand for new data centers in the AI world. Those sales are up 37% year over year as sales in the quarter hit $19.1 billion. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said the company is ending production of its Model S and Model X vehicles. He said it's time to bring those programs to an end with an honorable discharge. And Twin Peaks, the sports bar and restaurant chain, has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. No word on whether locations in the Pittsburgh area will close up shop. Many of these restaurants were just converted last year from Smoky Bones barbecue restaurants. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, for all those of you who asked, Margot's feeling better today. She's feeling good. Great to have her aboard. She's the best in the business. She's fantastic, just so we have that squared away. Oh, I heard that story about Twin Peaks closing. I will talk about Twin Peaks and Hooters a little later on in the show, if I get to it, which I might. Anyway, when the weather turns bad, turn to KDKRadio.com. Up-to-the-minute news, weather, traffic information, KDK Radio Storm Center. It's all brought to you by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA. Woo! Having a great day, ripping through it. I do want to get into, a little bit later on, UPMC and the relationship with Corey O'Connor. Also, what I found out about logistics in school districts. But people are all over this Red Bull topic. I'm telling you, I saw the vending machine back there, and I'm thinking, it's like full of Red Bull. There must have been 4 different numbers you could push, and you get Red Bull. And I'm thinking, God, what is going on, Margot? Whoa, sounds like Marty's show. And I'm thinking, man, who's drinking all that Red Bull? I've had one in my life and felt like I had to drive directly to the emergency room. Not just emergency room, trauma center. Tom's in the Heights of Natrona. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Colin. Hey, the timing of this Red Bull discussion couldn't be better as far as I'm concerned. I took my son-in-law to his first follow-up cardiologist appointment yesterday after he had
foreboding.
Just had he had a severe heart attack, almost died about 3 weeks ago. And in a follow-up appointment, I sat in on it, and the doctor asked him if he had quit smoking, and he said, "Absolutely, doc. I'm all done with cigarettes." And then he said, "Well, I see you were using these energy drinks. What were you drinking?" He said, "Red Bull." He said, "Well, I'm going to tell you, young man, that Red Bull was hurting you as much or more than a pack or 2 packs of cigarettes a day."
Holy heck.
So this came right from a cardiologist's mouth as far as the severity of what this Red Bull and these other energy drinks can do to you, not for you.
Listen, Tom, I don't exaggerate on my show nor lie. I just tell – I quite honestly, because I don't have to say true story, because everything I say is true. Tom, I had one in my life, and I felt I had to look down at my shirt and say, I really feel like my heart is beating to where I could see it. It was the strangest phenomenon.
You were going to explode. Yes, that's right.
Yes. I'm glad he's okay. Is he going to be all right?
He's got to go through about 3 months of cardiac rehab 3 times a week. And when he's all done with that, doctor figures he'll get about 50 to 60% of his heart function back. Right now, he's got 25% and happy to be alive.
And here's old Tom, and you're way older than him, and you're in better shape.
I'm 40 years older than he is, and I'm able to go to work every day, and now he's facing the reality of he might not ever be able to go to work ever again
because of that can.
He won't get enough of his.
Because of that stuff in a can.
That's exactly right.
Oh my.
Okay, cigarettes were bad. No doubt that the cigarettes had an effect, but they didn't have more of an effect than the Red Bull did.
Thank you for the call, Tom. I wish I hadn't heard that story, or I wish it wouldn't have happened, but it's happened, so we could talk about it. Text here, 866-391-1020. I'm with you. I tried one once, and I couldn't get past the awful chemical taste. I don't know how people drink these every day. I see them coming out with these like 20-ounce monsters. There's 9 million different of these drinks. I'm blown away by it. I am. But they started throwing them in the vending machine here at work. Now we're going to have people all amped up here at Odyssey Pittsburgh, which is going to be interesting. Rob's in Turtle Creek. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Colin. Good to talk to you. Following along the same line, this goes back a couple years ago, actually. And I was standing in line in a newsstand, and there's a kid in front of me, and he's got like 2 or 3 of these Monsters or Red Bulls in his hand, and he proceeds to tell me, and the owner of the store, that he's like 25 years old. Oh yeah, I got an appointment with a cardiologist. I don't know. I'm like, my heart. I got some kind of rhythm in my heart that's off. And I looked at him and I said, "I'm no cardiologist. Put your cans in your hand are what your problem are right there, pal."
Yeah, one would think. I mean, I can diagnose this for you. Text here. I was out with my wife one night. I was so tired, and the bartender gave me a vodka and Red Bull. Afterward, I could see through my eyelids. I swear. I had one of these, and it felt like I was turning into a werewolf. I don't know how people do it. Margo, you drink any of these energy drinks? They're real big in your age group. Because people in my age group drink coffee. Do you drink energy drinks, or do people that you know?
Only if I really, really need a pick-me-up, but I drink 2 coffees a day, so it doesn't really hurt.
Yeah, well, I used to drink 10. I'm down to about 5.
Maybe just all the chemicals in it also.
I still will never forget that feeling I had.
It's scary. It's scary. When you drink too much caffeine, you think you're going to throw up.
Well, I thought I was going to have to go out on a gurney. I'm telling you, I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital. That would have been embarrassing.
It is anxiety-inducing. It really makes
I couldn't slow my breath down. I was like going crazy. It felt like
it's like a panic attack.
100%. I've never had a panic attack, but I felt like if I was going to have a panic attack,
it would be like that.
That was it. That was it. Kids drink them a lot. I would say kids, but like college students drink them a lot to get through like studying, staying up, and all that, right?
I've drank a few through some all-nighters, doing papers and whatnot, but I can handle it, I guess, but they're not great for you.
No.
And I don't drink them on the reg.
No, okay. Not on the regular. Got it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Top of the hour, I'm going to tell you about these school buses. So I do want to get into that. And then I do want to talk about UPMC some. In that what Corey O'Connor did was, no matter how you come down on him or how you feel about him, I think he's to be applauded for getting a deal done and getting a deal done pretty quickly. Huggy's in Cranberry. Hi, Huggy.
Yeah, hey, Colin. Good to talk to you. Yeah, and talking to Corey, I called last week. I think he's got about a B. He's got to get a B on his snow removal. A lot of what happened wasn't on him, but yeah, kudos to him and what he's doing with UPMC. Got to build up that trust within the community. You get $10 million of free money to go to your ambulance is absolutely amazing. But getting back to the energy drinks and all that, like it seems like, whether it's Celsius or Red Bull or any consumer products, a lot of what it seems like us consumers have, it's designed to make us dumber and sicker and all this toxic, stuff in our drinks is crazy. So I started using the Yuka app. Have you ever used the Yuka app?
Huh? How do you spell it?
YUKA. So I started using this for my kids, and really, you scan the barcode, and it tells you all the additives that are in it, and it's absolutely crazy. Like, you look at Celsius, they have actual B12, but it's actual cyanide, and now you have Florida coming out saying there's arsenic and Twizzlers and Jolly Ranchers. It's like, what's going on?
So you take it to the store and you just hit the barcode on the stuff?
I look like a maniac in Giant Eagle, scanning everything that I put in my cart to see about Yuka and the additives. It's a free app. It's absolutely amazing, but it's terrifying at the same token.
Man, I just looked it up. He's right. It does yield everything that's in that. Wow. Crazy stuff. Text here. A lot of oil and gas companies around here have banned energy drinks for their workers because of potential medical issues, as opposed to the oil and gas they're dealing with every day, I guess. But anyhows, top of the hour. I want to tell you something about school buses, and also let's get into UPMC just a little bit. So much to talk about. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Right here, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you ready for retirement? Hi, this is Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, heard every Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join me and your host, Rob Pratt, as we tackle the most important questions about retirement planning, financial strategies, and securing your future. From avoiding costly mistakes to maximizing your savings, we'll help you feel more confident about your financial journey. Tune in every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Take the first step towards a worry-free retirement. That's On the Money, your retirement planning destination.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. UPMC has provided the city with a one-time gift of $10 million to help the city buy 9 new ambulances and a new rescue truck this year. And Mayor Corey O'Connor says will also help them purchase new vehicles for the city's aging fleet.
This money, this gift that was donated by UPMC is now going to free up funds in the city budget for us to purchase 35 DPW trucks this year. That goes to plows, to helping with situations that we're dealing with right now. And that's why this is such a transformative thing for our city.
He says the money will also help buy additional EMS vehicles in 2027. Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before the City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he had allegedly sent crude text to an officer in his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
An investigation found no violation of criminal law. A Pennsylvania senator is proposing new legislation aimed at cracking down on felony animal abuse. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the story.
Senator Dan Laughlin says the bill known as Amy's Law is inspired by a 6-month-old husky found abandoned in freezing temperatures in Erie County. The puppy later died and 2 people now face charges. The legislation would create a publicly searchable registry for anyone convicted of felony animal cruelty. Laughlin says the goal is to prevent repeat offenses, help law enforcement, and protect public safety. He encourages the public and animal welfare advocates to support Amy's Law as it moves through the legislative process. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The extreme cold can have extreme consequences for your pets outdoors. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General talks about how his patients in this kind of weather, he tells them to just keep them inside.
We take them out for their potty breaks. Maybe they just want to go to the bathroom, turn around and come in. And I know I'm a big fan of exercise, but in this weather, we have to watch our dogs very carefully. Remember, they get frostbite just like we do, and it might not show up for a few days. So you don't want to leave them outside saying they're okay. Frostbite on their ears, on their tails, even on their feet. And that's very painful in them, too. So if it's uncomfortable for you, it's uncomfortable for your pets.
He says even the long-haired undercoats like the long-haired shepherds and some huskies can develop frostbite in frigid temperatures. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 47 points, the Nasdaq down 327, the S&P 500 down 39. KDK Sports, the Penguins host the Chicago Blackhawks tonight. Puck drop set for 7. The Penguins have down 1-4 in a row. KDK Radio News Time, 3:03. Right now it's cloudy and 16 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports that an incident was cleared on the Parkway West outbound, right between exit 71A towards Grant Street and exit 70C towards the Fort Duquesne Bridge and North Shore. All lanes are now open. However, that did cause some residual delays to back you up on that route. Those other major roadways aren't looking too bad quite yet, as rush hour is just starting to begin. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Frigid this afternoon. Highs only in the mid-and-upper teens. A few flurries. Bitterly cold tonight, down to 6 below zero. It would break the record of 4 below from 2019. Very cold again tomorrow, high 15, and it stays bone-chilling through the weekend. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here we are. Hello to you. Just past the 3 o'clock hour. 866-391-1020 is the number. That's 866-391-1020. So I was talking to somebody who works in logistics for school, right? at a school district, like transportation, right? And they were telling me last evening that certainly the cold and the wind in that has to factor into why so many school districts are still having this remote learning days. And I know our school district will be through the rest of the year. Through the rest of the week, today and tomorrow. But there's another factor that is kind of just indigenous to this storm, or at least over the past 15, 16 years, the first time they've had to deal with this. And follow me here. Where the snow piles are so high and they're not going anywhere, there's been a big problem. There will be a big problem where even if they were to have school, having bus stops, but even more so. Think about this. There's a lot of bus routes where these buses simply can't maneuver in and out of where they need to go because of where the snow is all piled up. It's not like taking your passenger car in and out and maneuvering around. And even another layer to this is this. With the advent and the growth of suburbia that just keeps growing and growing and growing, think about when you used to ride the school bus, maybe way back. Generally, you walked to the school bus stop, right? And you all met there and it was there. Now, so many more times, the school bus comes to you, i.e., there's a lot more stops, i.e., the bus goes into the neighborhoods. It's much more narrow in there. The bus can't maneuver around. It can't navigate all these snow piles. It doesn't just stay on the main road in a lot of these suburban school districts. They don't want to get these buses stuck. They don't want to get them in accidents or have them bump into, or quite frankly, they just can't make it up some of these subdivision streets. And that's kind of where it is. So I didn't really think about it all that much. So they were explaining this to me, that the buses can't drive their normal routes. So that's part of all of this, too. There's many factors, but that's a big one. 866-391-1020 is the number. That's 866-391-1020. How about this story today? And it's a big one.
Mayor Corey O'Connor announced today that UPMC is stepping in to help Pittsburgh replace aging EMS vehicles and equipment.
Today, we are announcing a $10 million gift to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. And also our fleet.
UPMC President and CEO Leslie Davis says the contribution reflects the health system's commitment to the community.
A mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that.
Davis says supporting EMS is critical to the region's health and hopes the donation inspires other partners to step up. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
All right, so how do you view UPMC? Certainly there will be those who bellyache. People cry about taxes. But who else has done this? Who else has stepped up and done this and been able to say there was a need, there was something that the city of Pittsburgh's citizens needed to have, and you know what? We'll pay for it. We'll get it done. This is like the Pittsburgh Promise. People crow and they whine and they complain and they gripe about UPMC. UPMC's given like $265 million towards scholarships. They've done that already. And it started with $100 million. And they're up to like 12,000 scholarships for kids in Pittsburgh. I'm not here to tell you that UPMC is the greatest company in the history of the world. I mean, they're here to make money and heal you both. But I've never understood this whole doctors make a lot of money and people who facilitate and administer doctors make a lot of money, and I'm going to be mad about that. Okay. Would you rather them not? Would you rather UPMC leave? Do me this favor. Tell me all the people who you know. Everybody that you know or that you deal with on a daily basis. Now tell me how many of them out of 10 don't either have a relationship with or know somebody who works at UPMC. You think it's better that they leave or that they stay? And the whole time they've been willing to talk about their tax situation, but they want Highmark and they want the universities there too. Corey O'Connor's playing chess. Mayor Gainey was playing checkers. You know, he brought him in and he said, let's figure this out. There's heat, there's talk. Every time that we try to figure out or get into a conversation about what's going on with this tax situation, it turns bad and it's something to where it's given the impression that it's adversarial. How about we just, talk nice and figure this out? Oh, what do you need? Well, I need the heat off me about this. What do you need? Well, I need some ambulances. Well, why don't we go ahead and come to an agreement? Mayor Ed Gainey treated UPMC like an adversary for 4 years. He got nothing done because he was just a arm of SEIU working for the union. That's it. Mayor Corey O'Connor has treated UPMC like a big deal in this region for 1 month, and he got this deal done. It speaks to, one, how smart Corey O'Connor is, but it also speaks to how much Ed Gainey was controlled by a silly union. That's what the story is. Ed Gainey intimidated them, or tried to, UPMC, into what he wanted and tried to get them to totally unionize and tried to hold a state lawsuit over their head. And he pushed out and pushed out and pushed out, using his minions, the message, look at their profits, look at their profits, look at their profits. Yeah, they make a lot of money. A lot of doctors do. A lot of hospital systems do. But you know what else they do? They employ a ton of people who you know. And they take up a lot of space here in town. That's how it works whenever you have a big conglomerate like that. You know what else they give you? World-class care. They just do. That can't be argued. That's how it gets done. And so today, I think, should be looked at as a gigantic win. We can bicker, we can moan, we can complain about taxes. Are they paying their fair share? Heck, I don't know. But I know this. Nobody else walked to the podium today and said, you need ambulances? Oh, okay. Here's 9 of them. You need a rescue truck? Yeah. Call Ford or whatever. We'll order it. We'll get it delivered. UPMC did that. Nobody else did. So quit your whining about it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. 24/7, 365. Residential and commercial water damage emergencies. Yep, they stop the damage, they clean up the mess, and they get your property back to normal and fast. When winter hits hard, demand that yellow van. Number's easy to remember. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Cold weather can freeze those pipes, and it does. Then they burst. Then it's a mess. Then it's all over the place. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh helps you out. They get in, and they get it done right. Again, 412-RECOVER is the number. Let's hit traffic right now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at that at residual delays from that incident earlier on the Parkway West outbound, right before the exit towards Grant Street. The other major roadways are not looking too congested quite yet, just looking at a small delay on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. Saturday will be cloudy and quite cold in Pittsburgh with a chance of some snow or flurries, high in the upper teens. Mostly cloudy Sunday, a little snow or flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years. So give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple to me. I don't know how it is for everybody else. Look at their profits. Look at their profits. Oh, okay. Look at the gigantic company that's here, too. Look at the world-class healthcare that you get. Corey O'Connor said, how about I shake your hand, we come to the table, and we talk, and we try to figure out a deal, as opposed to making you the enemy and us hate each other. Seems to have worked. Again, he did something in 30 days that Ed Gainey couldn't do in 4 years. The more we look back at it, honestly, and I said it during it, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I said during the whole Gainey tenure, what an awful, terrible, no good mayoral administration that it was. And it is. He simply was an extension of SEIU in the mayor's chair. By the way, did you know SEIU sponsored that march to Target the other day? It's right there on the literature. I don't think people looked and saw close enough. They listed all the different organizations that sponsored it. Right there in purple and gold, SEIU. So a labor union sponsored people to go and illegally go into Target and give a bunch of guff to other people who are in a labor union who are the police. Tell me how that makes any sense. Anyhow, it's 866-391-1020. Art's in the car. Hi, Art.
Hey, good afternoon. I take the same route I understand you took, and that was you drive to Concord, North Carolina every once in a while.
Oh, I sure do. I enjoy it. I like it. I have it's a wonderful thing, although we fly there.
Oh, dang. You should drive. It's fun.
Nope. If they had a flight to Washington, Pennsylvania, I'd take that. I don't like driving very far.
Okay. I understand your son has an interest, so have Margot stay on the line when you kick me off. Red Bull or Monster or one of those 24 inchers.
Yeah.
They're very good to get from Wexford, Pennsylvania to Concord, North Carolina. One to start out, one halfway, and it makes you stop. And I guarantee you'll be able to run the whole way with your eyes wide open.
Yeah, but it made my heart almost blow up, Art.
You get used to it. If you've only had one or two, I drink them when I'm driving, but that's the only time I drink them.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to cross that threshold. I don't want to gain a tolerance for Red Bull. I think that's what we're all missing here. I don't want to gain a tolerance. I don't want that to happen. Oh, man. Did you happen to see the second video from Minneapolis? Because I want to talk about that in just a little bit. It's eye-opening, but how much does it truly change? We need to talk about that. And how about this topic? I got to talk about Hooters today, the restaurant. I absolutely, positively do. What a slow news day, but they're some of the best days. This whole thing with the ambulances, though, it's going to be interesting, and one of the main things, it's going to be interesting to see how quickly it gets put into practice. Like, they're not going to be on the street next week. But how quickly that they're able to utilize those funds and turn them into 9 ambulances and a rescue truck. Dan's in Kane. Hi, Dan. Hi, Dan.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Colin, I live up here in Kane, PA, and we have a UPMC hospital. We don't have a maternity ward within 65 miles of Kane anymore.
Well, that's okay. I saw a story today that the birth rate's down anyway, so take your chances.
Well, if you do, that's okay unless you're the one having the kid, I guess. But, it'd be nice to see. It's good that UPMC is working with people. I applaud that. The government's doing that. But it'd be great if other outfits stepped up in the state. And, if UPMC would help the small places out. I mean, this is a good PR move for them.
Well, it's not just a PR move. It cost them $10 million.
Yeah, that's true. But they were probably what they got away without paying property taxes over the years. Probably pretty well covered it.
Let me ask you something. Why is it phrased what they got away with if they're a registered nonprofit?
Well, if you're a nonprofit and you got $10 million you don't need, that's got to be a profit somewhere.
Do you know about the Pittsburgh Promise?
What?
They've given $265 million to date in scholarships.
Okay.
It started with a $100 million seed with the Pittsburgh Promise, and that has helped over 12,000 kids get scholarships.
Well, that's good.
What do you want?
What about these? I want them to take care of their little areas with hospitals like Jamestown, New York.
They
Kane,
did.
PA,
Do you know what they already did? They made sure those hospitals didn't go out of business.
They basically turned it into an ER. I mean, it's about a quick, a medical ER, and they ship everybody out. We have 2 doctors now, where we used to have 5.
Dan, can I? You seem like a good man, but let me let you in on something. The way that urban sprawl works in this sort of reversal to suburban sprawl, nobody makes you live in Kane. That's what happens.
That's true. But, okay, but we don't have you have to go 65 miles. I have a daughter, wants more kids. It's 65 miles to the nearest maternity ward now, no matter which way you go. You have to go to Olean, Jamestown, New York, or DuBois, PA.
Whoa. What do you want UPMC to do about it? I mean, that seems to be
I would like to see them. They shut the one down in Countersport. They said they didn't have enough babies.
Well, I mean, they could probably quantify that, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's how they quantified it. But, I don't think you need a specialist every time, but you think they'd have something for people.
Or she could move closer to an urban area.
That would make her mother unhappy, which would make my life miserable.
Sounds like it might be already.
Well, no, but, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm done having kids, but we do want grandkids, and other people would too.
So wait a minute. The impediment to having kids right now is she lives too far from a maternity ward.
It is something that parents have to consider now.
Yeah, but again,
we have a lady mayor in town, and she wants more kids, and she's very nervous about having to go that far to have kids.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell her. Like, again, if you live in Coudersport or Kane or Oil City or St. Mary's or whatever, I don't know how to not be a smart aleck about this and just deliver it straight ahead and say, no one makes you live there.
Right. But nobody, it'd be nice if they had a full-service hospital, too.
They saved all your hospitals there when they were going to go out of business and close for good.
To a point, they did, yeah.
Yeah, they're not to a point. It's not to be argued. I don't know. Man, people want everything. They want everything. You know what? I think UPMC should go to Kane, PA right now and build the greatest, biggest, most pristine and gargantuan hospital there is. What do people want? No knock on it, and I don't think I've been through there, but there's not this flux of people moving to Kane. So it doesn't merit a big hospital. Ugh. News, bottom of the hour, KDKA.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It's all here in a universe of audio.
Odyssey.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Pittsburgh Public Schools directors are reopening debate on the district's controversial facilities plan. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has those details.
The board voted unanimously to bring the future-ready proposal back to the table, months after it was shelved following community pushback. School Board President Gene Walker explains what happens next.
This item will be referred back to Education Committee, who will then set up additional public meetings and discussions of the board to determine what, if any, changes need to be made to the future-ready plan in order for the board to consider a vote on it in the future.
Directors say changes must be made before anything moves forward, emphasizing more community input and clearer communication. The resolution to revisit the plan passed 8-0 with one member absent. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pennsylvania is a step closer to enacting new guidelines for the cremation of pet remains. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has the latest.
This comes as funeral director Patrick Verb is set to go on trial on charges he defrauded over 6,500 pet owners and collected more than $650,000 for cremations, but instead allegedly dumped thousands of pet remains in a landfill. The State House Judiciary Committee this week unanimously passed an amended version of a bill to protect pet owners. It would set up clear definitions about services. Anyone convicted of 2 or more violations would stand to lose their animal disposal license and be permanently barred from ever having a pet cremation license again. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Jason Ritchie, a Pittsburgh native attorney who ran for governor in 2022 and has chaired the Allegheny County GOP for about a year, is now running for lieutenant governor. Ritchie announced his candidacy Thursday morning. A longtime lawyer at K&L Gates with a background in energy construction and international law, the 54-year-old's name surfaced among many Republicans to take a shot And joining Stacey Garrity's ticket as the state treasurer aims to oust the popular governor, Josh Shapiro, from Harrisburg. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 88 points. The NASDAQ is down 300. The S&P 500 down 38 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 3:32. Our next update at 4. I'm Bob Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hi, it's Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Okay, you've survived the Yuletide. Now it's time for you time. Feeling better, moving better, looking better, fitting better in those clothes. What's stopping you? Only you are stopping you. Let me take you by the hand, support you, motivate you, and do this together with you as to how to lose weight and then keep it off for good. Just call me today at 1-800-900-THIN.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There we are, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways are starting to build just a little bit traffic-wise, as the Parkway East outbound will slow you down as you approach the bend at Bates and try to leave the city. Seeing congestion on Route 8 after 5th Avenue as you make your way onto Penn Avenue. And the Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper from 2nd Avenue. Also seeing some congestion start to back you up on the outbound side through the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Very cold this afternoon. Highs only in the mid and upper teens, and then bitterly cold tonight, down to 6 below zero. The record 4 below. Set back in 2019. Clouds at 7 tomorrow, high 15, and it stays frigid Saturday and Sunday, highs in the teens. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. A lot going on this weekend. Even if you love football, and you have a chance to win tickets to see the Elton John Tribute Band at Rivers Casino.
That guy with the no maternity ward in Kane, PA. I didn't get a chance to ask him how the Amish do it there. That's a serious question. Anyhow, on to something serious. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. My head is spinning from that call still. Now, we have a second video, and we need to have a serious discussion on this and not make it bipartisan or married to partisan politics. Or actually, that's what I meant, the second half of it. Not married to partisan politics. Let's think logically and not politically here. So videos emerged last night, of a previous confrontation between this Alex Preddy, who's now deceased, and federal agents. This one was 11 days before the late ICU nurse was fatally shot by federal officers in Minneapolis. I watched this video 10 times probably. Now, it's about 2 minutes of video. It was published last night, and it was on the 13th day of January. Officers grabbed him and brought him to the ground, and there were protests all around. Now, footage shows him yelling at agents in an unmarked vehicle. Then he kicked the taillight out as they went to pull away. Soon after, they get out. One guy gets out in tactical gear, exits the car, and tackles Preddy to the ground while a couple other officers crowd around. And you can see in the back of his waistband a gun protruding out. So there's all of that. Representatives from his family confirmed that it was him. Now, an attorney for him and his family say that a week before, this is their quote, a week before Alex was gunned down in the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents. Nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing. All right. Now is where we have a discussion about this. Oh, and he also sustained injuries but did not go get help. Okay? They said he busted his ribs up, but he did not seek medical attention. How much does this second video change things? Now, this is a case, in me looking at this, of independently needing an investigation for the happenings of the shooting. Okay? And that doesn't change at all. There needs to be an independent investigation of the shooting, which happened, 12 or 13 days after this video. What this does, however, and you can conjoin them or not, it pokes a hole in the rush to judgment and the fact that many chose to position this guy as some goody two-shoes observer who was a bystander and never did anything but gather and try to help people. That doesn't negate the fact that there needs to be an independent investigation into the shooting and the happenings of that day. But no reasonable person kicks out while armed the taillights of a law enforcement vehicle. Go try to do that right now. Honestly, go walk out on Green Tree Road or McKnight Road or wherever, and the first law enforcement vehicle you see, marked or unmarked, that stopped, walk up to the back of it and kick its taillights out and scream. And see what happens. See if you get arrested. Just see what happens. No reasonable person does that. Again, his actions after and the police actions after should not be influenced by this video. It's an independent day. That's different. That's something else. But public perception certainly should be influenced. Because over the past, week or so, what has happened is there's been an attempt to be pushed by one side that this guy was just some observer, some great guy, some nurse, which from the very beginning I said, The police didn't see a nurse. They didn't see a homeless guy. They didn't see an accountant or a garbage man. They just saw somebody who they felt was a threat. And in an attempt to try to build this guy up, some kept mentioning how great of a nurse that he was. It had nothing to do with that moment. Now, I'm not qualified to tell you the legalities or illegalities of the video that's the shooting. Not at all. I don't know enough about that. That's very into the weeds stuff about ballistics and police work and things like that. Few on this earth are qualified to tell you if that was a justified shooting or an unjustified shooting, and they certainly can't do it just by watching a video. That takes an honest investigation, and you have to be schooled in that. I think we're all qualified, though, to watch and draw a conclusion of somebody kicking out taillights of a law enforcement vehicle and say, is that a reasonable person who does that? I just don't feel like it is. Lou's in Greensburg. Hi, Lou.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It's just the fact that he was seen on video kicking out the taillights and acting like a fool doesn't give him carte blanche to, murder him or shoot him. But the problem is it's constantly one side pushing out, how great of a guy he is, and it's never walked back once something is discovered. And once that's put out there to the public, it's like almost forgotten about, and that's the beginning. That's the narrative that's put out there, and that's what people remember. And that's why it's a problem, really, because, it's never walked back, in my opinion. You always see that, and then they're a great guy, and everybody just tries to say how great of a guy he is, but they don't acknowledge, the news doesn't acknowledge exactly when a video like this is found. And you have to kind of find it online yourself on social media.
Yeah, there was a big effort over the past week to build up this heroic person and this spotless man. I mean, I watched the first video and I say, that guy's goofy. Who does that? Again, that's independent of the second video, which needs to have an independent investigation. But this momentous and gigantic effort to tell everybody how wonderful this guy is, great guys don't do that. I don't care what amount of strife you're in. I don't care what your causes are. I don't care about your protests. Great people and wonderful people and people who you look up to, as this man was positioned as, they don't walk up to law enforcement vehicles and kick out the taillights. They don't. It still needs to be a separate thing from the shooting incident, but at least from a public perception standpoint, I think now we're working off, or should be, I'm working off a different base, a different starting point. Because I was working off the starting point until I saw this, that here's a guy that, man, he's just minding his business. He's there to protect people. He went to the protest to make sure no one was hurt. Well, I don't necessarily think that's true anymore. He certainly has a track record of being a rabble-rouser. Does it change things in terms of investigating this shooting? No. But it does change perception of why he was gathered there. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Just looking at a small delay on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates and bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. Also, the outbound lane of the Liberty Tunnel will slow you down as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm with Joe Potocnik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe. show.
Thank you, Larry.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, North Hills travels to Fox Chapel, presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by Tobacco-Free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs, all breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, ask yourself this. Ask yourself if you have a neighbor. Okay? No matter what kind of neighborhood you live in. Lower class, middle class, upper class. And ask yourself, in clear conscience and honestly, say, this is what my neighbor did. My neighbor went to a protest, had a, even lawfully, registered gun in his back waistband, and he approached a law enforcement vehicle and he kicked out the back taillights. I guess taillights are all in the back, right? But he kicked out the taillights of it. That's what my neighbor did. Not somebody on a social media post, not somebody hundreds of miles away, but my neighbor. Would you then say your neighbor was a good person or a bad person? Would you celebrate that person? Would you want to hang out with them? Would you go be seen with them? Would they lower or raise your property value if you were pals with them? Would you readily offer that information? Let's say you ran into your sister, your brother, your mom, another friend. Hey, this is my buddy Alex. Oh, yeah. What have you been up to? Would you say, hey, you know what Alex did last weekend? He went up to a law enforcement vehicle and he kicked the taillights out. What? Now you tell me and be honest. What do the general masses think of people like that? At least logical, honest-to-goodness people. I know all the people who I run around with think those people are losers. That's just the long and short of it. And I'm paid to be honest into this microphone. That's honest. That does not negate due process or wanting and needing and having to have an honest-to-goodness investigation into the shooting that happened 12, 13 days later. What it does do is it sullies this picture of a person that deals in all sunshine and roses and helps everybody out and is only there in these Mr. Rogers memes. I don't think that man was that. Again, those are two independent things, but they've been intertwined by people on the far left trying to build this guy up to be Mother Teresa. And I've not heard any of them walk it back since this video came out. Rob's in Irwin. Hi, Rob.
What's up, Colin?
Not much.
Hey, I'm listening to your perspective on this. And, this guy, these ICE officers, they go out and they wake up every day and say, like, I hope I make it back alive. These guys are doing their job, okay? I don't know if they're Antifa or people paid to protest, but you don't insult. These people think that you're going to go after moms and pops and little kids. These guys are doing jobs to get bad people off the streets, okay? So they're not looking to – this cop gets up – you think this guy, ICE officer, gets up to say, you know what, I can't wait to shoot a protester today.
No, they get up and they say, I hope my life goes as easy as possible, and if I have to apprehend somebody, they do it with no struggle, and I can just do the paperwork real fast and be done with it.
You're right, Colin. It's like, and this guy had a gun on him. This guy has to go back to a family, whatever, friends, whatever. This guy's life was threatened for doing his job. So this scumbag who's like trying to threaten and kicking, tail lights out, whatever he's doing. I'm sorry this guy got killed. I don't want to see anybody get killed. Let's face it. This world's crazy. It's insane. But you know what? This guy was defending his life. He's protecting himself to go back to his family, whoever's family may be. It's a tragic event. Nobody wins in this.
No, they don't. And he's also protecting all of the public, including that guy kicking his taillight out, from people who shouldn't be here to begin with. It's just so twisted. But again, two separate instances. But the problem I have are people that spent a week telling me, telling you, telling everyone what an honorable and wonderful person this Alex Preedy is. There's no response after watching this first video. Honorable, wonderful, kind people don't kick out the taillights of law enforcement vehicles. They just don't. And that's, for me, it's not up for debate. You may feel otherwise. You may feel there's justification. I don't know anybody who's honorable or wonderful or a good person who does that. Chris is in Worthington. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Colin. How are you?
Great.
Yeah, I agree with the last caller, too. It's one of those things where it's just like the George Floyd thing, too. It's like, you're making this we're exalting people that are bad and making them look like good people. Like, it's upside down. You know what I mean? Like, and you see, you look into, it's always, too, you look in their past and you find all these things. It's like, no, they weren't really a good person at all, actually. They were actually a pretty bad person. And we're all bad people. We all do bad things. But it's like, okay, well, how many run-ins do you have the law? He's done this, he's done that. Like, I'm sorry, like the guy said before me, I don't want to see anybody die. But it's like, how stupid are you? Like, what's going through your head that you think, oh, I can do this and get away with that? Like at the least that you're not going to be arrested or you may, taken down something. Like, it's just craziness. Why would you go there armed, too, of all things? You're going against guys with SWAT gear and stuff like that. Like, it just boggles my mind. I didn't know what the guy was thinking. Like,
I agree. And a great text here. Have you ever done something that you did that was out of character and you regretted it? Do you think that one act makes you a bad person? Certainly have. You know what I've never done? Walked up to a law enforcement vehicle while I was armed and kicked the taillights out. I've done a lot of dumb stuff. I've never done that. Do you know why? Because those other guys are big and ready to go. And I don't want to fool with them. And here's another reason. Because you don't run afoul of the law like that. Because it doesn't make you a victim then whenever you're on the other side. It makes you an instigator. The long way in which in the contortionist act we've done, some people have, to try to make this guy in the first video, this victim, this, well, it's the other side who did it. Well, he was just, no, ran up to a SUV and kicked the taillights out. For me, there's no justification. There's no argument. There's really no discussion. And it sullies his credibility. Period. End of story. News top of the hour.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Pittsburgh EMS fleet is getting a much-needed upgrade. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
Mayor Corey O'Connor announced today that UPMC is stepping in to help Pittsburgh replace aging EMS vehicles and equipment.
Today we are announcing a $10 million gift to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also our fleet.
UPMC President and CEO Leslie Davis says the contribution reflects the health system's commitment to the community.
A mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that.
Davis says supporting EMS is critical to the region's health and hopes the donation inspires other partners to step up. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he allegedly sent crude text to an officer in his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
An investigation found no violation of criminal law. It's back. Pittsburgh Public School Board members say they're ready to take up again the plan to look at closing and consolidating several schools due to dwindling enrollment. The Future Ready plan had initially failed to pass when the board voted on it late last year. The board voted unanimously to explore the issue again. It's likely to be heavily revised due to the concerns the board had last time. A nor'easter is brewing this weekend, expected to bring heavy snow, strong winds, and coastal flooding to parts of the southeast. But how will it impact us? Here's AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg.
It's still going to keep us very, very cold. Now, I do think that the cold backs down a little bit the first part of next week, but we still don't make it to freezing until maybe Thursday, and it looks like another front will try to come through and more cold air is locked in.
Cold without snow. He says that the pattern for the entire month of February is well below normal. He says temperatures will probably average 4 degrees below normal during the entire month of February. A vacant lot in the Strip District where the former Woolies cold storage site once stood could soon become a parking lot. After the storage warehouse was demolished 4 years ago, developer Akram, a group, proposed that the state-of-the-art office complex to take its place in the corner of Smallman and 15th Street, but those plans never materialized. And the New York City-based firm now says it wants to make the parcel a parking lot. Akram will go before the Pittsburgh Zoning Board next week, seeking variances to save and pave 148 parking spaces. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 52 points, the Nasdaq down 260, the S&P 500 down 29 points. KDK Sports, Penguins at home tonight. They'll take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Right now it's cloudy and 16 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Oh, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident right off of Route 65. That is right where you brake for Camp Horn Road. The other major roadways are looking at a few delays this rush hour on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel from the Banksville interchange, and the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates as you leave the city. Also still looking at heavy congestion on Route 8 right after 5th Avenue where it meets Penn Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Very cold this afternoon. The high only in the mid and upper teens, and then brutally cold tonight, down to 6 below, which would break the record of 4 below. Then very cold again tomorrow, the high 15. Highs only in the teens over the weekend. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This report brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's incredible how reasonable I am. It really is. The older I get, the more reasonable I become, too. I've made big strides in the past couple years since working here. In, what is it now? The end of January, it'll be February in the next couple days. I think it's like April 5th or something. It'll be 2 years I'll be doing this show, which is crazy. Very fast it goes by. Just does. Woo! Anyway, 866-391-1020. You know what I'm going to talk about in a little bit? Hooters, the restaurant. Yep, and Twin Peaks, the restaurant. I have a philosophical question for you in terms of all that. But people are this Alex Preety video, the one that came out yesterday, as soon as it was put out, you know the first thing that people said? Who had spent an inordinate amount of time over the past week canonizing the guy. The first thing, because I was met with this, because I retweeted the video and said, this is interesting, isn't it? That's all I said. Or actually what I wrote was, this is something. I was met with a barrage of, that's fake, it's AI. That's fake, it's AI. And you know what? His family authenticated it. So where are all those people now? What it does for me, and it's simple, it doesn't change the fact there must be an independent investigation into his fatal shooting. The video does, though, for me, change the perception that Mr. Preety was just some observer, hero nurse who had the temperament of Fred Rogers. That's what we were told for a week. Those are two different things, but the latter definitely impacted how people thought about the former. Jason's in the car. Hi, Jason.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm all right, man. So I'm just curious. I don't understand what. So if he kicked it, how does it change the argument? So does he deserve to die now because he kicked the taillight?
No. Who said that? You did.
I didn't say that. I'm asking you.
No, you just said, does he deserve to die? I've never said that.
Okay, well, so what if he pushed the cop or whatever happened? So how does that change anything? So you're acting like you're not asking that question, but you're really asking that question.
No, see, I'm honest and I'm forward.
Wait a minute. You pretend, you go to the pretense of honesty, but you like to always say, oh, the left does it. You're doing the exact same thing on the right, trying to demonize the guy.
No, see, I never demonized him from the beginning. I said I'm going to wait for an investigation.
The questions are exactly demonizing him. You asking the questions are trying to demonize him.
So now we get to the point. Wait, can I talk?
Just be honest with it.
Wait, I don't want to have to hang up on you, so can we talk?
I don't care. You can hang up on me. I don't care. Go ahead and talk.
Since when did asking questions become something that I can't do in full honesty?
You can do whatever you want.
Are you still there, sir?
I'm still there.
Okay. I'm asking questions because I think there are two independent things that are happening here, which I've stressed from the beginning of this conversation. One is the first video, which is the shooting, which I don't think a lot of people are qualified to look at and come to a conclusion, because that takes ballistics experts, that takes law enforcement agents, that takes people truly skilled in that, and there aren't a lot on earth, okay? So that's the first one. And I am all for due process and full investigations and an independent investigation into that. Not a federal investigation.
It won't happen here.
I'm not done.
Here, but go on.
Well, see, I'm giving you the time. Why can't you let me talk? I didn't interrupt you. So I'm for that and pushing for that. And if it doesn't happen here, it's a big flaw. The second thing is, though, there have been, and now this is my opinion, there's been an inordinate amount of time spent on people trying to be a character witness, essentially, for this guy. And tell me about how great he is, and everybody how great he is, and how nice he is, and wonderful. And he'd never do such a thing, and he didn't have mean bone in his body. I think that falls in direct contrast to the behaviors I saw in the video that came out yesterday. Is that okay or no?
Well, I just don't understand. So what's the point that you're bringing up here then?
The point is that this effort to build this man up as the greatest guy and this character witness sort of thrust that has happened over the past 6 days, and the way people have built this guy up as an innocent saint, I think is momentously flawed.
Yeah, so all this is just a waste of time, essentially. It's just a waste of time. You're just wasting time.
Well, you called in.
Yeah, because you're wasting time.
Okay, so what? You tell me what the heart of the matter. So should the video that came out yesterday not be paid any attention to? Do we just forget about that as society?
What does it have to do with the fact that the guy was killed by federal agents?
I think it has a lot to do with the public perception of the situation. Because
okay, but that has nothing to do with the fact the guy was killed by federal agents.
Oh, it certainly does. Because here's the other thing. Whenever you go to testify and whenever you go to have a court case, or a lot of times they'll talk about the history of someone and whether they have a violent history or not. And I think this is where it does intertwine, sir.
I disagree with that, but you're welcome to have that opinion.
Well, it's actually not opinion. Have you ever been and sat inside of a homicide case or sat inside of a violent offender case? That happens a lot where they talk about the history of a person.
So going on that parameters here, kicking a tail light of a federal agency of a car makes it like then he's deserving of the fate that happened to him.
See, no, you said that. I didn't say it. I think it shows a pattern.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you the question because you're making that argument.
No, I'm not making that argument. I'm saying that it shows a pattern of violence. No. See, you're all bent out of shape. I'm very calm here.
I'm not bent out of shape about anything.
You really are. It shows
I know.
It shows a pattern of violence toward law enforcement.
One video shows a pattern.
What would you do if your neighbor kicked out law enforcement agents' taillights? Would you think that guy was a good guy or violent guy?
Was it ICE agents or was it just local police?
See, you don't like ICE, even though they're law enforcement agents.
Well, I don't like people that are.
You'd probably lift them up and give them a trophy.
Wouldn't you? Who I don't like. I don't like people to take away our rights.
What rights are being taken away?
To walk down the street and not have to produce papers to show you're a citizen.
So that's happened to you? Where? When?
Does every right have to happen to me?
No, who do you know? Who did it happen to that you know? Tell me, is a friend, a partner?
It has to. So it just has to be people that I know. It can't be people that I've seen on the news.
You saw it on the news, on the TV news. Did you hear about it? Tell me.
I've seen it on the news. I've seen it online. I've read about it.
Okay. All right. Fair. Okay. All right. And they weren't conducting an investigation when that happened?
They're just randomly grabbing people on the street.
Did you read it on Facebook or in the real news or what?
What I don't know. You would probably say it's not real news.
No,
I don't know.
I don't. I don't consume. Sources. I actually don't consume
Today,
a lot of news.
Trib Live, CNN.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So you'd think that person wasn't violent if they kicked out the taillights of a car? You'd think that was okay behavior?
Did I say that?
No, you still haven't answered. That's why I asked again.
But again, is it violent? I don't know. It depends on what somebody's definition of violence is. But we don't know what preceded that.
Okay. All right. Well, have a great day. See, I think everybody who would be moved to do such a thing would be somebody who doesn't conform to the natural parameters of society nor the law. And I don't really see any asterisk next to that or anybody who gets a pass. I think that they're a violent person who's out of line. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on the Parkway West outbound right before exit 70D towards Stanwyck Street. This is causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic back you up in that area. The other major roadways starting to build traffic-wise just a bit, especially on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, or through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel towards Edgewood Swissvale, and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel this time. The Parkway West inbound will slow you down around Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Google's Waymo self-driving auto unit is being investigated by federal auto safety officials after one of its vehicles struck a child last Friday near a school in California. The child suffered minor injuries after running out from in front of a double-parked car. Waymo is already under examination in Austin, Texas, after multiple instances of its vehicles not stopping for school buses that were loading or unloading students with their hazard lights on and stop signs out. Chemical giant Dow says it plans to cut about 4,500 jobs as it looks to simplify and streamline its operations. The company says it plans to use artificial intelligence and automation to help. Dow currently has around 36,000 employees. NBC says that the price for a 30-second spot in this year's Super Bowl has reached as high as $10 million, the most ever. The average price, though, is still around $8 million. NBC says to expect to see more ads from technology and pharmaceutical firms, as well as from wellness companies. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen for the Drive at 5 stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. This is fantastic. Stay on hold if you're on hold. I got to tell you, I got great humor this morning. I mean, to the point in which I almost spit my coffee out. So I made it home at about 10 after 6. Okay? So I get home because I work out very early in the morning, so I'm home by 10 after 6, quarter after 6. I'm sitting in my favorite chair. My son is up. My wife's getting ready. My daughter, I don't know what she's doing. And I start going through social media, my emails from overnight and different things. And again, I'll grab your calls in a minute. But now listen to this. I don't know if you know this. Here's some inside baseball. It's actually not really inside. You could take a couple clicks and see. Marty has me blocked on all his social medias. Okay? I don't know. He has me blocked on all his social medias. I guess he thinks I'm going to steal his stuff. I don't know. I don't know. But somebody sent me this. Marty's been doing all these, like, It's not plowed on this street. It's not plowed on that street. It's not plowed on this street. I saw a couple of them, and it's overkill. There's no two ways about it. It's overkill. Some people have like 2 inches of snow at the end of their driveway, and they're like, oh, my God, the plow trucks ain't coming down here. I'm calling Guy Costa, whatever. It's ridiculous. And, like, come on. It snowed 15 inches. This is what happens. So somebody sent me one video from his social media, again, because I'm blocked on all Marty's social media. I can't see it. They send me a video of Jim Motznick, who is the district justice over in Brookline. And Jim Motznick, this is high comedy. He wants to show everybody about how they brought in hired guns, non-city employees, which is a smart deal, to come in and try to clean up the boulevard of the snow and do all of that, Brookline Boulevard and up in there. So it's 5:30 a.m. You could see on his dashboard, and then he sends the video to Marty. In the course of doing this, District Justice Jim Motznick, who I don't know, and I hear's a good guy, he's filming this as he's driving with his cell phone camera holding it up. So in the course of telling us how wonderful this all is, the district justice is in blatant violation of Paul Miller's law, which is you're not supposed to be using your cell phone as your car is in motion or even stopped. Now, like, I have this thing on my dash that I put it on, I press the button before I get going, and it's hands-free. That's legal. But here's old district justice driving down the boulevard, and he's holding his phone up, and he's driving, and then you can tell because it's moving around, and it's like, my man. Hey, my man. You're telling on yourself. Do as I say, not as I do. I guess, I don't know. I did find humor in that. Like a lot of humor in that. Because he was trying to actually bring us a good story, or at least, I don't know, get on Marty's social media, which I can't see, and somebody sent it to me, and I got a big chuckle out of it. So there was that. I do have that hands-free thing, because I'll tape stuff every once in a while. Like, I taped me driving in the snow, but I have this compartment up on my dash. I put it up there in my driveway. I hit record. I don't touch it. I drive. I get to where I'm going. I stop, put the car in park, pick it up, and edit the video. Like, that's how it works. But anyhow, that was that. Stay on hold if you're there. I do want to get back into your thoughts on Minneapolis and so much more. You know you don't have to go to work tomorrow. You could just take off. It's a national day of boycott or whatever. We'll get back into that, and I promise, we're going to talk about Hooters the restaurant, before the show is out today. But a couple calls on the line, I'll grab them just on the other side. 866-391-1020. Margot loves giving traffic, and she's going to do it right now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. All lanes are now open on the Parkway West outbound. There was an earlier accident there right before the Stanwyck Street exit. However, there are still those rush hour delays that are backing you up there. Backing you up on both sides of the Liberty Tunnel as well, and the Parkway East outbound will slow you down around Technology Drive as you head out of the city, and seeing congestion back you up through Robinson Town Center on the inbound side of the Parkway West. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early. Bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It's all here in a universe of audio.
Odyssey.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 16 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. And by the Outer Law Attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. Mayor Corey O'Connor and UPMC officials announcing the nonprofit is providing the city $10 million to help address the city's aging vehicle fleet.
That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also, if everybody knows what I'm talking about this week, our fleet.
That rescue truck is expected to arrive in late summer or early fall. The extreme cold can have extreme consequences on your pets. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of the Animal General says that he always tells his patients in this kind of weather, it's best to keep them inside.
We take them out for their potty breaks. You know, maybe they just want to go to the bathroom, turn around and come in. And I know I'm a big fan of exercise, but in this weather, we have to watch our dogs very carefully. Remember, they get frostbite just like we do, and it might not show up for a few days. So you don't want to leave them outside saying they're okay. Frostbite on their ears, on their tails, even on their feet. And that's very painful in them, too. So if it's uncomfortable for you, it's uncomfortable for your pets.
Says even the long-haired undercoats like the long-haired shepherds and some huskies can develop frostbite in these frigid temperatures. Pennsylvania is one step closer to enacting new guidelines for the cremation of pet remains. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has the latest.
This comes as funeral director Patrick Vera is set to go on trial on charges he defrauded over 6,500 pet owners and collected more than $650,000 for cremations, but instead allegedly dumped thousands of pet remains in a landfill. The State House Judiciary Committee this week unanimously passed an amended version of a bill to protect pet owners. It would set up clear definitions about services. Anyone convicted of 2 or more violations would stand to lose their animal disposal license and be permanently barred from ever having a pet cremation license again. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
It looks like Pittsburgh is going to be spared with this nor'easter that's developing in the southeast this weekend. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg says he's not expecting us to get any significant snow from the storm. But as far as what we can expect, when can we get above freezing?
Not till probably the end of next week, and even then, barely. I mean, we're in an impressive stretch of extraordinary cold. I think that our current projections would take us to next Thursday before the chances that we get above freezing barely. That would be like a run of almost 14 consecutive days.
And because of the extreme cold, not much snow is melting out there. A lot of people are still digging out. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 55 points, the Nasdaq down 172 points, the S&P 500 down 9 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins at home tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Here we go. Traffic time, just past 4:30. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Getting a report for an expanded traffic collision right off of 2nd Avenue downtown. That's right by the Allegheny County Jail. So look out for that as it might start to create some congestion in that area. The other major roadways are looking at some heavy delays this rush hour. The Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive will back you up as you head out of the city. The Parkway West outbound is brake lights from 2nd Avenue and looking at congestion after the Fort Pitt Tunnel there as well. And starting to see some congestion on 28 inbound from the 31st Street Bridge as you make your way towards the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Frigid this afternoon. Highs only in the mid and upper teens. A few flurries. Bitterly cold tonight, down to 6 below zero. It would break the record of 4 below from 2019. Very cold again tomorrow, high 15, and it stays bone chilling through the weekend. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter, Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. A lot going on this weekend. Even if you love football, and you have a chance to win tickets to see the Elton John tribute band at Rivers Casino.
What are they called? Are they called Rocket Man? Like, what is the name of the Elton John tribute band? I'm not going to look it up, but is it interesting to me or intriguing or somewhere in between? I think they should be called Leave On. Like, doesn't Leave On, what's he do? He blows up balloons all day or something like that. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're called. Anyhows, I told you yesterday about tribute bands. They don't do it for me because I can't trick my mind into thinking that it's like the real person. Even though you're not supposed to, they're just doing covers. But I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it. But you have a good time down at the Rivers, and go check that out. 866-391-1020. I do want to talk about Hooters Restaurant. I mean it. There's a serious conversation to be had about it coming up in just a moment. But first, Jack in Mount Lebanon. Jack, what's up?
Not much, Colin. How's the family?
Never been better. Did your sister stop by and see you?
Not today. No, yesterday.
Oh, and how did that go?
Well, she brought me beer.
Well, yeah, I know. You said that yesterday. I thought she came back again today. No.
No. I had to apologize to Margot.
Why? You didn't crack open a beer for her?
No, I did. I had one for her when I called in. But last week we were talking for a minute, and I told her, I got enough case beer until the 1st. And I didn't because brushed the cans and I cut the cardboard up and put them in, the case boxes.
Right.
And I counted them as full because I must have had a lot and thought they were full when I looked at them.
Oh, okay. So you miscounted. Miscount all the beers you drank. I think that's part of a song lyric.
Probably by Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, I think it may be Kenny Chesney.
Oh, yeah, even better.
You like Kenny Chesney?
Well, I think country music is, Jimmy Buffett sort of country.
Yeah, he'd lean towards that, certainly.
But it's down deep and it's honest.
You're right about that. It is down deep and it's honest. You know the most down deep and honest music that's ever been produced, I think?
What's that?
Bluegrass music.
Oh, is that banjo and stuff like that?
Yeah, banjo and stuff like that.
Yeah. I guess I like all music.
Certainly. You're feeling good today, my man.
Yeah, why not? I got my car dug out in the snow.
Who dug it out for you?
Well, I helped a neighbor guy. He offered. So we did it.
Okay, well, good stuff. Happy about that. Last thing before I let you go.
Yes, sir.
Did you order a hoagie for tonight?
I am going to do that. Oh, one more thing.
Oh,
please.
Sure.
I'm going to order a hoagie a little later.
Okay.
The Super Bowl is on NBC, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll know what it's on. I'll find, my son will know. He'll tell me what channel.
Because I think I heard a report just now, and I got Verizon, and I don't get NBC.
They'll fix that before you'll get the Super Bowl at your house. My son can't stand Fox because he says they screw up their NASCAR coverage real bad. You don't watch NASCAR, do you?
No,
Is it
I don't.
Pretty boring?
Well, no, it's like drinking. It's going around in circles.
Fair point. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. All right, Hooters Restaurant. So just about a year after Hooters closed a bunch of locations. The parent company of Twin Peaks, which is similarly styled, I guess, has filed for bankruptcy. Twin Hospitality, so that's the parent company, announced it's filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in bankruptcy court in Texas. So Fat Brands is like this big conglomerate that owns all these restaurants. They converted some Smoky Bones restaurants into Twin Peaks. Now, this is how it works. The waitresses there wear scantily clad. They're scantily clad. They wear pretty revealing outfits. And that was sort of the hook and the lure of all that was going on at these restaurants. Hooters, Twin Peaks, you get the double entendre with Twin Peaks. I'm not going to explain it to you. If you can't figure it out, well, you might not be smart enough to be listening to the radio. Anyhow, something serious about this. And I'm not trying to be a prude. Believe me, I'm not a prude. But I've been there a couple times. I've never was to Twin Peaks. But I was to Hooters a couple times. Did you ever start to feel slimy and weird and like maybe after college age, almost guilty? Because that set in with me. I went a couple times in college with friends, of course, for wing night, whatever. Then you get a little older and you're like, wait a minute. This is a quandary. Because I'm trying to compensate the girls who work here because it's strange that they're getting dressed up and doing this and whatever. They feel like kind of, I don't want to say obligated, but they can't feel great having to do this. But the other flip side is I'm helping them out money-wise wearing this outfit, and they're going to make a lot of money doing this, and maybe they can make enough money to not have to work at Hooters. I know I'm formulating this sort of social quandary in my head, but I'm just being honest with you. The older you got and the more you thought about it a little bit, you're like, this is kind of a tug of war happening here. It's not cool. It's kind of taking advantage of people, although they're willing participants in this. Nobody ever kidnapped you and said, here's what you have to do. You have to work at Hooters. And I'll go so far as to say, like, you kind of felt sorry for the people working there. But then the other side is the money may have been great to where they felt like, okay, I'm going to work here. I'm going to make a bunch of money. And then I can make more money here than anywhere else. I don't know. That wrestled in my head. Because there were a couple times, like with station appearances and things, that I want to say the fan was, they had like a deal with Twin Peaks. They were an advertiser for a time or whatever. And I'm thinking, gosh, I hope we don't have an event there. Not that I'm a prude and not that I'm against this or that. You do willingly whatever you want. But I just didn't want to be in a weird atmosphere. And we all know why you're going there. We all know why those girls are dressed like what they're like. And then you almost have to act like, oh, I'm here for the chicken wings. No, you're not. You're there because the girl's got a low-cut shirt on. And there's a whole lot of perv that ends up liking those kind of places. When it goes all the way through the sifter, that's what kind of comes out at the other end. It's just, there's no hiding the perv element of it. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. I'm getting a report for an accident on the Parkway East outbound right before exit 74 towards Beechwood Boulevard. All lanes are now open. However, it is causing some residual delays on that route to back you up as you try to leave the city. Looking at those other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound has some bumper-to-bumper traffic from 2nd Avenue, and looking at some standstill traffic on the Parkway West inbound around the middle of Green Tree Hill as you try to head into the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Warm up your home this winter with a brand new roof from Home Genius Exteriors. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, you can get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS for your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Elevate your sleep experience with an adjustable bed and make everyday activities like reading, watching TV, and working in bed more comfortable. At the Original Mattress Factory, we know not all adjustable beds are created equal. You want one that has the features you actually need, like anti-snore and zero-gravity positions. We offer high-quality adjustable bases paired with a hand-built mattress, all at a factory direct value. And we have product in stock and ready when you are. Visit an OMF location to elevate your sleep experience today.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Paul's got you covered. KDKA Radio News Desk. I'll look ahead what's happening at the top of the hour. Hey, Paul.
Calling a big windfall for the city. Details coming up, top of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
My buddy just sent me a video. There was I'm not trying to laugh, but there was a water main break in Highland Park in his neighborhood. And I'm not trying to be Marty here either with these videos. But there was a water main break, and the Pittsburgh Water and Sewage Authority guys went and figured it all out, and these cars are now embedded in the ice, like encased in the ice, and there's just nonsense and mud all over the place. Oh, what a mess. What a total mess. I don't know. They told the guy whose car now is embedded in the ice to boil water and go and throw it down at the tires. But here's the thing. Unless you have 4 pots and you do it all at the same time, I don't know if you're going to be able to pull it off. That seems like a kind of a big thing to be able to pull off, and you have got to do it simultaneously. This weather has just caused nonsense everywhere. And I'll tell you this, at 866-391-1020, I'll be your listening ear. I see on social media, and social media, I say all the time, it's not the greatest barometer, but it is one. I'll be your listening ear if you're one of these parents who have been cooped up with kids, and especially elementary school kids who have had to do virtual learning for the week, and you know you got another day coming tomorrow. But maybe, just maybe, if you have another day coming tomorrow, at least you could see the end of the tunnel. You know, you could see it and you could say, all right, here we are. I got one more day. I just need to push through this. Then it's the weekend. But there are some parents who have just, they got a standing 8 count right now. I mean, they are close to being punched out by this whole situation. Because the other part is this. A lot of times when there's a big snow and you're at home, you could just say, hey, kids, put your hat, put your gloves on, go outside for a couple hours. I need a break. I need a glass of wine. Get out of here. You can't do that now because it's like minus 39, and you can't, in good conscience, throw your kids out there to play in the snow. Oh, another thing I noticed, and I do want to talk about this shutdown tomorrow, Operation Shutdown. You know, where's Derek Bell when you need him? But anyhow, the bathtub region of hole 376 is apparently flooded again. Now, this happens sometimes in the summer during heavy rains. It happens now, I guess, during the winter, and there was a water main break, is my understanding. I saw Ross the Boss Godotti. He was out there on Channel 2, and he was talking about all this. He was like the first guy on the scene, and here's why. Because it's like feet away from the KDKA building. So he hustled out there, figured it all out. I am not an urban planner, nor am I anybody who is somebody who is a designer or can I design roads or do anything like that. This has to be a terrible design flaw. At what point did they build the bathtub region and build it essentially below water level for a long, straight stretch? And somebody looked at another guy and said, hey, know what? I think we're on to something here. I think this is good. I think this works. And nobody in that office interjected and said, well, you know, what if you see that river right there? And then that river flows all the way up to like New York. And you got this one, it goes there, and then there's 3 rivers, so they can all, and we're kind of below everything. Plus, that rain's going to come from the town side of it. And then there's this. What happens when there's a big, long stretch of water that's happening? Nobody interjected in that meeting and said, maybe, just maybe we should kind of like boost this roadway up some. That didn't happen. That seems interesting to me. Anyhow, top of the hour, big walkout tomorrow. That should be fun. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways aren't looking much better this rush hour. Still seeing multiple crews on the scene of an accident on the 900 block of 2nd Avenue in the city. Also getting a report for an accident in Mount Lebanon on the 300 block of Gilkison Road. The other major roadways still looking heavily backed up from rush hour congestion. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows.
you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. You get $1,000 off your entire project and 0% interest for 60 months. You can spread out the payments. 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone, outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 15 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Pittsburgh's EMS fleet is getting a much-needed upgrade. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Mayor Corey O'Connor announced today that UPMC is stepping in to help Pittsburgh replace aging EMS vehicles and equipment.
Today we are announcing a $10 million gift to the city of Pittsburgh. That gift is going to allow us to buy 9 ambulances and a new rescue truck this year, as well as next year, similar numbers in our budget. It also our fleet.
UPMC President and CEO Leslie Davis says the contribution reflects the health system's commitment to the community.
A mission-driven institution committed to Pittsburgh's well-being. And we've always been there, and we've always done that.
Davis says supporting EMS is critical to the region's health and hopes the donation inspires other partners to step up. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Acting City Police Chief Jason Lando and Public Safety Department Acting Head Sheldon Williams appeared before City Council Wednesday. They spoke under oath under a new requirement passed by City Council last year. Lando addressed a series of reports that he had allegedly sent crude texts to an officer in his last job in Maryland.
I was the target of relentless harassment from one of my former officers in Maryland. After holding that officer accountable for his unacceptable behavior while he was still employed with the police department. I ultimately responded to this former officer in a way that is out of character for me. As you are aware, I was cleared of wrongdoing and the matter has been closed.
The investigation found no violations of criminal law. Jason Ritchie, a Pittsburgh native attorney who ran for governor in 2022 and has chaired the Allegheny County GOP for about a year, is now running for lieutenant governor. Ritchie announced his candidacy Thursday morning. A longtime lawyer at K&L Gates with a background in energy, construction, and international law, the 54-year-old's name surfaced among many Republicans to take a shot at joining Stacey Garrity's ticket as the state treasurer aims to oust the popular Governor Josh Shapiro from Harrisburg. It's back. Pittsburgh Public School Board members say they're ready to take up again the plan to look at closing and consolidating several schools due to dwindling enrollment. The Future Ready plan had initially failed to pass when the board voted on it late last year. The board voted unanimously to explore the issue again, most likely to be heavily revised due to the concerns that the board members had previously. A nor'easter is developing in the southeast this weekend. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg was asked if that storm is anticipated to have an effect on us.
No, not at all. In fact, we at best, I think, may see some snow showers for a time Saturday night into early Sunday, but I don't think it's going to be much. Most of that's going to be to our south and east.
The extreme cold, however, is going nowhere. He says we're not expected to see above freezing until at least next Thursday, if then. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 55 points, the Nasdaq down 172, the S&P 500 down 9 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins at home tonight against the Chicago Blackhawks. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 5:03. Right now it's cloudy and 15 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Well, I just sneezed, so this might be fun. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at some standstill traffic on the Parkway East outbound. That is from Technology Drive as you try to head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the inbound side backs you up from Edgewood Swissvale. Looking at an accident also on the 900 block of 2nd Avenue in the city as multiple crews try to clean that up. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Bone-chilling cold tonight, down to 6 below. It would break the record of 4 below from 2019. Clouds and sun, very cold for tomorrow, high 15. We're down to 10 below zero tomorrow night, and still very cold Saturday, high 12. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, this is interesting, and it's a great topic. If we can, from an adult standpoint, handle it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So this is floating around social media, and you have to wonder if it falls flimsy tomorrow or if it gains some steam overnight and it actually happens. So there's a big social media campaign, and a lot of people who act and are in that age bracket to act mobilize via social media. So you do have to wonder if this is actually going to happen. I think maybe there will be a bit of a show of force. And it's a simple sort of flyer, so to speak, on social media that's flying around that says, nationwide shutdown, Friday, January 30th, 2026. No work, no school, no shopping. Ice out everywhere. And it's being backed by some companies, some places, definitely some special interest groups. Now, I don't know the correlation of I don't like ice, so I'm not going to go to school or work, and I'm not going to shop. I can't figure out what veins through those things and becomes common, but I get it. I understand it, I think. And I still don't get at all the whole no school thing. There are a lot of people who aren't going to have school anyway, but say you do and you're a third grader, what does immigration reform have to do with you? And you're not old enough to formulate political thoughts anyway. That's weird. Shut up and get to school. Let your parents take care of the political stuff. Here are a couple things, though, in that vein. One, I just got a message from somebody I know. And they have a son who goes to the University of Pittsburgh at Johnstown. And their son just got an email from a professor who canceled class tomorrow. And I have my hands on the email. And it says, hello, class. I'll be joining the Ice Out of Minnesota nationwide strike on Friday, in which organizers are encouraging all citizens to join in a day of no work, no school, and no shopping, and general reflection of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I will be posting recorded lectures for you to watch at your convenience so that we do not fall behind in our content. I'm posting the in-class activity we would have done on Friday until Monday. I'm postponing, I should say, the in-class activity we would have done on Friday until Monday, because that needs to be done in person. Please take care, watch the icy weather and roads, and I will see you on Monday. All the best, Dr. D. Now, of course, they didn't write snowy or cold. They wrote icy on purpose. Is this what somebody should be doing at a university? That's your first question. Second is this. What if you're the boss, and not just at a university? What if you're the boss at a mom and pop shop, and someone says, hey, here's the deal. I was scheduled to work today, and I'm a waitress at your family restaurant, but I need to stand for these people in Minnesota who died in officer-related shootings. So I'm not going to make it into work today. Where does that leave you as an employer? Do you feel like you can fire those people? Do you tell them if you don't show up on Friday, don't come at all? Do you feel like your hands are sort of tied because if you do that, right or wrong, you're going to have ACLU, everybody else, and maybe protests outside your door. And maybe you're going to be on some list where people are going to say you lack compassion, you don't have a heart, you're a Nazi, and all of that kind of stuff. Think about that from an employer standpoint. Do you just give in to give in? Now, for me, no thanks. Normal people who aren't freeloaders, who work hard for a living and aren't looking for a handout, will actually go to work tomorrow. So I'll be here at 2 o'clock. I'll actually be here beforehand planning the show. Then you'll hear my voice just past 2 o'clock. Because I don't take part in such things. I think a nationwide shutdown, no work, no school, no shopping, ICE out, is going to have the actual inverse effect of what you're looking for, or reverse effect. What are you getting by shutting down the economy? Who is that helping? How is it helping them? And when do you plan on assisting them? You're shutting everything down. That's not going to get things flowing and moving or whatever. But back to the business owner. Whether you're a big business owner, a big corporation, or whether you are a small company, how does it work for you? Because there will be people within the sound of my voice. You might own a pizza shop. You might own a landscaping company. You might own something, and somebody decides to not show up. And if they're honest with you, this is the excuse they give you. Or you may be even at work, and somebody stands up in the middle of work and says, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm partaking in this. I'm intrigued as to how this is going to go down. There will be greater than 0 people who do this. The chances of you knowing somebody is, I don't know, 50-50 maybe, that partakes in this. How we handle it, I think, is very, very important. And that people need to stick to their guns in so much as this. If you're an employer and you're not going to have it, don't have it. Say, you're not allowed to behave like this. I don't want you back. But there are trying times. Times in trying to find employees. Times trying to find good help. And you don't want to cut your nose off to spite your face. I'm so confused as to this because here's something I don't understand. In modern history, what have these things done? What have they accomplished? Who has pushed forward and gained rights by walking out of work in a situation like this? And what is the true intent? To shut down the economy? How does shutting down the economy essentially shut down a federal agency that you don't like, that's searching for people and apprehending people who are in this country illegally? It just feels like there's no guidance. It feels like there's no sort of streamlined leadership. And it feels like it's aimless, and it's just a bunch of people who want to be lazy knuckleheads. And that's it. And I'd like to say something more glowing or like to say something that made a ton more sense, but I'm totally lost on this. And here's the other part. Much like the Starbucks walkout that happened not long ago, there's an inability of the people who organize all of this to communicate it clearly what they're doing, other than creating chaos. That seems to be it, and always the common denominator here. So what's your goal and aim? What do you want? Ice out, ice out. I'm not working. Oh, okay. Do you really think that people are then going to come to the table and sit down and listen to your thoughts and maybe have a give and take or a true conversation? No, you're just quitting and walking out on things. That doesn't prove any point other than you're lazy. End of story. But it will be interesting to see how many people, one, do this, and two, admit that that's what they're doing. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways are still looking heavily congested this rush hour. Also, multiple crews are still cleaning up an accident on the 900 block of 2nd Avenue in the city. And looking at the heaviest congestion on the Parkway East outbound, that's from Technology Drive as you leave the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-990-3434. That's 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Paul's got you covered. KDKA Radio News Desk. Look ahead what's happening at 5:30. Hi, Paul.
Well, Colin, there's a huge storm brewing in the southeast. How will that affect us? Details coming up bottom of the hour. Right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The bankrupt owner of Saks Fifth Avenue plans to close down nearly 36 of its discount Saks Off Fifth stores and 5 Neiman Marcus Last Call locations this weekend, as it looks to slash costs and hopefully emerge from bankruptcy at a later date. Wall Street battling back from steep early losses today as investors question whether all those billions of dollars being spent on AI is worth it. That sent shares of Microsoft 10% lower today. But after buyers swooped in, buying up beaten down shares, by the closing bell, the Dow managed to end 56 points higher. The tech-heavy Nasdaq down 172, the S&P lost 9. An earnings beat after the closing bell from Visa, which saw payments surge 8% higher from a year ago, thanks to very strong holiday spending by consumers. And more job cuts were announced. The chemical giant Dow plans to terminate 4,500 staffers. Home Depot cutting around 800 jobs, blaming the slump in housing. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are approaching 5:30. Be careful on those roads, though. It could get a little icy out there. They're narrow because of all the snow piled up on either side. They sort of form their own shoulder that creeps into the roadway, to the traveling roadway. So